Chapter 197. On the street outside the first zither building, the countless cultivators in the surroundings stared at the Go board that had already ended. They all fell silent. Many of them had already rolled up their sleeves, waiting for Gu Hai to be bullied so that they could go up and help and repay Gu Hai's kindness. However, wasn't this the head shopkeeper of Silver Moon's first zither building, Jiang Tianqi? Wasn't he very good at Go? He was known as one of the top 10 Go masters in Silver Moon City. What was going on? He was completely destroyed by Gu Hai's moves? This time, he had lost 100 pieces. This was heaven-defying. Was Master Gu also that good at Go? Was this a coincidence? Great. Well played, Master Gu. Master Gu won. Quick, transfer the ownership of Silver Moon's first zither building to Master Gu. Ha ha ha, great. Master Gu is also good at Go. The surrounding cultivators immediately cheered. Long Wanqing said matter-of-factly. If you were to compete with the zither, Gu Hai did not have the concept of the zither and might not win. Yet you insist on competing in Go? You're courting death, aren't you? As expected, the Thousand Islands Sea was too remote. Gu Hai's Go skills in the Thousand Islands Sea had not spread here. In Silver Moon City, only he and his subordinates knew about Gu Hai's Go skills. This was not a scam. Young Master and had asked for it. Long Wanqing also smiled. City Lord He, since you are the host, and the whole city is the witness, the outcome has been decided. Now we can transfer the ownership. Young Master and use the name of Luyang of Gojoseon to bet. He Shirkong frowned slightly, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Jiang Tianqi, didn't you say that you would definitely win? Didn't you say that you would win? Young Master and said angrily. Young Master and felt like he was going crazy. This was Silver Moon's first zither building. Although it was not as good as the world's first zither building, it was still a huge industry in Silver Moon City. It brought in a lot of military funds to his grandfather every year. He had destroyed the world's first zither building and did not know how to explain it to his grandfather. Now, he could not give away Silver Moon's first zither building as well. Young Master and can already imagine how terrible grandfather's punishment is. No, Young Master and, it's a coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Jiang Tianqi pointed at the chessboard and shouted. What coincidence? What coincidence? You tell me, what coincidence? You lost the Silver Moon's first chess pavilion. Young Master and glared at Jiang Tianqi furiously. It seemed as though he wanted to kill Jiang Tianqi. All around, when the subordinates saw Young Master An's furious expression, no one dared to go forward to persuade him. Jiang Tianqi quivered and immediately shouted, Young Master An, I want to play another round with him. Another round. It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. He beat me by coincidence. Young Master An's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Jiang Tianqi said resolutely again, Young Master An, as you know, Gu Hai is only good at the Zither Dao. He is clueless about the Go Dao. I can beat him. I have seen the 28-line pair World Go game. You know that. That is the 28-line pair World Go game. That is a Go game that can lay down the 28-line pair World Go formation. Gu Hai definitely cannot beat me. Young Master An glared at Jiang Tianqi with bloodshot eyes. Young Master An, trust me. I will definitely make Gu Hai lose everything. I will definitely make Gu Hai lose until he kneels before you and allows you to humiliate and beat him. Jiang Tianqi swore. Young Master An's expression slowly eased. Young Master An, thank you for letting me win, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. However, Young Master An tossed Jiang Tianqi aside and looked at Gu Hai. He said, No, you have to play another round. When the surrounding cultivators heard that, they immediately bristled. What? A bet is a loss. Young Master An is not admitting his loss? How did the Luyang of Gojoseon give birth to such a direct grandson? Going back on your word, You are ruining the reputation of the Luoyang of Gojoseon. The countless surrounding cultivators glared at young Master and oh? Young Master and, do you mean to bet again? Or did you just say that you were betting in the name of the Luoyang of Gojoseon? Does that not count? Gu Hai countered with a smile. What belongs to you is yours. These are not all the properties of my residence in Silver Moon City. There are other properties as well. I want to continue betting with you. I want to use other properties to bet with you. You have to bet. Young Master and shouted while glaring. Young Master and was frantic with anxiety. It was one thing for the best Zither Pavilion to close down, but he had to protect the best Go Pavilion in Silver Moon City. He had to win it back. Is it still Jiang Tianqi playing Go with me? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. It is still Jiang Tianqi. However, this time, it is an incomplete piece. The incomplete piece that Jiang Tianqi comprehended from the 28-line pair World Go puzzle. Young Master and shouted while glaring. Long Wanqing stood quietly at the side, not saying anything. At this moment, she was already at a loss for words. The 28-line pair World Go puzzle was an incomplete piece? Jiang Tianqi had not fully comprehended the 28-line pair World Go puzzle, yet he dared to create an incomplete piece to make things difficult for Gu Hai? It is not impossible. However, young Masterin, should you cash in your previous bet first? Only then can I continue playing Go with this great manager Jiang? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Transfer. Young Master and waved his hand. However, the city lord He Shikong released a long breath and nodded. The group of officials immediately transferred the properties. Everyone waited patiently. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Young Master, and this time, you transferred the properties before the city lord and all the people in the city. Don't cause another property dispute in a few days. Humph. We still don't know whether it is yours or not. Young Master and said coldly. Go and lead a group of people to Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion and take over the Go Pavilion. Gu Hai said to a Dahan official. Yes. That Dahan official answered. Under the lead of a few Dahan officials, the elite hall disciples immediately headed to Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion with some of young Master An's subordinates to take over. Jiang Tianqi, listen to me clearly. If you lose again, then bring your head to see me. Young Master and said coldly. Yes. Jiang Tianqi answered. Go and prepare for the Go puzzles. Young Master and said. Yes. However, this subordinate is somewhat worried. I have 8 Go puzzles, and each has its own merit. I don't know which one to choose. Jiang Tianqi said with a frown. In that case, we'll play all 8 Go puzzles one by one. Bet with him one property at a time. If you lose one game, you lose one property. If you win one game, give me everything that Gu Hai won earlier, including this street's first Zither Pavilion. Young Master and said coldly. What? This is not fair. The stakes are not equal. How can young Master An's properties compare to this street's first Zither Pavilion? Indeed. Using all of Gu Hai's properties to bet with one of your properties? This is not fair. The surrounding cultivators shouted in shock and anger. Silence. The city lord snorted coldly. The surrounding army once again pushed the crowd of Xiozha out. Gu Hai, you have to bet even if you don't want to. Young Master and said with bloodshot eyes as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai gave young Master a strange look. Finally, he revealed a bitter smile and said, Young Master, and actually, the anger in my heart has subsided over the past few days. You have also suffered significant losses. I think we should just forget about it. Everything will end here. How about it? Young Master and Gu Hai is afraid. He is afraid. What happened earlier was just a coincidence. He is afraid of my Go puzzles, Jiang Tianqi said in pleasant surprise. No, you have to bet. Young Master and said with a glare. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Tianqi and smiled faintly. Manager Jiang, you want to bet all of my assets to curry favor with young Masterin? You want to push me into the grave, But you do not know that you are digging a hole for yourself? Humph! You are bewitching people with lies. You were just lucky earlier. The 28-line pair world Go puzzle is not something you can understand. Do you think you can win? Ignorant brat! Jiang Tianqi shouted while glaring. The 28-line pair world Go puzzle? Haha! It is just SOSO. You think too highly of it, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Ha 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 ha. Then why don't you do it? Young master and shouted. Gu Hai was speechless. I am telling the truth. Why don't they believe me? All right. Prepare the proof of your property rights, sign the contract, and set the table, Gu Hai said helplessly. Long Wanqing stood at the side, silent. The surrounding cultivators started to worry about Gu Hai again. Jiang Tianqi had a smug expression, but young master unclenched his fists, feeling that something was wrong. Opposite, on a small building, Sima Chongkong frowned slightly and said, Could it be that what Gu Hai said is true? Young master and has not climbed out of the hole yet, and he fell in again? On another small building, Fairy Warner also frowned as she looked at the center of the crowd in the distance. A villain intoxicated by success. Humph! Can you keep winning? At the south gate of Silver Moon City, one of the airships stopped. A group of subordinates dressed in black came down from the flying boat. At the very front, an old man dressed in gray walked in front. A group of immortal crane chariots quickly approached to get business. The group put away the flying boat and boarded the immortal crane chariot. Lord Imo, where are we going first? The world's #1 zither pavilion? A subordinate asked curiously. No, let's go to Silver Moon's first Go pavilion. I have not touched that deduction Go bed in a long time. That is a treasure left behind by old man Guanxi. Let's go there first. Ah, Lord Imo said with a faint smile. Yes. The group easily passed through the city gates with a token and rushed to a street in the city. Soon, the immortal crane chariots stopped before a huge Go pavilion. Quick, quick, move these things out. Quickly move them out. You have 1 hour. If you do not move them out, you are not allowed to move them out. A commotion broke out in front of the Go pavilion. Countless cultivators were watching. The first Go pavilion of Silver Moon lost to Great Master Gu? Good. They are going to trouble Great Master Gu. This is retribution. Serves them right. The surrounding cultivators cheered. However, Lord Imo, who alighted from the immortal crane chariot, changed his expression. Bastards, what are you doing? How dare you be so presumptuous in Silver Moon's first Go pavilion? A black-clad subordinate immediately rushed forward. A Dahan official, who was scolding them, glared at him and said, What are you doing? This is my master's property. The first Go pavilion of Silver Moon already belongs to my master. How dare you? That black-clad subordinate immediately became angry. Who are you? This is Great Master Gu's shop. What are you doing? Could it be that young master arranged this? He is too much of a sore loser, right? Countless spectating Xiozha immediately stood in front of the black-clothed man. Come back! Lord Imo shouted. The black-clad man retreated with a frown. Lord Imo! A person from the Go pavilion who was moving the items immediately recognized the old man in gray. It's you. What's going on? Why did the first Go pavilion of Silver Moon change owners? Lord Imo said coldly. That person stammered, not knowing where to start. Lord Imo narrowed his eyes and said, Haha, you even dare to hide it from me? You really have guts. Do you know the consequences of hiding it from me? Plop. That person knelt on the ground and said, Lord Imo, this has nothing to do with me. It was young master and who took the shopkeeper to the first zither pavilion on this street and made a bet with Gu Hai. He lost the Go pavilion. A bet? How dare he? Jiang Tianqi actually dared to use the prince's property to make a bet? What about his brother? Jiang Tianyi? Didn't I tell him to keep an eye on him? Lord Imo said with a glare. The first zither pavilion in the world? The first zither pavilion in the world closed down. That person said bitterly while kneeling on the ground. Bastard, how could the first zither pavilion close down? Where are they? Young Masterin? Jiang Tianyi and Jiang Tianchi? Lord Mo said coldly. They are still at the first zither pavilion on this street. It seems that they are still betting. That person said bitterly. Get in the carriage and take me to that first zither pavilion on this street. Also, tell me everything you know. If anyone dares to hide anything, I will exterminate their entire clan. Lord Mo said coldly. Yes. That person replied with a quiver. Chapter 198. At the Silver Moon Mountain Manor, the old manor lord sat in the pavilion and gently played the ancient zither that had already withered like a piece of rotten wood. When the sound of the zither came out, the surrounding vegetation in the valley withered and turned yellow. In the hazy mist, there seemed to be vague figures condensing into clouds. Suddenly, a trace of emerald green appeared in the withered and yellow forest. It was like a new life force broke through the decaying environment and was reborn from adversity. Buzz! However, before that trace of emerald green could grow, the surrounding withered and yellow forest buried it in the blink of an eye. Ha ha! I am not fated to enter again. My time is almost up. Perhaps this is also a kind of release. The old manor lord smiled faintly. The zither music slowly stopped. The old manor lord did not get angry at all. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Yunemo, who was behind him. What's wrong? Did something happen in the city today? The old manor lord asked with a smile. Manor lord told me to pay attention to Gu Hai's situation. Today, no, even now, Gu Hai is still in the midst of a gambling match. Yunemo smiled bitterly. A gambling match? A zither duel? The old manor lord asked, feeling confused. No, a chess match. Yunemo said strangely. Then, Yunemo described what he knew. Chess? Ha 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 ha. What a great chess match. This Gu Hai is really surprising. The old manor lord said with a smile. Manor lord, this Gu Hai's background is very strange. It is very strange. Yunemo said with a frown. It is good that it is strange. It is interesting when it is strange. My time is almost up, and I am lucky to be able to meet this Gu Hai before my soul scatters. With this memory, I will not be lonely when I go to the netherworld, the old manor lord said with a smile. However, Yunemo frowned and said, Manor lord, if you leave, what will happen to my Silver Moon Mountain Manor? Silver Moon Mountain Manor? Didn't I leave it to you? If I die, you will be the new manor lord. No one will dare to stop you, the old manor lord said solemnly. However, manor lord, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor cannot do without you. Yunemo said worriedly. What's wrong with that? Silver Moon Mountain Villa was founded by your ancestor. I am just managing it on behalf of my teacher. My teacher is your great ancestor. Unfortunately, your clan has withered and you're the only one left in your generation. However, you're the rightful successor, nobody dares to deny it. Don't worry, all the disciples of Silver Moon Mountain Villa will listen to you, said the old villa master. But, are you blaming me for giving away the last heavenly zither, the Gauchen? Sigh. Idiot, I'm giving it away for your own good. You don't have the ability to keep it. Once I am gone, Gauchen will definitely become the scourge of the Silver Moon Villa. But if I give it away, it will become the Silver Moon Mountain Villa's protection. Daiqianxing owes the Silver Moon Mountain Villa a favor, and Luyang of Gojoseon also owes the Silver Moon Mountain Villa a favor. Now, someone else will owe us a favor. I am doing this for your own good. You are too weak. A favor is the most important thing to protect you. The old manor master sighed slightly. I don't. Yunemo shook his head. The old manor master smiled and said, Yunemo, the heavenly zither is an unattainable thing for outsiders, but is it unattainable for the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? These 4 zither were all made by your ancestors. Their blood flows in your body. If they can make zither, can't you? Although you may not be very talented in music, you're more meticulous than anyone else when it comes to zither. Unmo don't mind Gauchen. In the future, I hope you can strive for perfection and work hard to make a new heavenly zither. Unmo shook his head and said, Villa Master, I don't care about Gauchen. I also believe that one day I will be able to make one. But, Villa Master, you can obviously survive. Survive? The old manor master's face turned cold. Yes, you can. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Zither Dao is different from other things. Zither Dao can seize the fortune of heaven and earth. You can use Zither Dao to live forever. Yunmo shouted. Shut up. The old manor master glared at him. Yunmo's face stiffened. What you're doing is evil. Zither Dao is Zither Dao. It's the righteous path of heaven and earth. Don't learn from those longevity masters. Humph, longevity cultivators are ranked first, but do you know what they are? They are evil, and demon. How many of them have a good ending? In the whole world, how many longevity masters are left? They are seeking death. In the end, they will only leave behind the destruction of their souls. Do you want to learn from them? The old manor master glared at him. Yunmo bit his lips and his eyes turned slightly red. Villa Master treats me like a parent, but I don't want your soul to be destroyed. Idiot, everyone will die one day. Sigh. The old manor master sighed slightly. Master Mo led a group of people to the first zither pavilion. Along the way, the staff of the chess pavilion described everything they knew about Gu Hai. Elite Hall's Water Division Master? He threw away 700,000 high-grade spirit stones to save a group of acquired realm cultivators? Then, he opened the first zither pavilion and in less than 2 months, he crushed the first zither pavilion in the world? A strange musical instrument that earns a lot of money every day? Master Mo frowned and pondered. Yes, young Master N and manager Jiang Tianyi have been competing hard, but they can't win. The staff of the chess pavilion said respectfully. The point deduction method is wonderful. It's survival of the fittest. Of course, they can't win. This Gu Hai is indeed a talent. No, he's a genius. Master Mo's eyes lit up. Master Mo didn't care about other people's reactions. He slowly stepped off the crane carriage. With his subordinates opening the way, he squeezed the crowd of cultivators away and slowly walked into the inner part. Thank you. Gu Hai's voice came from the inner part. Good job, Master Gu. Kill him, ha 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 ha. Young Master N, hurry, the 7th property, give it to Master Gu. You only have 1 chance left. Ha ha, there's only 1 round left. I wonder how many properties young Master N has left to bet? The surrounding people cheered. Young Master N's insults and Jiang Tianqi's sorrowful and indignant voice came from the crowd. Master Mo paused as he looked around at the shouting crowd. He frowned slightly and said, What the people want? Young Master N, against such an opponent, you are destined to lose. Master, I heard that there's 1 more round. A subordinate whispered. 1 more round? He already lost. How can there be 1 more round? Humph. He squandered away all of His Highness' properties. Master Mo said coldly. Master Mo slowly walked to the end of the crowd, where a large number of soldiers were blocking him. Master Mo took out a medallion. A subordinate quickly delivered the medallion to the city lord, He Shikong. When He Shikong saw the medallion, his expression changed, and he immediately turned his head. Just as he was about to speak, Master Mo shook his head gently. Go and invite that Mr. over. Be more polite. He Shikong instructed the subordinate in a soft voice. Yes. Master Mo was quietly brought to a spot not far from He Shikong. He left the other subordinates at the periphery. The place was too chaotic. Many people did not notice that there was another person beside He Shikong. However, in a small pavilion in the distance, Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes. Mo Yak? Master Mo looked at the field quietly. In the last game, Gu Hai only placed 3 pieces and solved it instantly. 3 pieces? Only 3 pieces? Thank you, young master, and Gu Hai stood up and smiled. Impossible, impossible. I carefully prepared the incomplete piece, comprehended from the 28 lines of heaven and earth. How could it be solved? No, no. Jiang Tianqi had already lost his mind. Die. Young master and flew into a rage out of humiliation and struck out with his palm. Jiang Tianqi was sent flying by the palm and spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master and Jiang Tianyi and the others called out worriedly. Luan, are you such a sore loser? If you're willing to bet, you're willing to admit defeat. If you lose, you lose. These properties will belong to the first zither pavilion on this street. Long Wanqing stood in front of Gu Hai and glared at Luan. Gu Hai pulled Long Wanqing away. At this time, he did not want to hide behind a woman. Young masterin, if you want to teach this insensible subordinate a lesson, please go back and do so. This is the first zither pavilion on this street. This is not your house. Gu Hai said coldly. Young masterin was furious. This is not my house? What nonsense is this first zither pavilion? Someone tear it apart for me. Fang Mingho, tear down the first zither pavilion on this street and raze it to the ground. Young masterin roared with bloodshot eyes. Not far away, Master Mo narrowed his eyes and prepared to stop young masterin. However, the subordinate behind young masterin with a golden core on his back moved too quickly. With a loud shout, a huge golden energy saber slashed toward the first zither pavilion on this street. The vast power swept up a storm in an instant. Oh no, they're going to destroy the first zither pavilion on this street. Go and stop them. No, help Master Gu. It's too late. It's too late. This person is from the Yuanying state, and he's from the Yuanying state at its peak. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. However, no one could save them in time. Was the first zither pavilion on this street going to be destroyed just like that? Young Master An's eyes were red. The surrounding cultivators were restless. A group of soldiers blocked the people. The first zither pavilion on this street was about to be destroyed. Long Wanqing and Mu Chunfeng looked anxious. Gu Hai, on the other hand, smiled coldly. At this moment, rolling clouds suddenly appeared at the first zither pavilion on this street. As soon as the clouds appeared, a loud shout came from inside. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my aura is unparalleled. With a loud shout, a Fangtian halberd suddenly appeared in the clouds. The Fangtian halberd slashed toward Fang Mingho's golden saber. Hong! A super loud sound was heard, and a storm instantly swept in all directions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Fang Mingho's golden saber was blocked. Moreover, the powerful force knocked Fang Mingho into the first zither pavilion in the world. Rumble! The first zither pavilion in the world collapsed. What? Young Master An's expression changed. This is... Jiang Tianqi, who was vomiting blood on the ground, said in shock. Oh, this is the 28-line pair heaven and earth formation. I've made a lot of spiritual stones recently, so I set up a strengthened version. Gu Hai said with a smile. The 28-line pair heaven and earth formation? Impossible, impossible. How do you know the 28-line pair heaven and earth formation? Jiang Tianqi roared, his eyes wide open. I told you before that the 28-line pair heaven and earth formation is nothing, but you didn't believe me. There's nothing I can do. Gu Hai shook his head and sighed. You know the 28-line pair heaven and earth formation? You knew it long ago? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Tianqi vomited another mouthful of blood. The 28-line pair heaven and earth formation that he was so proud of was just Gu Hai's leftovers? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Tianqi was in despair. Young Master An's eyes widened. Young Master An was well aware of Fong Mingho's strength, but the formation had actually blocked it all? So Gu Hai knew the 28-line pair heaven and earth formation that Jiang Tianqi had been so proud of? How could this be? Young Master An, enough is enough, Gu Hai said indifferently. Bastard, those properties belong to my grandfather. Gu Hai, I won't let you go, I won't let you go. He Shirkong, take Gu Hai for me. Take him for me. I'm going to confiscate his property. Young Master An roared with a ferocious expression. He looked at City Lord He Shirkong as he roared, but he saw He Shirkong standing there motionless, while the grey-robed old man beside him was looking at him coldly. Ah, Mr. Mo, why are you here? Young Master An's expression changed, and he shuddered. Oh, Young Master An, you still remember me. Young Master An, you're so capable. You ruined the Lord's properties one by one. Are you happy? Lord Mo sneered. Ah, Mr. Mo, listen to me, it's all Gu Hai's fault. He lied to us. By the way, Mr. Mo, you're also very good at chess. You've played the 29-line pair heaven and earth formation before. You must be able to beat him. You must be able to win it back. Young Master An ran over with excitement. Slap! However, Mr. Mo suddenly struck out with his palm. The slap was very light, but it was extremely loud. If it was light, it was just an ordinary slap. If it was loud, it was because after the slap, everyone on the street fell silent and sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of person was this? Was he so awesome? That was Young Master An, the grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon. How could he just slap him like that? You dare to hit me? I am. Young Master An covered his mouth and stared at Mr. Mo, the Lord's grandson. Haha, believe it or not, as long as I tell the Lord, you're no longer the grandson of the Lord. Even your father can forget about being the son of the Lord's first wife. Among your uncles, a large group of them are clapping their hands and cheering? Mr. Mo said coldly. Young Master An covered his mouth and shuddered. He looked at Mr. Mo, gritted his teeth, and finally lowered his head. Not far away, Long Wanqing whispered to Gu Hai, "This is Luyang of Gojoseon's #1 strategist, Mo Yike. Luyang of Gojoseon values him very much." I can see that. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. With one slap, Young Master An had no temper. It was obvious that he was in Luyang of Gojoseon's camp. Mr. Mo, I did wrong, but you can win it back. Young Master An covered his mouth and said politely in a low voice. It seems that you still haven't learned enough? I won't help you gamble, humph. Mr. Mo looked at Young Master An coldly. Young Master An's face stiffened, and his eyes were full of grievance. Oh, it seems that I have to mention it to the Lord. Are the teachers in the family school all useless? How could they teach you such a thing? Didn't the school teachers teach you gambling? Mr. Mo said coldly. Gambling? Mr. Mo, you said that Gu Hai cheated? Young Master An said in surprise. Slap. Mr. Mo slapped him again. The surroundings were quiet. Young Master An covered his mouth on both sides and looked at Mr. Mo in shock. Gambling? It's to teach you the knowledge to be on guard when gambling in the future. The first lesson is that you lose 10 out of 10 gambles. You can't gamble easily. The second lesson is to know yourself and your enemy to win 100 battles. To set up a bet, you must understand the opponent's situation. Do you know yourself and your enemy? Do you know Gu Hai's situation? How dare you set up a bet? I've never seen a fool like you who sets up a bet. You're the banker, but you lost everything? You still have the nerve to mention gambling? Know yourself and your enemy. It's fine if you don't know Gu Hai's situation, but you don't even know your own situation? Jiang Tianqi's chess skills, do you think he's invincible? Find someone to set up a bet? Mo Yike said coldly. Me. Young Master An opened his mouth. Jiang Tianyi. Mo Yike looked at Jiang Tianyi, who was not far away. Here. Jiang Tianyi said fearfully. How dare you set up a bet in the Lord's name? Are you trying to frame the Lord? Mo Yike glared. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly. Mr. Mo, I'm the one who lost these properties. You can't just throw them away like that, right? Young master and said fearfully. Mo Yike reached out his right hand. Young master and covered his mouth with both hands, not daring to say anything. Humph, you're shameless, but the Lord is. If you lose, you lose. Do you want to rob him? Mo Yike glared. Slap. Another slap landed on young Master An's face. Well done. Mr. Mo, well done. You're embarrassing the Lord. You deserve it. The cultivators around them laughed. Although it seemed abrupt at first, they got used to it after a while. Seeing young Master An get hit by Mr. Mo, the crowd was very satisfied. Fang Mingho, who walked out of the ruins, was surprised to see Mo Yike. He stood aside respectfully, not daring to go forward. Jiang Tianyi, I thought highly of you before. That's why I entrusted you with the affairs of Silver Moon City. How dare you mess it up like this? Mo Yike looked at Jiang Tianyi coldly. Please punish me, sir. Jiang Tianyi knelt down and said bitterly. What did you do wrong? Do you know now? Mo Yike looked at Jiang Tianyi coldly. There are rules in every profession. From the beginning, I couldn't let young Master An do whatever he wanted in the #1 music tower. Then, I made more mistakes. I didn't stop young Master An in time. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly. You can still be saved. You still know that there are rules in the industry. You can reap what you sow. I have told you before that you can't step out of the circle. You really have a good memory. Mo Yike said coldly. Jiang Tianyi knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. After Mo Yike vented his anger, he turned to look in Gu Hai's direction. Mo Yike greets Elite Hall Master and Mr. Good. Mo Yike's expression instantly became gentle. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. Greetings, Mr. Mo. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, young Master An is young and frivolous. I apologize to Mr. Good on their behalf. Mo Yike bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Bowing to Gu Hai? The surrounding crowd was stunned. The moment Mr. Mo arrived, he gave young Master An a few slaps in a domineering manner. Now, he was bowing to Gu Hai. Gu Hai was also slightly stunned. Mr. Mo, you're too polite. You don't have to do this. It's my duty. I'm just expressing my attitude to Mr. Good. Luan and the others' actions don't represent His Highness' actions. His Highness has always been thirsty for talents like Mr. Good. I'm not talented, but I just want to be on good terms with Mr. Good. I sincerely invite Mr. Good to work together. Mo Yike said with a smile. Long Wanqing stared at Mo Yike with wide eyes. What was going on? Was he trying to poach him? They had just met, and he was already trying to help Liu Yang of Gojoseon recruit Gu Hai? In a small attic not far away, Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes. This Mo Yike is indeed Liu Yang of Gojoseon's #1 strategist. He immediately saw the value of Gu Hai and wants to recruit subordinates for Liu Yang of Gojoseon. He's really quick to act. Countless cultivators around them looked at this scene blankly. They couldn't keep up with this pace. They were fighting to the death just now, but in the blink of an eye, they were treating the wise with courtesy? Gu Hai also looked at Mo Yike blankly. He then smiled bitterly. Mr. Mo, you must be joking. In this situation, isn't Mr. Mo's efforts futile? Don't ever mention this again. No, Mr. Good doesn't know His Highness's attitude towards talents. As long as Mr. Good is willing to enter His Highness's residence, then young Master An? Haha, he won't be His Highness's legitimate grandson anymore. He'll be an ordinary royal grandson. Mr. Good, you don't have to worry about him causing you trouble. Mo Yike said. Young Master An's expression changed. He looked terrified. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Did Mr. Mo have so much power? Legitimate grandson? That was the highest status among Liu Yang of Gojoseon's grandchildren. If Luyang of Gojoseon passed away, his legitimate grandson would succeed him. If his legitimate grandson passed away, his legitimate grandson would succeed him. Mr. Mo just removed his status just like that? Chapter 199. With Mo Yike's promise, all the cultivators on the street suddenly quietened down. In order to invite Gu Hai, he did not hesitate to remove young Master An's position. Wasn't he placing too much importance on Gu Hai? In a small pavilion not far away, Sima Chongqing's expression changed. Mo Yike, you really dare to say that? Sima Chongqing's eyes flashed with anxiety. Sir, could that Mo Yike be deliberately degrading young Master and elevating Gu Hai just to restore Luyang of Gojoseon's reputation? After all, the surrounding cultivators are all on Gu Hai's side? A subordinate at the side said. No, Mo Yike is not that. He has such courage. Who would have thought, who would have thought? I still underestimated this Mo Yike. He really is a character. Sima Chongqing said with a heavy expression. Sir, it can't be? Is that Gu Hai really that powerful? Is it worth it? This time, if not for, I would have thought of a way to recruit him. You don't understand. Some people are like gold in a pile of dirt. You can see the dazzling brilliance in one glance, Sima Chongqing said with a frown. In the distance, young Master An had a frightened expression. But at this moment, young Master An did not dare to be presumptuous. Who was Mo Yike? Young Master An knew better than anyone that he was the #1 strategist under his grandfather. His grandfather trusted him more than his own children. If Mo Yike went to his grandfather would definitely agree without hesitation. Find trouble with Mo Yike himself? Don't joke. If he dared to find trouble with him, Mo Yike would not even need to tell his grandfather. His grandfather would definitely immediately take away all his positions. This was also the reason why he did not dare to retaliate when Mo Yike slapped him just now. At this moment, he looked at Gu Hai, who was not far away, and hoped that Gu Hai would not agree. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai with utmost sincerity. Gu Hai smiled wryly and said, Mr. Mo, you're being too polite. I'm Class 1 Hall's Water Division Master, and I can be considered a colleague, right? As for entering the prince's mansion, I am just a country bumpkin. I still know my place. Being the water branch leader is already my limit. Gu Hai refused, but Mo Yike was not angry at all. He smiled and said, Mr. Good, I know that my words just now were abrupt, but the door of the prince's mansion will always be open to you. You will know the sincerity of the prince's mansion in the future. Gu Hai smiled and didn't say anything. All right, I'll take my leave as well. I wish Mr. Good's shop a prosperous business. Mo Yike said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Mo, for your auspicious words. Gu Hai nodded. Mayor he, since young Master An has lost these properties in the name of the prince, then quickly transfer the ownership. Let's end today's matter here. Mr. Mo looked at Mayor he. All right. Mayor he nodded. With Mr. Mo in charge, the transfer of the properties was extremely fast. Young Master An's expression changed drastically. Was everything a foregone conclusion? He had lost so many properties this time, and his grandfather did not know how to blame him. After the transfer, Mayor he withdrew his troops. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were no longer noisy, and everyone was happy. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of a guqin came from the sky above Silver Moon City. The people who were about to leave suddenly frowned and stopped, looking at the sky in confusion. Ding, ding, ding! Another 3 guqin sounds rang out continuously, resonating through the entire city. The clouds above Silver Moon City suddenly turned colorful. This is the old village master playing the guqin? That's right, the sound of the clouds? I remember it was the same last time. Old village master, what is this? Countless cultivators were confused. Buzz! Suddenly, hundreds of light beams shot down from the colorful clouds, flying in all directions in the city. 7 of them went straight to the street where Gu Hai was. 2 of them shot into 2 small lofts not far away. They were where Sima Chongkong and Fairy Wan'er lived. 3 of them shot towards Mayor He Shikong, Young Masterin and Fong Mingho. 2 of them flew towards Mu Chinfeng and Gu Hai. Buzz! It was a green light that suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at the thing in the green light in front of him with wide eyes. It was a little girl who was as tall as a finger? Only as tall as a finger? There was a pair of transparent wings on the little girl's back. They were flapping rapidly. The fluttering of the wings seemed to form a beautiful melody. This is... Gu Hai stared with wide eyes. Thumbelina? And transparent wings? This is an elf. A musical elf formed by the old village masters Guqin. Long Wanqing explained. Countless cultivators around also stared with wide eyes in surprise. An elf. Gu Hai was confused. The reason why the Guqin Dao is ranked first among the Wenxiu is because the Guqin Dao can create souls with the sound of the Guqin. However, it is not something a normal person can achieve. Even Fairy Wan'er who fought with you before didn't reach that level. Creating souls? The old village master created souls with the sound of the Guqin? This is a kind of soul without attributes, an ethereal soul. Everything is controlled by the player. They can also be called the essence of souls, so they are called elves. Long Wanqing explained. Essence of souls elves? Gu Hai stared at Thumbelina in front of him with wide eyes. This was created by the sound of the Guqin? The Guqin Dao? This was the Guqin Dao? In the Thousand Islands Sea, Gu Hai already knew how powerful the Go Dao was. The Go skill could set up arrays and create worlds. Although he didn't know much about the Guqin Dao, the scene before him deeply shocked Gu Hai. Creating souls? Humans had 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. If the Guqin Dao could create souls, wouldn't it be able to seize the good fortune of the world and create new living beings? Create new races? Was this the Guqin Dao? The little elf in front of him looked at Gu Hai and said, Owner of the invitation, I am the village master of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Your whereabouts are unknown, so I can only use this elf to communicate with you. In 10 days, please head to the Silver Moon Sea on time. The Guqin Dao conference will be held there in 10 days. Please prepare early. Gu Hai showed a confused expression. Rumble. The little fairy flapped its wings and immediately rushed toward the clouds in the sky. In a flash, it rushed into the clouds. Whoosh! Hundreds of elves charged into the colorful clouds together. Ding! 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 Amid the sounds of the Guqin, the colorful clouds slowly dissipated. It was as if nothing had happened, leaving behind countless shocked cultivators looking at the little elf that flew away. Little elf? Soul essence? The old village master created it with the sound of the Guqin? Gu Hai was still deeply shocked. Not far away, in a small pavilion, Fairy Wan'er's eyes flashed with unwillingness and sourness. Humph! Soul essence? Elves? What's so great about that? I am about to break through my bottleneck. I will be able to create soon. Humph! Clearly, not long ago, she wanted to compete with the old village master in the Guqin but failed. Now, with the appearance of the elf, the outcome was clear. Fairy Wan'er only felt sourness in her heart. Elf! I saw an elf! Finally, a cultivator cried out excitedly. The old village master's Guqin Dao is so powerful? Elf! It's really an elf. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Countless cultivators were excited. Mo Yike suddenly raised his eyebrows. Silver Moon Sea? Mr. Mo will Silver Moon Sea. Young master and approached carefully. Let's go, Mr. Mo said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone around responded. City Lord he also quickly followed and left. Long Wanqing looked at everyone's backs as they left. She smiled and said, Gu Hai, you're rich this time. You've earned so many properties. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Actually, these industries are nothing. As long as the people are still around and there are startup funds, they can still rise up again immediately. That Mr. Mo is much more thorough than Mr. N. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. She shook her head and said, "But even so, it will take a long time for them to recover." "It will take a while, but didn't you see? As soon as Mr. Mo came, everyone around him no longer rejected Liu Yang of Gojoseon's properties? He's a powerful figure," Gu Hai said solemnly. "You mean? He was just putting on a show just now?" "Not entirely, but part of the reason is in there." Gu Hai shook his head. "You're not really going, are you?" Long Wanqing bit her lip. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. "No, don't worry. Staying at the elite hall is much more comfortable than staying at the Luoyang of Gojoseon mansion," Gu Hai said with a smile. "That's good." Long Wanqing smiled. The army of the mayor's mansion left, but there were still many cultivators on the street. "Everyone, thank you for your previous support. Today, the number 1 Zither Pavilion on this street is offering a 10% discount," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Haha, 10% discount. You must buy one. Mr. Good is so generous." The surrounding cultivators were also very happy. Many people rushed into the number 1 Zither Pavilion on this street. Gu Hai and his group also slowly left the crowd's sight. After returning to a room, Mu Chunfeng frowned and said, "Mayor, he used to be very fond of the old hall master. I didn't expect that he would help young master and against us. It's really cold when the person is gone." Long Wanqing nodded. Obviously, when she called He Shikong uncle at the beginning, he didn't react at all. "No, He Shikong's behavior is a little strange." Gu Hai shook his head. Although he was on young Master An's side, he didn't have the intention to curry favor with young Master An. It was as if he was helpless. Gu Hai frowned. Long Wanqing was puzzled. "Let's go visit Mayor He," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Okay." Long Wanqing nodded. Chapter 200. Silver Moon Villa. In the pavilion. Cough, cough, cough. The old manor lord coughed. Yunemo stood behind him worriedly and asked, "Manor Lord, are you feeling better?" The old manor lord smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm old after all. Playing the voice of the soul is exhausting." 10 days later? Silver Moon Ocean? Yunemo frowned. "Yes, Silver Moon Ocean. That's where Mr. Silver Moon left behind." "He, Luoyang of Gojoseon? Does he think I don't know?" The old manor lord sighed. "Know what?" Yunemo asked blankly. "It's better that you don't know. Even I can't do anything about it. Yunemo, after I leave, you take good care of Silver Moon Villa. Remember, Silver Moon Villa is at a disadvantage if we rely on others. Only by becoming stronger can we be fundamental. All these years, I couldn't support Silver Moon Villa, so I used the Heavenly Qin in exchange for favors. If it was during Mr. Silver Moon's time, even if he put the Heavenly Qin at the door, who would dare to take it? All the forces in the world are proud of befriending him. If there is a thief, there is no need for Mr. Silver Moon to do anything. Thousands of forces will uproot them." The old manor lord sighed. "Manor Lord, you are already very powerful. I am far inferior," Yunemo said bitterly. "Powerful? I hope you are more powerful than me, so that you can take care of this villa." The old manor lord looked at Yunemo. "Yes. Manor Lord, don't worry, you won't die." Yunemo gritted his teeth and said, "Idiot, who can't die before becoming an immortal?" The old manor lord smiled bitterly. "Manor Lord, Mo Yike is outside the villa, requesting to see you." At this time, a disciple ran up. "Mo Yike?" The old manor lord raised his eyebrows. "Yes, Mr. Mo Yike said that he will come in alone. His followers will stay outside and ask to see the old manor lord. He has important matters to discuss," the disciple said. The old manor lord was silent for a while, then nodded and said, "Let him in." Yes. Soon, Mo Yike was brought to the pavilion. Mo Yike greets Manor Master Silvermoon. Mo Yike said politely. Mr. Mo, you're too polite. My body is weak, so I can't welcome you from afar. Please forgive me, Mr. Mo. The old Manor Lord said with a smile. This is the young Manor Lord? You are indeed a young hero. Mo Yike bowed slightly to Yun Mo. I wouldn't dare. Yun Mo replied. Young Villa Master, you're too polite. Silvermoon Villa Master, I am here on behalf of the prince to present a big gift to the old Villa Master. It can help the old Manor Lord avoid the problem of his lifespan. Mo Yike said with a smile. The Manor Lord was puzzled. Mo Yike looked at Yun Mo. It was as if he wanted to avoid it. Soon, Yun Mo will be the Villa Master. There is no need to avoid it, the old Villa Master said indifferently. Of course. However, this item requires the young Manor Lord's confirmation. Mo Yike said with a slight frown but immediately changed the topic. The old Villa Master saw Mo Yike take out a jade box and hand it to Yun Mo out of curiosity. Yun Mo presented the jade box to the old Villa Master. Open it and take a look, the old Villa Master said. Yes. Yun Mo slowly opened the jade box, and a golden light came out of it. Then, he saw a golden peach in the jade box. This peach looked very similar to the century lifespan immortality peach that Gu Hai obtained in the past. However, the bottom half of this peach was blood red. This is? Yun Mo asked, feeling confused. The century lifespan immortality peach. It comes from the innate puzzle world. Eating one can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. It can increase the old Villa Master's lifespan by 100 years. Mo Yike said with a smile. What? The century lifespan immortality peach? A lifespan immortality peach? Villa Master, you can increase your lifespan by 100 years. Yun Mo immediately showed joy on his face. However, the old Villa Master did not feel excited. Instead, his eyelids twitched wildly. The Luyang of Gojoseon obtained the century lifespan immortality peach tree? That's right. He just took it out of the innate puzzle world not long ago. However, someone had already plucked the century lifespan immortality peach tree at that time, leaving only the empty tree. His Highness spent a lot of effort to nurture 10 more. Right after he nurtured them, he got me to send them over, Mo Yike said with a smile. The old Villa Master shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Many thanks for His Highness's kind intentions. However, this humble one truly does not have the fortune to enjoy them. Huh! Mo Yike said, feeling confused. Villa Master? Yun Mo said anxiously. The old Villa Master shook his head slightly and said, There is more than one lifespan plant in the world. If this old man were to cast aside his pride and go and ask for more, I could get some. However, this old man never thought of that. Does Mr. Mo know why? The innate puzzle world opens once every 2 centuries. This old man could also go and ask for more. After all, this old man could be considered familiar with Old Man Guanxi in the past. However, I did not. Why is that? Mr. Mo asked, feeling confused. A lifespan plant steals the world's lifespan. That is too harmful. The century lifespan immortality peach tree only bears fruit once every century. However, the Luyang of Gojoseon managed to nurture new fruits in just a few months. Mr. Mo should know about this, right? The old Villa Master smiled bitterly. Mr. Mo frowned slightly. Villa Master, what's wrong with the lifespan plant? Why can't it be eaten? Yun Mo asked anxiously. The old Villa Master looked at Yun Mo and smiled bitterly. Do you know about the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the innate puzzle world? Do you know what the century lifespan immortality peach tree's nourishment is? Huh! Back then, in Old Man Guanxi's hands, the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots were planted in the netherworld. Do you know that? The tree is in the world of the living, and its roots are in the netherworld. However, the nourishment in the netherworld is Een souls. Do you know that? What are Een souls? They are Een souls that died an unnatural death. They are the Een soul's lifespan that they did not manage to use up in time. Do you know that? I heard that the old man Guanxi even asked someone called the Unborn Man to help him in the netherworld. Haha. Do you know how many Een souls are gathered in 1 century lifespan immortality peach? Do you think I can eat an immortality peach nourished by Een souls? A lifespan plant that uses Een souls as nourishment? That unborn man Guanxi will not have a good ending. This is the cycle of the heavens. It is not that retribution is not coming, but that it is not time yet, the old villa master explained. Yunemo felt slightly stunned. I am not even willing to eat that century lifespan immortality peach. Do you think I will eat this? Do you see the blood-red color on the bottom half of this century lifespan immortality peach? The Luyang of Gojoseon used living people as its nourishment, right? The old villa master suddenly looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike's eyelids twitched, but he did not say anything. Living people? Living people as nourishment for the century lifespan immortality peach? Yunemo exclaimed in shock. That's right. Directly taking away a living person's lifespan is too gory. Mr. Mo, you should put it away yourself. This old man cannot accept it, the old villa master said with a faint smile. Mr. Mo smiled bitterly and said, All right. Since the old villa master is not willing to accept it, then forget it. Mr. Mo, is there anything else? The old villa master looked at Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo looked at the old villa master and remained silent for a while. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, There is nothing else. I will take my leave as well. Yunemo, send Mr. Mo off. The old villa master said with a smile. Yes. Yunemo returned the century lifespan immortality peach. Mr. Mo bowed slightly and was slowly sent off by Yunemo. After the two left, the old villa master looked at Mr. Mo's departing figure and frowned. Sigh. What a shrewd Mr. Mo. I know you want to change the venue of the Guqin lecture conference, but the Silver Moon Villa doesn't want to get involved in your affairs. This time, the Guqin lecture conference must be held in the Silver Moon Sea. You can see my determination, but you won't mention it? Haha. I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing that Luyang of Gojoseon has a subordinate like you. The old villa master smiled bitterly. He picked up a small cloth at the side and gently wiped the almost rotting zither again. Silver Moon City, City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was on a huge floating island. There were many guards guarding it, and there was a group of large palaces above it. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing slowly walked out of a large hall. There were also some guards around them. Leader Long, Mr. Good, you have the wrong person. I have been living in Silver Moon City all these years. Leader Long's mother was killed in the Thousand Islands Sea. How would I know? Moreover, I am only in the Yuanying state. Leader Long won't suspect me, right? The city lord He Shikong smiled bitterly. No, I just have no clue. I remember that Uncle He used to go to my mother's zither recitals. My mother even asked me to call you Uncle He. That's why I want to see if Uncle He has any clues. Long Wanqing said dejectedly. He Shikong was stunned. Sadness flashed in his eyes as he said, Your mother? Haha, who would have thought that such a beautiful person would die? Sigh. Uncle He, are you feeling sad for my mother? But why? Long Wanqing opened her mouth and asked in confusion. Halfway through her sentence, Gu Hai pulled her back slightly. She looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai shook his head. Long Wanqing didn't say much and nodded. City Lord He, since you don't have any clues, that's fine. Sorry for disturbing you this time. Gu Hai said with a slight smile. Alright. City Lord He nodded. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing said goodbye and left the City Lord's mansion. Gu Hai, why did you interrupt me just now? I was just about to ask He Shikong why he didn't come to pay my respects to my mother. Long Wanqing asked curiously on the way. Don't ask. You won't get an answer. He Shikong is being watched. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Do you remember the guard not far from He-Shirkong? From the moment we entered the City Lord's mansion, he had been protecting City Lord He. Wherever we went, he followed us. We passed through 3 corridors and 2 halls. Furthermore, during the day, that guard was also standing by He-Shirkong's side when he came to my first zither pavilion to cause trouble. Gu Hai said. You remember that? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Since I suspected City Lord He, naturally, I paid more attention to the people around him. Gu Hai explained. It's all thanks to you. Long Wanqing said gratefully. City Lord He is being watched? How can that be? How are we going to continue investigating? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Do you remember the spirit from earlier? City Lord He also has a qualification notice. Perhaps we can ask him at Silver Moon Sea? Gu Hai suggested. Long Wanqing nodded. The two returned to Xiaoye Mountain Manor. Venerable Lunyan and Shangguanhen happened to return as well. Shangguanhen, how was your trip this time? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Your Majesty, we tracked them to Silver Moon Sea. There is Prime Xuanwu's head in Silver Moon Sea. An entire head. If I can obtain it, I can reach the Yuanying state, Shangguanhen said with some excitement. Silver Moon Sea again? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Yes. Furthermore, we also saw Sin Dragons. They are the Sin Dragons that young Master and brought to hunt Xuanwu in the Northern Sea. They are at Silver Moon Sea, blocking our path, Shangguanhen said with a frown. Chapter 201. Silver Moon City was a huge city near the sea. The vast sea lay to the northeast of the city. Gu Hai's group left the city and quickly headed for the vast sea on a flying ship. On the deck, Gu Hai, Shangguanhen, Long Wanqing, and Venerable Lunyan showed grave expressions. Mu Chenfeng felt confused at the side. Are we going to Silver Moon Sea? Mu Chenfeng asked out of curiosity. The zither recital is in a few days. Let's go and scout the terrain, Gu Hai said with a smile. That's true. Mu Chenfeng nodded. The flying ship moved very quickly, soon arriving at a vast sea region. Some islands dotted the sea region. It's over there, Silver Moon Sea. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor's sea is sealed, Long Wanqing said as she pointed to a nearby sea region. Everyone lowered their heads and looked. At this moment, many ships were already on the sea. Some cultivators even rode cranes, flying around. Huh? Many people are already here? Mu Chenfeng felt slightly stunned. They should be Silver Moon City's cultivators. When they heard that the zither recital was being held here, they came to watch. Furthermore, there are already several thousand people in the surroundings. I believe that not only are those with invitations here, but many of those without are also here to watch. Perhaps they might gain something unexpected, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded. In the past few days, I read the history of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. In the beginning, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor was not in the city. Instead, it was in this sea region. Back then, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's founder, Mr. Silver Moon, controlled this Silver Moon Sea. Back then, this sea region was filled with countless buildings and bustling with activity. Venerable Lunyan nodded and said, That's right. Actually, the Silver Moon Ocean is not very large. Speaking of which, it is about the size of your 9-5 island. Although the Silver Moon Mountain Manor moved to the mainland, the residence here has remained the same, north of the Silver Moon Ocean. Silver Moon Island. I heard that this is the place where Mr. Silver Moon comprehended the Tao. All the disciples of Silver Moon Villa would come here to forge their first harmonicas. The northern district of the Silver Moon Sea, Silver Moon Island? What about the south district? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lunyan. South side? There is a group of small islands in the south. However, they are just small islands. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor has never managed them, Venerable Lunyan explained. Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen smiled bitterly. A few days ago, we arrived at the southern district. We thought that there wouldn't be any obstacles, but we were wrong. Under the command of Long Wanqing, the flying boat slowly flew to the southern region of the Silver Moon Ocean. Flying high, hidden in the clouds, no Xiozha came here. The Xiozha that had come for the Zither teaching conference had all gone near Silver Moon Island in the north. Your Majesty, look. There are 3 small islands there, Shangguan Hen said with a frown as he pointed to the islands below. Gu Hai looked over. Indeed, there were 3 small islands. However, clouds shrouded them, preventing him from seeing what was inside. Originally, Venerable Lunyan and I thought that these were ordinary desolate islands. However, when we got closer, we discovered that they were not desolate islands. A large army is stationed on these 3 small islands. Venerable Lunyan said that these are City Lord He's subordinate armies, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Oh! Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lunyan. Venerable Lunyan smiled bitterly and said, back then, countless people pursued Long Xiaoya, including this humble monk and that he Shirkong. Naturally, I researched my competitors. I am sure that those soldiers are he Shirkong's trusted subordinate. Gu Hai nodded. Screech. Suddenly, a red-crowned crane carrying a Xiozha flew past this place. Whoosh. Suddenly, 3 arrows shot out from one of the small islands. Screech. The crane let out a miserable shriek as it was killed on the spot. What? The person on the crane immediately exclaimed. Take him down. A flock of cranes immediately charged out of the island, carrying 10-odd soldiers into the sky. What? Who are you? I am just passing by. That person cried out as he fell. With the crane shot dead, that person had not reached the Yuanying state yet, so he could only fall and flee. In his horror, that person tried to dive into the sea below, preparing to escape by diving. Roar! Suddenly, a huge white dragon head appeared in the center of the 3 islands. Whoosh! The dragon head swallowed up that falling cultivator in one gulp. When the soldiers riding the cranes saw that the matter was resolved, they quickly returned to the 3 islands. Gasp! How can it be like this? Why would he Shirkong's army harm the innocent? They are just passing by and they want to kill all of us? Mu Chenfeng said in shock. Indeed, it is a sin dragon. Long Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. After Venerable Lunyan and I saw the army, we sneaked into the sea. However, the sin dragon discovered us the moment we entered the sea. Fortunately, Venerable Lunyan was there, so we managed to escape, Shangguan Hen said with an unsightly expression. What are you doing here? Mu Chenfeng asked in shock as she goggled. However, Shangguan Hen ignored her. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty, I sensed it here. That's right. What is the use of this snake head? Gu Hai asked with a frown. He Shirkong's army was stationed here, and Luyang of Gojoseon's Sin Dragon was guarding. What exactly was below? Was it just for the snake head? The snake head is poisonous and can dissolve most seals, Shangguan Hen explained. What snake head? It can dissolve seals? Mu Chenfeng stared at him in confusion. However, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lunyan knew that this was Prime Xuanwu's snake head. As for why Shangguan Hen wanted it, the two did not know. The flying ship hid among the white clouds. The troops stationed on the 3 islands below did not know. However, in the deep sea, dozens of 150-meter-long dragons circled around a huge ocean valley. Each dragon had a sin symbol on its head. The largest of the black dragons, which was 250 meter long, originally circled around a huge rock at the bottom of the sea, resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, the black dragon opened its eyes. The surrounding water rippled. Again? Humph! The black dragon said coldly as it narrowed its eyes. The 3 of you come with me. The black dragon said coldly. Boom! The 4 dragons suddenly charged towards the surface of the sea, soaring into the sky with a ferocious aura. High in the sky above the sea, Mu Chenfeng glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, what's going on? Aren't we scouting for the Zither Imparting Conference? What's going on with the snake head and the Sin Dragon? Why do I feel that you are here for some lousy snake head? Gu Hai ignored Mu Chenfeng. Instead, he looked at the surrounding sea and said with a frown, "Perhaps this Zither Imparting Conference is not that simple." Mu Chenfeng said, feeling confused. Venerable Lun Yen nodded and said, "That's right. Of all the places for the Zither Imparting Conference, he chose this sea region. The old Manor Lord definitely has other intentions." Perhaps. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the sea below. Suddenly the sea surged. Huh! Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom! Suddenly, a black figure soared into the sky, charging at the flying ship. The colossal black figure carried a strong aura, forming a huge storm as it charged at the flying ship. "Oh no! It's a Sin Dragon!" Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Roar! A dragon roar rang out, and a tail suddenly whipped the flying ship. Buzz! Suddenly, countless ritual arrays appeared on the flying ship. Even so, the dragon tail was too strong. In an instant, the flying ship was flung far away. Ah! Mu Chenfeng's expression changed dramatically. Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen quickly grabbed the railing. Long Wanqing stabilized herself. Venerable Lun Yen instantly charged out of the ritual array and threw a palm strike at the dragon tail. Evil creature! Under the huge manifested palm strike, the dragon tail trembled slightly but did not injure it much. Boom! The flying ship landed on the surface of the sea not far away. 3 Sin Dragons immediately broke out of the sea and encased the flying ship. As Venerable Lun Yen stood in front of the flying ship, he looked at the largest black dragon in shock. Ghost Face! Gu Hai's face sank. Ghost Face was the leader of the dragons when they hunted Xuanwu in the Northern Sea. He fought with Miao Chen for a while. Before he left, young Master An called out his name. I was wondering who it was. So, it is Venerable Lun Yen. And this group of elite hall members? Ghost Face showed a cold smile. The colossal dragon head revealed a ferocious expression. Although the flying ship was large, the colossal dragons were also colossal. The 4 giant dragons trapped the flying ship in the center, blocking all paths of escape. Sin Dragon Ghostface, how dare you attack my flying ship? Are you trying to rebel? Long Wanqing glared. Ha 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 ha. Rebel? Hall Master Long, you are overreacting. Why would I rebel? This is just a personal grudge. Don't elevate it so much. Furthermore, you should not have come to the Silver Moon Sea. Since you are here, you can forget about leaving. Ghostface sneered. Roar! 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 The other 3 colossal dragons roared. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. The moment the celestial body phenomenon appeared, a torrential rain poured down. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed in horror, "How can it be like this? Why are you surrounding and attacking us? We are just passing by." Division Master Mu, it looks like my guess came true. The Silver Moon Sea is indeed problematic, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile at the side. Buzz! Venerable Lun Yen stretched out his hand and waved. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads immediately enlarged, looking like 18 huge, circular mountains surrounding them. Gu Hai Hall Master, you go first. I'll block them. Venerable Lun Yen called out. All right. Long Wanqing answered with a nod. Boundless Buddhist Sea. Venerable Lun Yen waved his right hand. Buzz! The 18 Buddhist prayer beads carried an overwhelming ferocious aura as they charged at the 4 colossal dragons. Humph! Venerable Lun Yen? I have long heard of your great name. Unfortunately, you are the same as me, just from the Yuanying state. It is enough for me to block you. Capture this flying ship for me. Roar! Ghost Face roared. Boom! As the dragon swung its tail, 18 lightning bolts in the sky obeyed, charging at the 18 Buddhist prayer bead. Ghost Face charged at Venerable Lun Yen. Control the flying ship and leave quickly. Long Wanqing shouted. Just at this moment, a red dragon's tail instantly coiled around the flying ship's ritual array, preventing it from leaving. Roar! The 3 dragon heads immediately spat out a storm of ice cones, crashing into the ritual array on the flying ship. Rumble! The flying ship's ritual array shook violently. Furthermore, the red dragon pulled, instantly dragging the entire flying ship to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 202. Roar! The red dragon let out an excited roar. If the flying boat was dragged into the sea, it would be useless. Long Wanqing and Mu Chenfeng's expressions changed. Would origin break? A wooden staff suddenly appeared in Mu Chenfeng's hand. She extended the wooden staff, and a towering tree suddenly grew out. The tree crashed into a white dragon. Boom! It hit the white dragon's mouth. Woo woo! The white dragon cried out in pain. It turned its head and clawed at the tree viciously. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the towering tree was torn into pieces. Roar! The white dragon roared and clawed at the array formation on the flying boat. It looked at Mu Chenfeng fiercely. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. Oh no, these flood dragons are at the 3rd nascent realm. They are stronger than me. The 3rd nascent realm was the condensation of the 3rd nascent soul. Their strength was similar to the Baxia Yao Zhengtian of the Thousand Islands Sea. Slash! Long Wanqing slashed with her sword. Boom! The red dragon was in pain. It immediately opened its mouth and bit Long Wanqing's sword. Suddenly, Long Wanqing's sword was unable to move. Gu Hai, do something! Long Wanqing said anxiously. Mu Chenfeng looked like she was about to cry. It's useless. Gu Hai is only at the Golden Core realm. These dragons are at the 3rd nascent realm. They are stronger than me. It's over. What do we do? There are more dragons swimming over. No, how can this be? Shangguanhen, help the hall master's servant control the flying boat. Prepare to charge out. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Shangguanhen immediately rushed to a spot not far away. Long Wanqing screamed, and the long sword in her hand immediately shattered. Gu Hai, quick! Long Wanqing said anxiously. Mu Chenfeng was extremely depressed. He's only at the Golden Core realm. What can he do? Mu Chenfeng showed a look of despair. She did not believe that Gu Hai would be of any use. At this moment, Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out a large black seal. Suppress! Gu Hai shouted. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal flew out and suddenly enlarged into the size of a small mountain, slamming into one of the blue dragons biting the formation. The blue dragon let out a disdainful roar. Lan Long had heard it clearly. This was only a Golden Core realm cultivator. A Golden Core realm brat dared to be impudent in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The blue dragon instantly softened. Mu Chenfeng and the other 2 giant dragons' eyes almost popped out of their sockets, because the blue dragon's head was smashed into a pile of minced meat by the black seal. What? Mu Chenfeng was in disbelief. This giant dragon that she could not do anything to was smashed to death by Gu Hai's stone? The red dragon and white dragon also widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. What's going on? The red dragon said in surprise. Xiaolan is an idiot. He didn't use his magic power and wanted to use his scalp to fight with that stone. He's crazy. That's a magic weapon. The white dragon roared. Let's go. Shangguanhen shouted. Boom. Suddenly, the flying boat broke through the shackles and shot out while the 2 dragons were in a daze. Where do you think you're going? You want to outrun us in the sea? You want to run after killing Xiaolan? Roar. The 2 dragons roared and instantly approached. Suppress! Gu Hai shouted coldly. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal flew out again and turned into a huge mountain, crashing towards the red dragon at the front. The red dragon roared ferociously. Suddenly, its body was covered with red light. Magic power surged into its body and it crashed into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Hong! A loud sound rang out as the huge collision kicked up towering wave. With the magic power pouring into the red dragon's body, the red dragon's head did not get crushed. However, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal was too strong. Ong! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Hong! The suppressive force soared again. The dragon vein's power was not something that the insignificant dragon race could compare to. Even the weak dragon vein was not something that the dragon race could compare to. The huge force instantly shattered the red dragon's magic energy barrier. Boom! Crack! The red dragon's horn instantly shattered. Blarg! The red dragon vomited a mouthful of blood as it retreated in horror. Boom! The red dragon and white dragon immediately went flying. Whoosh! When Gu Hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, the flying boat suddenly broke through the sea. Dark clouds covered the sky. Venerable Lunyan fought Gui Chen not far away. Bastards! Gui Chen immediately showed rage in his eyes when he saw the flying boat escape. Ha ha! Quickly leave. You all! Venerable Lunyan finally relaxed. Whoosh! The flying boat quickly shot into the distance. Ong! 5 huge dragons suddenly charged out of the sea. In the sea, the flying boat was not as fast as the dragons. However, in the sky, the flying boat moved astonishingly fast, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. Ong! 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 A series of furious dragon roars rang out, showing unwillingness amid the rage. The dragons could not catch up to Gu Hai's flying boat. So, they suddenly turned around and headed for Venerable Lunyan. Rumble! Dark clouds covered the sky. A huge battle could erupt at any moment. Gu Hai's group quickly left, not lingering. After a while, they charged out of the Silver Moon Sea and returned to a mountain peak on land. This was the place they had agreed on earlier. If anything happened, they would gather here. Long Wanqing looked at the distant sea anxiously. However, Gu Hai showed a grave expression. Shangguan Hen stood at the side, and Long Wanqing's 3 servants stood behind him. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Is this Gu Hai really a golden core realm cultivator? What was that earlier thing? It was so horrifying. Also, why are there so many ferocious evil dragons in the Silver Moon Sea? Why are they trying to silence us without distinguishing right from wrong? Why is the Zither Teaching Conference being held there? Mu Chenfeng showed an extremely unsightly expression as she entered deep thought. 4 hours later, whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shot over from the distance. Whoosh! Venerable Lunyan had returned. However, he cut a sorry state at this moment. There was some blood on his body, and there was a scratch on his face. Venerable, are you all right? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Venerable Lunyan smiled bitterly and said, I'm fine. The blood on my body is not mine but a red dragon's. My face is just slightly injured. Ghost Face is really incredible. He actually condensed 5 nascent souls. Furthermore, he did it at sea. If not for my secret recipe, I would have died here. It's good that you are fine. Gu Hai frowned slightly. How can this be? Have these Sin dragons gone crazy? Why are they attacking even us? Mu Chenfeng asked worriedly. There might be something important under the sea, Gu Hai said with a frown. In that case, why did the Old Manor Lord choose to hold the Zither Teaching Conference in the Silver Moon Sea? Based on what you said, there should be many Sin dragons at the bottom of the sea? Mu Chenfeng asked, feeling confused. At least 50. Long Wanqing said with certainty. Ah? How did Hall Master know? Mu Chenfeng said in shock. Because we met not long ago. Long Wanqing explained. Mu Chenfeng. What if the group of Sin dragons comes during the Zither Teaching Conference? Mu Chenfeng asked, feeling confused. Everyone fell silent. That is so dangerous. That is so dangerous. In that case, I will not participate. I will not participate in the Zither Teaching Conference. Mu Chenfeng suddenly said with an unsightly expression. Do you still want to participate? You are courting death. That group of sin dragons. Mu Chenfeng glared at everyone. I want to track down my mother's murderer. I must go, Long Wanqing said firmly. After all, they already had a clue. It was City Lord He. However, the only chance to communicate with City Lord He normally was at the Zither teaching conference. Hall Master, but it is too dangerous there. There are 50 sin dragons. They don't care about your identity at all. Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. Long Wanqing shook her head and said, It is okay. We will be careful. Chief Mu, are you coming with us? Mu Chenfeng. After a moment of silence, Mu Chenfeng shook her head and said, No, Hall Master, I will not participate. I will wait for your news in the city. The Silver Moon Sea is too dangerous. Long Wanqing frowned and said with a bitter smile. If that is the case, then forget it. I will go with Master. Mu Chenfeng did not say anything. Gu Hai, what about you? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen and said with a smile, How can I not go? The snake head I need is there. Snake head? Gu Hai, you still want that snake head? Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai and said in surprise. Was Gu Hai courting death? Although they were saved by the royal seal, it was still very dangerous. Moreover, there were only 2 or 3 sin dragons. Now, there were dozens of sin dragons. Gu Hai still dared to go? Chief Mu, since you are not going, do you want the invitation? Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng's expression froze, but she still slowly took out the invitation. As Mu Chenfeng held on to the qualification invitation, his eyes flashed with unwillingness. Gu Hai casually tossed out something that he had not been able to obtain after so much effort. Now that he had obtained the qualification invitation, he had to give it up because of his cowardice? Haha. Never mind. My Zither Dao is not that good. I will just be accompanying the guests if I go. I will give it to you. Mu Chenfeng handed over the invitation. However, she felt disappointed in her heart. It was not just because she had lost the invitation but also because she had shrunk back. It was like she had left the circle of this group of people. No one said anything. However, Mu Chenfeng felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Gu Hai received the invitation and handed it to Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai, you gave it to Shangguan Hen. What about you? The old manor lord gave you 2 invitation cards. He gave one to Venerable Lunyan and the other to me. You don't have one now? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. It's fine as long as you can enter. As for me? I think the Silver Moon Mountain Manors people should have recognized me long ago. The old manor lord personally sent the young manor lord to deliver the invitation cards to me twice. I believe that I can enter regardless of whether I have the invitation card or not. Huh? Right. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, the soldiers on the 3 islands are still fine. Their cultivation is not high. However, there is a group of dragons guarding the bottom of the sea. How are we going to deal with them? Shangguan Hen asked somewhat worriedly. They are guarding the bottom of the sea? In that case, think of a way to fish them out. Let's take it slow. There will be a way. Gu Hai said after a deep breath. Fish them out? Do you think you are fishing? You want to fish out this group of dragons? Gu Hai, are you crazy? Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai smiled faintly but did not explain. Gu Hai had an idea in his heart. However, he could not say it. Chapter 203. Venerable Lunyan, we were hiding in the clouds earlier. How did that huge dragon ghost mask discover us in an instant? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lunyan curiously. It is because of me and Shangguan Hen. Although we managed to avoid the dragons after we left, the ghost mask left a trace of the dragon's fragrance on us. It was very faint, so we did not pay much attention to it. However, ghosts are very clear about this and instantly discovered us. However, don't worry. I have a way to get rid of the dragon's fragrance on me. It won't happen again, Venerable Lun Yen said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded and said, That's good. Let's return to the city first. I need to prepare some things to fish for dragons. At the side, Mu Chunfeng and the others revealed puzzled expressions. Everyone returned to the city. Although Mu Chunfeng was no longer participating in the zither recital, he was extremely curious about Gu Hai's so-called dragon fishing. He had been paying close attention to it. Gu Hai did not hide anything from him. After returning, Xiao Chen bought 2 things in bulk: cuttlefish and lotus roots. When Mu Chunfeng saw piles of cuttlefish and lotus roots being delivered to Gu Hai, he appeared confused. Cuttlefish? Lotus roots? Dragons do not like to eat cuttlefish, much less lotus root. How do I fish for them? Although Mu Chunfeng was filled with curiosity, he was too embarrassed to ask. He had already avoided it. How could he have the face to ask? Ha! Mu Chunfeng sighed softly. On a floating island in a manor in Silver Moon City, Mo Yike sat in front of a desk in a small courtyard as documents were delivered to him. The manager, Jiang Tianyi, stood respectfully at the side. Although he had lost the number 1 zither pavilion, Mo Yike did not punish him too much. After all, Jiang Tianyi still had some talent. Is there news? Mo Yike asked sullenly. Yes, Mr. Mo. Everyone in the city has been searching everywhere and finally found out about that group of people. The leader seemed to be called Sima Changkong. You were the first to buy Gu Hai's piano. Jiang Tianyi said respectfully. Sima Changkong? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Mr. Mo knows him? Jiang Tianyi asked, confused. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and said, How could I not know? The leader of this generation of the Sima family, he actually came to Silver Moon City to investigate? It looks like the situation is a bit of a headache. Does he have the qualification card for the Guqin conference? Yes. Yes? No wonder the old manor lord held the Guqin recital conference in the Silver Moon Sea. So that's why. Old manor master, you really put in a lot of effort to protect Silver Moon Villa. Mo Yike's face darkened. Solemnly, Jiang Tianyi asked, Sir, do you want to take down Sima Changkong secretly? No need. You might not be able to take him down. Also, with his ability, if he were to hide, you wouldn't be able to get any information about him. But you found him? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Sima Changkong exposed himself on purpose? Why? There's no reason. Sima Changkong is in the light, but there must be someone else in the dark. Even if we catch Sima Changkong, the other people in the dark can't do anything about it. But why did he expose himself? He's showing me his sword. He's forcing me to not meet him face to face. Wherever he goes, I have to avoid him. If he wants to investigate something, I'm not allowed to stop him. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Why? Because he's the king's representative, and I'm the minister's representative. The king and minister's identities have to be clear. Otherwise, it's disrespectful. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Can we pretend not to know? Pretend not to know? You think too easily. He's reminding me and forcing me to avoid him. He's pretending not to know, but if I don't know what's good for me and barge in, he'll tear apart this disguise and use the king's order against me. Do you think I should respect him or not? Mo Yike said in a low voice. Jiang Tianyi's face darkened. He has people in the light or in the dark entering the Silver Moon Ocean. It's the same for our people. I won't go to the zither-giving conference this time, Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. Inform Ghostface that the dragons are dormant. During the zither-giving conference, no one is allowed to come out of the ocean. The Silver Moon Ocean is huge. As long as they don't stir up trouble in that place, it's hard to find them, Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The zither-giving conference officially began. At this moment, a large number of Xiozha had gathered around the Silver Moon Ocean. Although many Shioja could not participate, they still held on to a sliver of hope. North of the Silver Moon Ocean, Silver Moon Island. At this moment the fog spread. Many cranes carried the Shioja who obtained the invitation cards over. At the entrance of the island, one needed to be certified to enter. Long Wanqing, Shangguanhen, and Venerable Lunyan had already entered. Only Gu Hai arrived late, arriving at the entrance. The moment Gu Hai arrived, some of the nearby zither masters recognized him. Mr. Good. Great Master Gu. Everyone greeted him. Gu Hai returned the greetings. Some of the people who had not seen Gu Hai before looked at him curiously. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples stood guard at the entrance of the ritual array. When they saw the crowd greet Gu Hai, they knew that it was Gu Hai. After all, how could the Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples not recognize someone that even the old manor lord respected? Furthermore, they all looked at Gu Hai with friendly gazes. When everyone showed their invitation cards and entered the ritual array, Gu Hai said solemnly, "Greetings, Silver Moon Mountain Manor's fellow Taoists. Many thanks to the old manor lord for allowing me to participate in the Zither imparting conference. How is the old manor lord doing now?" When others came, they all asked about the heaven-grade Zither Gauchen. Was Gauchen here? Only Gu Hai did not ask about Gauchen. Instead, he asked about the old manor lord's health. This immediately won him a good impression of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples. "Manor Lord, how are you doing? You often mention Mr. Good's canon and pathetique. Today, Manor Lord will definitely be happy that Mr. Good is here," a Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciple said with a smile. "Right. That's good." Gu Hai nodded. Then, he followed the crowd into the inner area. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples did not check Gu Hai's invitation card and allowed Gu Hai to enter. "Stop right there." Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Huh!" Everyone looked over. Then, they saw Fairy Wanner slowly walking over. When the Zither Masters saw Fairy Wanner, they all frowned. Discomfort flashed in their eyes. "Gu Hai, he did not show his invitation card, and you let him in?" Fairy Wanner shouted as she pointed at Gu Hai. "Huh!" Everyone looked at Fairy Wanner in confusion. "I have been here for a long time. Earlier, a monk and an elite hall master took Gu Hai's invitation card and entered. Each invitation card had a different mark. I saw it clearly. Gu Hai did not have an invitation card, and you let him in so openly?" Fairy Wanner said coldly. "How can Great Master Gu not have an invitation card?" "That's right. Which, don't speak nonsense." The Zither Masters immediately defended Gu Hai and shouted angrily. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples frowned slightly. Just as they were about to speak, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, "Fairy Wanner? Unexpectedly, we meet again." "Humph!" Fairy Wanner snorted coldly. "Fairy Wanner, do you think that I, Gu Hai, am not qualified to enter?" Gu Hai asked Fairy Wanner with a smile. "Of course, you are not qualified. You can't even play the zither. You do not have an invitation card. Why should I let you in? You do not have the zither. You can fool others, but you cannot fool me. I have seen through you long ago." Fairy Wanner shouted. Fairy Wanner was telling the truth. With her sharp insight, Fairy Wanner had already seen that Gu Hai did not have the zither. She had completely vented the resentment of her last defeat. Last time Gu Hai embarrassed her. She also embarrassed Gu Hai once. Everyone looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. "Ha ha 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 ha, Fairy Wanner, this is not a joke. I know you are resentful because you lost to me last time, but can't you find a better reason? Do you think everyone will believe your reason?" "Ah." Gu Hai laughed in a carefree manner. Everyone was slightly stunned. "That's right. Which your excuse is too lousy. Master Gu does not have the zither. Are you kidding? If he does not, how could you lose to Master Gu? That's right. If Master Gu does not have the zither, I will eat my harmonica. You don't even know how to lie. Which is your IQ so low?" Everyone immediately scolded. Fairy Wanner was about to vomit blood. You bunch of blind people. You can't see it yourself. Why are you blindly making a fuss? Gu Hai spoke again at the right time. Fairy Wanner, I know you want Gauchen, but please use the proper method. The old manor master will make a fair decision. What's the point of using this crooked method? So the witch is afraid of Gu Hai. That's why she slandered Gu Hai. So it's because of Gauchen? How insidious, witch! The group of zither players immediately scolded Fairy Wanner again. Fairy Wanner felt wronged. I'm telling the truth, okay? At this time, a disciple of the Silver Moon Villa frowned and said, Fairy Wanner, last time you plotted to kill the whole city, the manor master made an exception and gave you the qualification card. I hope you cherish it. Obviously, the disciple of the Silver Moon Villa could not stand Fairy Wanner's unscrupulous means to get Gauchen. Mr. Good, please come in. Another disciple of the Silver Moon Villa led the way for Gu Hai directly. Fairy Wanner was stunned to see Gu Hai enter the formation. She was constantly scolded by a group of people. She suddenly stamped her foot angrily and said, Gu Hai, I'm not done with you. Gu Hai walked in without any psychological burden. He was not angry with Fairy Wanner. Although what she said was true, she should be very angry at this moment. On a huge square, Gu Hai met with Long Wanqing and others. There were a large number of zither players in 2s and 3s. They were chatting with each other. There was a thatched hut in the north of the square. A large number of disciples of the Silver Moon Villa stood outside the hut. Yunemo also stood respectfully outside the hut, as if he was guarding the hut. Gauchen is in this hut? I haven't seen a heaven-level zither before. I wonder what it looks like. The old manor master is also in the hut, right? There was a lot of discussion around. Gu Hai and others were looking for Castellan He Shirkong is not here yet. Long Wanqing shook her head. Chapter 204. Silver Moon Island, Silver Moon Sea. At the large plaza. The plaza was a large lawn. After the various zither players exchanged some pleasantries, they sat down cross-legged on the lawn and looked at the small thatched cottage not far away. Gu Hai's group also found a place to sit down. One zither player after another entered the large grassy plaza. They're here. Long Wanqing frowned. Oh! Gu Hai, Venerable Lunyan, and Shangguan Hen looked over with a frown. They saw City Lord He Shirkong enter the plaza. However, young Master An and Fong Mingho, who carried a golden saber on his back, were beside He Shirkong. Young Master An is at the side. He will interact with City Lord He later, Venerable Lunyan said softly. Long Wanqing nodded. Not far away, young Master An and the other two entered and immediately saw Gu Hai's group. When young Master An saw Gu Hai, depression flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly. Is young Master An's zither Dao very strong as well? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. Not at all. He is qualified to come because of his identity as the grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon. City Lord He is also here because of his identity. He might be able to play the zither, but it will definitely be very weak, Long Wanqing said, shaking her head. Gu Hai nodded. City Lord He, young Master An, and the others took their seats. Fewer people entered after them. At this moment, a white-clad man slowly walked over. Mr. Good is already here? Greetings, Mr. Good, the white-clad man said with a smile. Gu Hai immediately recognized this person. This was Sima Chongkong, the first person to buy his piano. So, it is Mr. Sima, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Greetings, Hall Master Long greetings, Venerable Lunyan. Long time no see. Sima Chongkong said with a faint smile. You are. Long Wanqing felt slightly confused. Venerable Lunyan's expression suddenly changed. It's you, Sima Chongkong? Venerable Lunyan, I am on official business. I hope that you will not reveal my identity, Sima Chongkong said with a smile as he looked at Venerable Lunyan. Venerable Lunyan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the end, he nodded. Then I'll go over there first. Good luck to all of you. Sima Chongkong smiled. All right. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. After Sima Chongkong walked away, Long Wanqing asked curiously, Master Lun Yen, do you know Mr. Sima? Venerable Lun Yen frowned slightly and said, the person who nearly became the top scorer in the previous exam. Me? The champion of the Deqian Celestial Empire? Long Wanqing asked in surprise. Just a little. Back then, his writing suppressed all the other examinees. All the examiners thought that he would definitely become the top scorer in that exam. Unfortunately, he wrote something during the palace examination, which angered His Holiness. Hence, His Holiness chased him out of the examination hall. Hence, he did not become the top scorer in the end, Venerable Lun Yen explained. However, he was still a provincial scholar. Although he was chased out of the examination hall, he still holds a position in the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, he is not as impressive as the top scorer. He is not someone to be trifled with, Venerable Lun Yen said with a frown. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Sima Chongkong, who was not far away. He nearly became the Deqian Celestial Empire's top scorer? Just as Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen, he suddenly felt a murderous intent envelop him. Gu Hai turned his head and saw Fairy Wan sitting in a corner not far away. She was looking at him coldly as if she wanted to tear him apart. Fairy Wan Gu Hai smiled faintly in that direction. Xiao Chen's friendly smile turned into mockery in Fairy Wan-er's eyes. Humph! Gu Hai, I will teach you a lesson. I will expose you. Liar! You do not have the state of the Zither Tao, yet you are still pretending. Liar! Humph! Fairy Wan muttered to herself. Clang! A soft sound suddenly came from the small thatched cottage not far away. Everyone's expressions suddenly turned solemn. They stopped talking and looked at the nearby thatched cottage. Fellow Taoists who are not here to participate in the Zither Impartation Conference, the Silver Moon Sea will be sealed off soon. If you do not leave now, you will not be able to leave for a while. The seal will only be lifted after the Zither Impartation Conference ends. An aged voice came from the thatched cottage. This voice immediately spread to the surroundings of Silver Moon Island. Then, it quickly spread throughout the Silver Moon Sea. At this moment, many cultivators were watching from the surrounding islands around Silver Moon Island. When they heard the old Manor Lord's voice, they all frowned. Then, determination flashed in their eyes, unwilling to leave. Creak! The door of the thatched cottage slowly opened. From inside, an old man in white slowly walked out. He walked very slowly. His face was covered with age spots, and his hair was withered. Yun Mo immediately went forward and supported the old man. Greetings, Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa. Greetings, Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa. All the Zither players said respectfully. The old Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa? Supported by Yun Mo, the old Manor Lord walked to the door quietly. He slowly sat down cross-legged on the lawn. He stroked a guqin that was about to decay in his hand. After looking at the surrounding people, he suddenly saw Gu Hai and recognized him with one glance. Mr. Good, I like your cannon very much. The old Manor Lord looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Gu Hai is ashamed. As long as the Manor Lord likes it, Gu Hai said with a smile. I am old, so I like to listen to different tunes. Ha ha. The old Manor Lord smiled slightly. Everyone quieted down. The disciples of Silver Moon Villa sat beside the old Manor Lord. The old Manor Lord looked at the people around him and took a deep breath. Everyone, I'm old and my time is almost up. After this Guqin conference I may pass away. I have a request for all of you. Go ahead, Manor Lord. Everyone said one after another. This is the young Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa, Yun Mo. He is the descendant of Mr. Silver Moon's bloodline. When I am gone, I hope all of you can take care of him. When I am about to pass away, I can't let go of Yun Mo's sigh. The old Manor Lord sighed slightly. Manor Lord. You will be fine. Yun Mo's nose twitched and his eyes turned red. Rest assured, Manor Lord. As long as the young Manor Lord doesn't give up, we will do our best to help you. Rest assured, Manor Lord. Young Manor Lord Yun Mo's business is our business. Everyone nodded. The old Manor Lord smiled and nodded. All right. I invited all of you here today to decide the ownership of the last sky-grade zither of Silver Moon Villa, Gauchen. Gauchen is one of Mr. Silver Moon's best works. I am useless in this life, and I can't make a sky-grade zither. However, the young Manor Lord Yunemo is different. Although he is not as good at music, he is better than me at making zither. Maybe one day, he can reach Mr. Silver Moon's level and make another sky-grade zither. Oh! The eyes of the zither around suddenly lit up. Yunemo? Previously, no one paid attention to him. Under the glory of the old Manor Lord, Yunemo was very dim. However, if he could make a sky-grade zither, it would be different. Today, it was fine if they got the Gauchen. If they couldn't get it, if they befriended Yunemo, would they? Don't worry, Manor Lord. With us here, no one will bully Silver Moon Villa. Yes, if young Manor Lord Yunemo needs anything, just call me. Everyone looked at Yunemo with fervent gazes. However, Yunemo didn't look at anyone. Instead, he looked at the old Manor Lord with red eyes. The old Manor Lord looked at the 600 zither around him, and smiled. Some of you are from the Deqian Celestial Empire, and some are from other places. You all came for Gauchen, so I won't waste any more time. It's time for Gauchen to meet you all. After the old Manor Lord finished speaking, the disciples of Silver Moon Villa quickly stood up and waved their hands. They opened the thatched hut instantly. They placed the dismantled hut not far away, revealing a round altar in the middle. The altar was placed in the thatched hut. A sky-grade zither. Where is Gauchen? Some of the zither asked blankly. A faint blue light was shining on the altar not far away. The blue light surged into a man in purple on the altar. The man in purple had a jade-like face. He looked like an ordinary young man. His eyebrows were raised, and he had an extraordinary murderous aura. In between his eyebrows, there was a golden birthmark shaped like a sky thunder. The murderous aura in between his eyebrows was even more threatening. Light breathing sounds came from the man in purple. He sat there quietly, as if he was adjusting his breath or sleeping. He didn't move. Apart from this man in purple, there was nothing else. Where is the sky-grade zither? Where is Gauchen? Everyone looked at the old Manor Lord blankly. The old Manor Lord smiled and said, "This is the sky-grade zither made by Mr. Silvermoon, Gauchen." All the cultivators were slightly stunned. What do you mean? Where is the zither? Why don't I see it? Yes, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is this zither transparent? Could it be transparent in front of the man in purple? Everyone was at a loss. Not far away, Fairy Wan Sima Chongkong, and the other zither were extremely quiet. They stared at the man in purple in front of them. This is Gauchen? Sima Chongkong said in shock. Where? Everyone looked at Sima Chongkong. It's him. This man in purple is Gauchen? Sima Chongkong said in shock. Everyone was stunned. This person is a zither? Is this a joke? That's right. This is the sky-grade zither, Gauchen, that Mr. Silvermoon said he made. This is its appearance. Solemnly, the old Manor Lord said. Making a person? A person Mr. Silvermoon made? The zither Tao can create souls. Is Mr. Silvermoon trying to create a person? Someone asked in shock. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The old Manor Lord smiled and said, "It's not a person yet. It's just a sky-grade zither. This is its appearance. However, as you said, it has a soul. It's just temporarily separated. When the soul is poured in, it will be the time to unseal this sky-grade zither." Everyone suddenly fell silent. Gu Hai looked at the man in purple who was adjusting his breath on the altar. How could he have thought that it was a zither? Gauchen? Gu Hai had thought of many forms before, but he never thought that Gauchen would look like this. It was actually in the shape of a person? Is this still a zither? Chapter 205. The human-shaped zither, the Gauchen. Is this a heaven-grade zither? However, how does it work? The old manor master smiled faintly and said, "Everyone has seen it. Wait until I open the sea-sealing barrier. Then, I will show you the power of the Gauchen." The old manor master gently played the nearly decaying zither in his hand. Ding, 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 ding. Silver Moon Island suddenly trembled, and the surrounding seawater surged. Boom! The fog array on Silver Moon Island suddenly left the island and soared into the sky. It turned into a white cloud and flew into the sky. Everyone showed confused expressions. Isn't this Silver Moon Island's protective array? Why did it leave Silver Moon Island? On the distant island, countless cultivators saw this scene. Without the fog, they could even see Gu Hai and the other zither masters from afar. Ding, ding, ding. The old manor master continued playing the zither. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the fog array high in the sky. Swish, swish. In an instant, it was as if strings of zither strings had appeared and shot to the borders of the Silver Moon Sea, connecting from the sky to the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Roaring sounds came from the surrounding seas. Like the ribs of a huge umbrella, they covered the entire Silver Moon Island. 1. Between the strings of the zither, streaks of blue energy suddenly appeared and connected into one. From afar, it looked like a huge blue dome covered the entire Silver Moon Island. What a huge array! Is this Silver Moon Island's protective array? A zither array? Many people were shocked. The array formation was so huge that it was even bigger than Silver Moon City's city defense array. Some of the cultivators near it punched. Boom! In an instant, they were knocked back by the sea-sealing barrier and fell into the sea. This is a sound wave barrier? Fairy Wan said with a slight frown. Sound waves? The group of zither masters goggled. The old manor master smiled faintly and said, "That's right. This is a high-frequency sound wave barrier. It is mainly used to block sound. Of course, the cultivators of the Yuanying state can't break it either. This was left behind by Mr. Silvermoon." Seal the sea? Old Manor Lord, why did you seal the sea? Is it related to displaying Gauchen? Sima Chongkong was confused. The Manor Lord smiled and nodded. Everyone looked at the Old Manor Lord in confusion. Yunemo, Old Manor Lord said indifferently. Yes. Yunemo nodded and walked behind Gauchen. Everyone looked at Yunemo. He saw Yunemo reach out and touch the back of Gauchen's head, as if he was communicating with Gauchen. Buzz. Gauchen suddenly opened his eyes. A murderous aura rushed out. Everyone's expression changed. Yunemo looked at everyone, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Everyone, the fact that you're able to make it this time means that you're the strongest Guqin masters. Here, I will bind a strand of the Gauchen's intent into your bodies through the Gauchen. Only those who possess the Gauchen's intent will have the qualifications to compete for the Gauchen. Oh! Everyone was confused. Gauchen extended his right hand, and 600 zither strings appeared and shot toward all the zither masters. Everyone's expression changed. Walla lala. The 600 zither strings wrapped around all the zither masters as if they were tied up. What? Everyone's expression turned cold. Buzz. The zither strings that bound everyone suddenly merged into their bodies and disappeared like air. Everyone was puzzled. What happened just now? This is Gauchen's intent. It has merged with your zither intent and will disappear automatically after 10 days, Yunemo explained. The zither strings that bound us earlier were Gauchen's intent? That was a high-frequency intent, right? A high-frequency vibration that merged with our intent? What are you trying to do? Fairy Wanner said, a trace of discomfort flashing in her eyes. Everyone frowned and looked at Unemo solemnly. Unemo said, "Everyone, you should know that although I am a zither master, my zither Tao is not very good. However, it is different with Gauchen. Gauchen, create the spirit," Unemo said solemnly. He sent a thought into Gauchen's body from his fingertip. However, Gauchen showed a ferocious expression. He suddenly spread his arms and pointed them at everyone. "Ha!" Gauchen shouted. The two claws grabbed at the center, seemingly tearing the void apart. In the void, countless transparent zither strings seemed to appear in an instant. Gauchen grabbed at the center with his claws, as though he was plucking the zither strings. A shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. As Gauchen plucked the invisible strings, a series of zither sounds rang out. Accompanied by the tinkling sounds, a small spirit suddenly emerged from Gauchen's fingertip. "This is a small spirit? Gauchen can create his own spirit?" A cultivator said in shock. That small spirit glowed with a blue light. A pair of small transparent wings flapped quickly, giving off crisp sounds as they flapped. The little elf curiously looked at the people around her. She had a kind of confused feeling. Wait, there's another small spirit? 200? 2,000 small spirits? Oh no, 20,000 small spirits! This is 200,000? 2,000,000! A group of zither players cried out in surprise. When Gauchen plucked the strings of the void zither, more and more small spirits gushed out from his fingertips. They grew in number and size. In the blink of an eye, small spirits were flying around Silver Moon Island. The speed at which the souls were created shocked everyone who saw it. A heaven-grade zither? Was this the effect of a heaven-grade zither? It was definitely not Unemo, so it could only be Gauchen. With a wave of his hand, he created 2,000,000 small spirits. The small spirits were flying around in confusion. Slap! The group of zither players reached out to grab them. Strangely, they actually caught them. Even Gu Hai caught a small spirit in his hand. It was as though he was grabbing a real thing. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Aren't spirits illusory? Why? Everyone looked at Unemo curiously. You have Gauchen's intent in you, so you can catch the spirits created by Gauchen. As for the cultivators who didn't come to the Zither conference, although they can see them, they can never catch them. Unemo explained. I see. Everyone rejoiced. The old manor lord waved his hand, and a small box suddenly appeared in his palm. This small box seals Gauchen's spirit. Whether you can get Gauchen or not depends on you, the old manor lord said. Everyone looked at the box in the old manor lord's hand. The old manor lord slowly opened the box, and a small yellow spirit was sealed in it. At this moment it seemed to be sleeping. Everyone's eyes lit up. Come out, the old manor lord said. The yellow spirit suddenly woke up. It flapped its wings and suddenly, a beautiful zither sound came from its wings. The sound was ethereal and clear. The zither players were fascinated by the sound. Where am I? The yellow spirit suddenly asked. The 2,000,000 green spirits were still confused, but the yellow spirit already knew how to ask. The zither players widened their eyes. Look carefully, this is Gauchen's spirit. As long as you put a drop of blood into its body and put it back into Gauchen's body, Gauchen will recognize you as its master. The old manor lord explained. It's that simple? Everyone was excited. My sea-sealing barrier is a high-frequency barrier. It can prevent the fairies from flying out of the Silver Moon Ocean. Its range is only so big. Whoever captures and refines the Gauchen's soul first will be the Gauchen's. Now, all of you have a chance, the old manor lord said with a smile. Oh! Everyone's eyes lit up and they became restless. What are you going to do? The yellow spirit saw everyone's expression and was scared. They all want to refine you. What do you think they are going to do? The old manor lord said with a smile. What? Refine me? What should I do? What should I do? The yellow spirit exclaimed. What should I do? Can't you run? The old manor lord said with a smile. Ah, that's right. Run, run quickly, all of you run with me. The yellow fairy suddenly shouted. Boom! On the island, 2,000,000 spirits flew in all directions at an extremely fast speed. They were like sharp arrows and scattered in an instant. What? The Guqin masters jumped up. A few of them even flew into the sky and chased after the spirit. However, there were 2,000,000 of them. How could they find them? How could they find them? Everyone looked at the old manor lord anxiously. How to find them and how to catch them is up to you. Every spirit has a different voice. When Gauchen's spirit wings flapped, I think you all heard it clearly. You are all Guqin masters, so use your ears to listen. You only have 10 days, so I wish you good luck. The old manor lord said with a smile. Boom! Suddenly, a large group of Guqin masters rushed out and chased after the spirits in the distance. Red-crowned crane carriage, come here, take me to chase them. They went that way, they went that way. Quick, quick, don't follow me. A large number of Guqin masters chased after the spirits. However, there were still some more powerful Guqin masters who stayed behind. These Guqin masters closed their eyes, activated their intent realm, and listened with their ears. They listened to the yellow spirit's voice. Where did it go? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. How could he play this game? Gu Hai knew that powerful Guqin masters like Fairy Wanner and the Old Manor Lord could cover the entire Silvermoon Sea with their hearing. It was just that there were too many noises in the sea, so they had to pick out the yellow spirit's voice slowly. Could it be that Gauchen was destined to be out of the picture? Gu Hai looked at Mayor He, who was not far away. Young master and had taken out the flying boat just now. He and Fong Mingho stepped on the flying boat and chased after the spirits in the distance. Mayor He was alone? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing, and Long Wanqing nodded. The four of them slowly got up and walked toward Mayor He. Not far away, Fairy Wanner opened her eyes, and there was anger in her eyes. Humph, Gu Hai, you embarrassed me, so I will also embarrass you. While muttering to herself, Fairy Wanner suddenly played her Guqin. Chapter 206. Ding, ding, ding. Fairy Wanner suddenly played her Guqin. As she played, the surrounding Guqin masters suddenly opened their eyes. Even the Old Manor Lord was instantly attracted. God-shaking song? The Old Manor Lord was slightly startled and suddenly laughed. Divine Regret Song? Why is the Demoness playing this song? Divine Regret Song. As long as one has the artistic conception of Guqin, they can instantly break free. It only targets those who don't have the artistic conception of Guqin. Everyone here is a Guqin master. Why is she playing this song? I heard that the Divine Regret Song needs to be integrated into one's mind. If one is fully immersed in it, they will regret not shaking others but themselves. Either you die or I die. While everyone was at a loss, Fairy Wanner played her Guqin while staring at Gu Hai. Gu Hai didn't have the artistic conception of Guqin. As long as he was hit by the Divine Regret Song, his mind would immediately shake and he would be out of his wits. Buzz. Long Wanqing was suddenly stunned and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Gu Hai was the same at this moment. Suddenly, he felt that the world in front of him had changed. He wasn't walking on a lawn just now. At this moment, he seemed to have appeared in the clouds in an instant. There was no one else but him? A shocking force rushed towards Gu Hai's three souls, causing Gu Hai to be in a daze. Gu Hai stood still and looked at the countless clouds around him in a daze. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten how he came here. He was thinking about what was going on. Ding, ding, ding. A series of intoxicating Guqin sounds rang out, making Gu Hai feel like he was floating. He really wanted to lie in the clouds and ignore everything. Gu Hai was hit. The surrounding Guqin masters revealed a trace of doubt. Is the Demoness going to deal with Master Gu? Why is Master Gu intoxicated? Does Master Gu not have the artistic conception of Guqin? How is that possible? How can Master Gu not have the artistic conception of Guqin? You must be kidding. All the Zither masters were confused. At this moment, Fairy Wana revealed a smile. She had finally exposed him. Everyone around them began to doubt Gu Hai's Guqin Dao. This was a feeling of exaltation, a very comfortable feeling. Gu Hai was intoxicated. The sound of the zither shook the soul and rushed straight to the three souls. At this moment, in the space between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly shook and suppressed the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither was infused with Fairy Wanner's artistic conception. With this suppression, an irreversible force rushed back. Boom! Gu Hai woke up instantly. The zither's artistic conception was also instantly annihilated by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Pooh! Fairy Wanner felt as if her head had been hit by a huge object, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. You! Wanner stared at Gu Hai in disbelief. You! Wanner stared at him in disbelief. What happened just now? Long Wanqing woke up with a start. That was close. Hall Master, are you all right? We tried to wake you up earlier, but you did not wake up, Venerable Lunyan said worriedly. Venerable Lunyan turned his head and looked coldly at Fairy Wanner. Which you, Venerable Lunyan was just about to flare up. However, when he turned his head, he saw Fairy Wanner spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He did not know what to say. It was rare to see someone scheme against others and end up in such a miserable state. The surrounding Zither masters felt slightly stunned as well. Is this Great Master Gu's counterattack? He used the Guqin Dao's artistic conception to strike the witch's artistic conception? He instantly made her vomit blood? Great Master Gu is indeed incredible. The witch overestimates herself. The group of Zither masters looked at Fairy Wanner in disdain. Only Fairy Wanner understood that it was not the Guqin Dao's artistic conception earlier. Gu Hai did not know how to counterattack. What did you do to me? Fairy Wanner spat out blood as she looked at Gu Hai, feeling depressed. Fairy Wanner, unjust deeds bring about self-destruction, Gu Hai said coldly. This was not the first time Gu Hai had tried to embarrass himself in such a willful manner. Gu Hai was not made of clay and would not allow her to do as she pleased. However, every time Gu Hai saw Fairy Wanner's miserable state, he felt speechless. I have yet to take revenge, and you are already in such a miserable state? I feel too embarrassed to do anything. You are the one who is unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. You do not have an artistic conception at all. You are a liar. Fairy Wanner felt so wronged that her eyes turned red. This witch is crazy. Even now, she is still saying that Great Master Gu does not have an artistic conception? The surrounding Zither masters showed looks of disdain. Fairy Wanner felt even more depressed and wronged. Fairy Wanner. The old manor lord sighed softly. Fairy Wanner turned her head to look at him. The Zither Dao is not just about artistic conception. You cannot compare to Gu Hai. This is a fact. The old manor lord said softly. Although his words were very amiable, in Fairy Wanner's ears, it was as if he had stabbed her with a knife. She was already very miserable. Couldn't he say something nice to comfort her? Why did he have to stab her again? What is the meaning of this? Not only did he add a stab, but almost everyone around nodded solemnly, as if they were saying that this stab was right and that it should be done this way. Looking around, everyone was standing on opposite side. Fairy Wanner's grievance was magnified 100 times in an instant. How could a person who did not even have an artistic conception of the zither make everyone feel that she was inferior to him? I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Fairy Wanner felt wronged and angry. She took a step forward and soared into the sky with her zither, quickly flying away. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. Is this demoness brain damaged? It's ridiculous. The old manor lord gave her pointers, but she didn't humbly accept it? She ran away in a fit of anger? Gu Hai stretched out his right hand. A drop of water appeared in his palm. It was not a drop of water, but a tear of grievance that fell from Fairy Wanner's eyes when she flew into the sky. Gu Hai caught it. Looking at the drop of tear in his palm, Gu Hai smiled bitterly. His initial anger had completely dissipated. After Fairy Wanner left, the Zither Masters returned to normal and closed their eyes to search for Gauchen's soul. Gu Hai and his group continued to walk toward City Lord He, who was not far away. When City Lord He saw Gu Hai and his group walking over, he frowned slightly and seemed to have guessed their purpose. City Lord He, may I have a word with you? Solemnly Long Wanqing asked Long Wanqing. If you have something to say it here. City Lord He frowned. Long Wanqing flipped her hand and a golden scroll appeared in her palm. An imperial edict? City Lord He's expression changed. Solemnly, Long Wanqing put away the imperial edict and said, City Lord He, please. After a moment of silence, He Shikong finally nodded. The crowd walked toward a corner not far away. On the square, Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes and watched the crowd leave. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. At this moment, in the distant sky, young Master N and Fong Mingho drove the flying boat to chase the little fairies, but in the end, they found nothing and drove the flying boat back. Oh? Wait a minute, stop the flying boat here. Young Master N narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Oh? Young Master N, what's wrong? Fong Mingho asked in confusion. He Shikong? What is he going to do with Gu Hai and his group? Young Master N said coldly. Although they were very far away, they could vaguely see He Shikong and Gu Hai's group, avoiding the surrounding crowd. Walking to a corner, Gu Hai used spirit stones to set up an ordinary go array, just for soundproofing. After all, everyone here was a Zither Master, and their hearing was extremely powerful. At this moment, they were fully focused on opening up their hearing. If he did not take precautions, it would be tantamount to speaking in front of everyone. He Shikong was led to a corner by the crowd, and a trace of irritation flashed in his eyes. An imperial edict? Haha, dare I ask Hall Master Long, what is this imperial edict? City Lord He asked with a frown. His Holiness gave me an imperial edict to thoroughly investigate the case of Long Xiaoye's death, and ask along the way. Everyone in the Deqian Celestial Empire should fully cooperate. City Lord He, do you want to take a look? Long Wanqing took out the imperial edict again. City Lord He frowned and finally shook his head, saying, Forget it, I don't think you would dare to falsify an imperial edict. What do you want to ask? Ask away. It's still the question from that day. City Lord He, do you have any clues or even clues about Long Xiaoye's death? Long Wanqing asked solemnly. No, I said that day, no. City Lord He said firmly. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. She thought that City Lord He would tell the truth now that they were in a different place and no one was watching them. Why? City Lord He, you often went to my mother's Zither recital. My mother treated you as a close friend. Now that your friend is dead, don't you feel sad at all? Didn't you notice anything strange when you saw my mother for the last time? City Lord He, Uncle He, when I was young, I heard my mother mention you many times. My mother treated you as a close friend. Are you really indifferent to my mother's death? Long Wanqing said with red eyes. City Lord He was struggling, but he still said firmly, I really don't know anything. What about Mr. Huangfu? Gu Hai suddenly interrupted. City Lord He's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Gu Hai in surprise. However, in an instant, City Lord He suppressed the shock in his heart, and his expression returned to normal. What Mr. Huangfu? I don't know. Oh! Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he had abruptly called out Mr. Huangfu because he wanted to see City Lord He's reaction. Sure enough, City Lord He knew a little about Long Wanqing's death, and this Mr. Huangfu was also a key person? Mr. Huangfu, City Lord He doesn't know? You attended my mother's Zither recital many times with you in the past. Long Wanqing said anxiously. I don't know. I don't know him. City Lord, he rejected immediately. City Lord, this ritual array is soundproof. What do you know? Can you tell me? No one knows. My mother died very miserably. I really want to take revenge for my mother. Now, only you know a little. Please, okay? Long Wanqing said with red eyes. City Lord, his tone turned resolute. Eventually, he shook his head and said, I really don't know. You are asking the wrong person. Long Wanqing felt despair. Venerable Lunyan also showed an unsightly expression. Shangguan Hen stood at the side, keeping an eye on the surroundings. All right. Since you don't know, then City Lord, he can give me a guarantee. Give us a guarantee according to His Holiness's imperial edict. Gu Hai said with a frown. A guarantee? City Lord, he felt slightly stunned. Whoosh. As Gu Hai extended his hand, he took out a table with a flip of his hand. There was a brush, ink, and a golden silk cloth on it. What are you doing? City Lord, he asked sullenly. The imperial edict is here. Everyone in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty is to cooperate fully with the investigation. City Lord, since you insist that you don't know, please write it down and stamp it with your official seal. We will make a record. If His Holiness asks, we can hand it over to His Holiness, Gu Hai said seriously. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lunyan looked at Gu Hai in confusion. They did not know what Gu Hai was doing, but they did not stop him. City Lord, he showed a confused expression. City Lord, please cooperate. You don't want the Hall Master to write another imperial edict, right? Gu Hai asked with a smile. City Lord, he showed a complicated expression. However, he still nodded and said, so be it. It's nothing much. I don't know. I just don't know. City Lord, he reached out and grabbed the brush on the table. Then, he started writing. He wrote that he did not know anything about Long Xiaoya's death. His tone was extremely resolute. After City Lord he finished writing, he remained silent for a while. At the very end, he took out his official seal and pressed it on the scroll. Clap! When the official seal pressed down, it left behind an image of the official seal. The image gave off a faint golden light. Is this fine? City Lord, he asked sullenly. It's fine. Gu Hai smiled faintly and carefully put away the golden silk scroll. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving, City Lord, he said with a frown. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen, who was not far away. Shangguan Hen glanced at the sky and nodded gently. Then, he gave Gu Hai a look. City Lord, how much do you know about the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? I heard that the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence treats the wise with respect. They place great importance on their guests. Is that true? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Huh! City Lord, he felt slightly stunned. City Lord, he looked at Gu Hai in surprise. What does Gu Hai mean? Could it be that he wants to join the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? At the side, Long Wanqing's expression changed, revealing an anxious expression. Suddenly, Venerable Lunyan pulled Long Wanqing back. Long Wanqing turned her head to look. Venerable Lunyan shook his head and revealed a faint smile. Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Her earlier anxiety immediately calmed down. City Lord, he did not know what Venerable Lunyan meant, but he just said it casually. However, Gu Hai seemed to be unwilling to let go of City Lord. Then, Gu Hai asked for more details. The conversation lasted for a long time before ending. City Lord, he showed some doubt as he returned to the plaza. Gu Hai? Earlier you. Long Wanqing said out of curiosity. It's nothing. Where's the flying ship? Let's go, Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing took out the flying ship in a daze. The four boarded the flying ship. Shangguan Hen steered the ship, and they quickly soared into the clouds. The moment they entered the clouds, they immediately saw young master and Anfang Mingho. Gu Hai? Long Wanqing. Young master and looked coldly at the nearby Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at young master and and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Young master and I, Gu Hai, clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. I still remember clearly how you targeted my zither pavilion several times. Young master and what great authority! Ah, what great authority! In the end, Gu Hai's laughter contained a trace of mockery. The two flying ships brushed past each other. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's flying ship flew far away. However, Gu Hai's strange words made young Master An's expression turn sullen. What did Gu Hai mean just now? Young Master An frowned and looked at Fong Mingho. I don't know, but from his tone, it seems that he wants to take revenge on you. Fong Mingho shook his head. Take revenge on me? He doesn't deserve it. If not for Mr. Mo coming that day, I would have long let him die without a burial ground. Young Master An said in a cold voice. After that, young Master An's flying ship flew back to Silver Moon Island. Although he was stubborn, young Master An was still nervous. He had a bad feeling, so he immediately found City Lord He. City Lord He, what did Gu Hai talk about when he was looking for you for so long? Young Master An asked. Nothing much. Gu Hai asked about the treatment in the prince's mansion, whether he respected the guests, and what would happen if they joined the prince's mansion. City Lord He explained. However, young Master An's mind went blank. He stood there in a daze. Mr. Mo's words from the past still rang in his ears. As long as Gu Hai was willing to join the prince's mansion, Mr. Mo was willing to help him get rid of all his worries. First, he would remove his position as the eldest grandson? Just now, Gu Hai's tone? Oh no, oh no! Young Master An's expression changed drastically. Chapter 207. On the flying ship, Gu Hai grabbed the letter of guarantee that City Lord He wrote and looked at it. Then, he revealed a faint smile and said, All right, it's time to go and fish for dragons. Using this letter of guarantee? What is this for? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. Take a look at it again. Gu Hai smiled. Long Wanqing looked at the letter of guarantee that City Lord He wrote earlier and revealed some doubt. After looking at it for a while, her expression changed, and she sniffed it. This is not ink? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Cuttlefish juice. It is also known as cuttlefish juice. Gu Hai said with a smile. Cuttlefish? Cuttlefish? I heard that some people use cuttlefish juice to write IOUs and borrow money from others. However, after the IOUs are written for a while, the words will vanish. Hence, cuttlefish is also known as cuttlefish, Venerable Lunyan said with a change in expression. Venerable is very knowledgeable. Indeed, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. The words vanish? You are doing this for the official seal that City Lord He stamped? You filled in the words again? Long Wanqing asked with a change in expression. That's right. Gu Hai said with a nod. However, I heard that the words written in cuttlefish ink take half a year to vanish, Venerable Lunyan said, feeling suspicious. The words written in cuttlefish ink vanish on their own because the protein in it decomposes and oxidizes. Indeed, it takes half a year. However, I do not need it to decompose and decompose. Hence, I used silk cloth to write the letter of guarantee for City Lord He and not paper, Gu Hai said with a smile. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a small bucket filled with a transparent liquid with some lotus root fragments in it. This is lotus root juice, which can be used to wash cuttlefish juice. After washing it, just rinse it with clean water and dry it, Gu Hai explained. Lotus root juice and cuttlefish juice? Really? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. After saying that, Long Wanqing started doing it herself. Indeed, after washing with the lotus root juice, the cuttlefish juice was quickly washed clean. Is it really clean? Gu Hai, how did you think of it? Long Wanqing was pleasantly surprised. Gu Hai looked at the clean cloth, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. When I was young, when my clothes were stained with cuttlefish juice, my mother would help me wash them clean like this. After Gu Hai finished speaking, he sighed slightly. At the side, Venerable Lun Yen felt slightly stunned, showing some curiosity. Gu Hai's mother? Venerable Lun Yen had investigated Gu Hai in 9-5 Island. However, there was no news of Gu Hai before the age of 30. It was like Gu Hai appeared out of nowhere, exceptionally strange. No one could find out who Gu Hai's parents were. Long Wanqing did not notice this detail. Instead, she carefully washed the silk cloth and dried it, leaving only City Lord He's official seal. Give me the cloth, I'll write. I've seen City Lord He's handwriting many times. It shouldn't be hard to imitate. Gu Hai said with a smile. Silver Moon Island. Sima Chongkong had been paying attention to Gu Hai's group. Although Long Wanqing quickly put away the imperial edict, Sima Chongkong still saw it. An imperial edict? Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes slightly. Sima Chongkong turned his head and looked at a nearby zither master. Without moving his lips, he sent a voice projection into the other zither master's ears. Send word to keep a close eye on He Shikong's movements. Also, send people to search for Gu Hai's group and secretly follow them. If anything happens, report to me immediately. That zither master nodded respectfully and slowly left the plaza. Silver Moon Sea. Young Master and Fong Mingho left Silver Moon Island again. Young Master, among the zither masters, we have people keeping an eye on He Shikong. Although there was a soundproof array when they were talking, we have people who are good at lip reading and can see clearly. Besides talking about Long Xiaoye's death, they also talked about Gu Hai's treatment in the mansion. Fong Mingho said solemnly. I'm not worried about He Shikong being watched all the time. I'm just worried about Gu Hai. Haha. The little thing that I didn't care about before, now. Young Master said with a gloomy face. Gu Hai said great power twice in a disdainful tone. Maybe? No maybe, Humph. As long as Gu Hai enters the mansion, my power will be completely gone. He's mocking me. Young Master said with an ugly face. Fong Mingho was silent for a while. Young Master N's face was gloomy and uncertain. After a while, his eyes turned cold and he said, Fong Mingho, help me kill Gu Hai. Kill Gu Hai? Young Master Mr. Mo told me not to do anything to Gu Hai. Fong Mingho's face changed. Not to do anything to Gu Hai? No, this sea-ceiling bounded domain only lasts for 10 days. That's the only chance. If you kill him quietly, Mr. Mo won't know. Otherwise, once Gu Hai enters the mansion, my status will be gone. I'm the eldest grandson. Young Master said with a gloomy face. But. No buts. Gu Hai died in Silver Moon Sea because of the old Heights Lord. It has nothing to do with us. You're my man. If I lose my status, you'll be excluded too. If I'm proud, you're proud. If I'm destroyed, you're destroyed. Grandfather asked you to protect me. If you don't do anything now, I'll be in trouble once Gu Hai gains power. Young Master said as he stared at Fong Mingho. Fong Mingho frowned and pondered. Young Master stared at Fong Mingho. After a while, Fong Mingho nodded and said, I can. Of those 4, the only one I'm worried about is Venerable Lun Yen. Seeing that Fong Mingho was helping him, Young Master immediately smiled and said, It's fine. It's still 10 days. There will be a time when I'm alone. We'll go find Gu Hai and think of a way to lure Venerable Lun Yen away. Then, we'll deal with Gu Hai. Fong Mingho nodded. Good. Let's go find Gu Hai now. A cold light flashed in Young Master An's eyes. Silver Moon Island. The people in the square left one after another. The Guqin masters who were listening also seemed to have found their direction and left one after another. Soon, only the old Heights Lord and the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples were left in the square. Manor Lord, shall we return to the house? Yunemo asked worriedly. The old Heights Lord closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. There's no need to worry about me. Yunemo, I heard the Guqin masters use their music to attract spirit. It was really nice. I'll just sit here. However, the wind is strong here, Yunemo said worriedly. It's fine. I'm already on the verge of death. What's there to worry about with the 5 decays of the heavenly being? My lifespan is almost up, and it doesn't matter where I am. Go and do what you need to do. Don't disturb me. I want to continue listening, the old Heights Lord said as he shook his head. Yunemo remained silent for a while before nodding. The old Heights Lord sat at the very front with his eyes closed. Occasionally, he smiled. His face flushed red, as if he was experiencing terminal lucidity. Young Manor Lord, the old Heights Lord's current condition, a Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciple said with an unsightly expression. Everyone could tell that the old Heights Lord was on the verge of death. The Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples revealed sad expressions. Then, they looked at the young Manor Lord, Yunemo. Everyone looked at Yunemo as if they were waiting for his orders. Yunemo bit his lips, a conflicted look flashing in his eyes. After a while, Yunmo's eyes settled. A ferocious look flashed on his face as he looked at the surrounding sea and slowly clenched his fists. Then, he nodded gently. The surrounding Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples showed joy on their faces as they bowed respectfully to Yunemo. Yunemo waved his sleeve, and the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples nodded. Then, they quietly left and started laying out formations around Silver Moon Island. The old Heights Lord was engrossed in the pleasant music and did not notice the actions of Yunemo and the others. However, Yunemo waited quietly by the old Heights Lord's side. He used hand signals to instruct the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples. Silver Moon Ocean, South Region, where the dragons guarded. Fog shrouded 3 islands in a triangle shape on the surface of the sea. Gu Hai's group had already put away their flying ship. A small boat carried the 4 of them to one of the islands. However, at this moment, the 4's appearances had changed somewhat. Venerable Lun Yen wore a wig, and the 4 wore official robes. Gu Hai had done some makeup on their faces. Gu Hai, your makeup skills are amazing. With just a few strokes, you completely changed them? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. It's just a small trick. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Give me that eyelash curler and eyebrow pencil. And that foundation. Long Wanqing looked at herself in the mirror, not daring to recognize her. No problem. Later, I'll get someone to make you the best. Gu Hai smiled. Your Majesty, they discovered us. Shangguan Hen suddenly shouted. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot over from the distance. Duo! The sharp arrow nailed itself to the bow of the ship, causing the tail to tremble. Who are you? You are not allowed to come close. A shout suddenly came from the island. Gu Hai extended his hand and tossed it. Whoosh! A jade box immediately shot into the island. Huh! The people in the distance felt slightly stunned. Clack! A young general on the island immediately caught the jade box. When he opened it, he saw a silk handkerchief with City Lord He's seal. Oh? Don't shoot. The City Lord sent them. That young general immediately shouted. The small boat continued heading to the island. There were ritual arrays around the island. However, with this silk handkerchief, no one stopped them. The group easily entered the island. When they reached the island, a group of soldiers immediately surrounded them. Who are you? Why do you look unfamiliar? The young general leading the group asked with a frown. Are you blind? Does Lord Gu of the prince's residence need to report to you? Go and get your highest-ranking official. Shangguan Hen suddenly shouted as he glared at Xiao Chen. Huh! That young general felt stunned. Yes. Although he was scolded, he did not dare to retort. Lord Gu? Which Lord Gu? This young general did not recognize him, but it was enough to know that he came from the prince's residence. Furthermore, Lord Gu wanted to meet the general. Why should I interfere? With the city lord's order to introduce me, what should I worry about? I'll let the general make the decision. Under the escort of the soldiers, Gu Hai's group swaggered onto the island. Along the way, Venerable Lun Yen looked around. How is it? Gu Hai asked in a whisper. There are about 2,000 soldiers. There should not be any powerful characters. Venerable Lunyan nodded. Right. Be careful later. Gu Hai nodded. You have the city lord's order. What are you worried about? Long Wanqing laughed softly. Chapter 208. On another island. Sima Chongkong closed his eyes to capture the sound, but 3 cultivators flew in front of him. How is it? Sima Chongkong opened his eyes. There is no news yet. The 3 cultivators frowned. Continue to investigate. The old village master set the Guqin teaching conference at the Silver Moon Sea. There must be a secret here. If there is nothing on the island, search the seabed. Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. Yes. Sima Chongkong sighed slightly. Forget it, it seems that I am not fated to attend the Guqin teaching conference. There is no time to search for Gaoqin's soul. I have already been here for a day, there are 9 days left. If I can't find anything useful in these 9 days, the clue of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa will be lost. I will search with you. Yes. Everyone answered. Silver Moon Sea, Southern District. At the location of the 3 islands, Gu Hai took Mayor He's warrant and after some persuasion, he successfully took over the 3 islands. The Guqin teaching conference will be held at the Silver Moon Sea. Countless cultivators are running around the surrounding seas. Something will happen here sooner or later. That is why Mayor He asked me to come here and set up a more secretive array to hide this place. Set up the array according to my blueprint. When the array is complete, reward 1 top-grade spirit stone every day. 1 level higher, and the price will increase tenfold. Gu Hai said. Yes. The generals around shouted excitedly. The lowest level soldier was given 1 top-grade spirit stone. A general was given 10 top-grade spirit stones? 3 lieutenant generals were given 100 each? Even the person in charge of this place was very enthusiastic, because he would be rewarded 1,000 spirit stones. On the 3 islands, everyone quickly set up the array. They buried a large number of spirit stones for Gu Hai. At the sight of Gu Hai's tide-like spirit stones, many soldiers felt flabbergasted. The mayor had put in a lot of effort this time. How many top-grade spirit stones was this? After a day, millions of top-grade spirit stones were finally buried. Array up! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! All of a sudden, rolling fog gushed out from the 3 islands. In an instant, the fog completely enveloped the 3 islands, including the sea in the middle of the 3 islands. It completely covered the entire area, forming a super grand formation that enveloped everyone. Lord Gu, when will the spirit stones be distributed? Lord Gu, what kind of formation is this? So huge? Lord Gu, please reward him with more spirit stones. The 6,000 soldiers who were ready to receive their rewards looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lunyan, and Shangguan Hen remained silent for a long time. The 3 of them thought that Gu Hai would clean up the soldiers on the island, but they never thought that Gu Hai would use them to help him bury the spirit stones and set up the array. This was such a huge formation. It took 6,000 soldiers an entire day to set it up. Everyone, thank you for your help. My apologies, Gu Hai said. What? The surrounding generals asked in confusion. Boom. Suddenly, countless cloud beasts charged out of the fog, instantly charging into the 6,000 soldiers. What? You lied to us? Lord Gu, what are you doing? Bastard. Arg. Chaos reigned in the ritual array. 4 hours later, all 6,000 soldiers were captured. Their cultivations were sealed, and they were locked in a prison on the island. Why? You lied to us. Why does the city lord want to harm us? Does the city lord want to silence us? No, I still have to take care of my elders and children. City lord, please spare me. The imprisoned soldiers screamed in horror, thinking that city lord he was going to silence them. Gu Hai looked at the soldiers and remained silent for a while. Did I do it too seriously? Even now, these people still have not discovered that we are fakes? Of course, Gu Hai did not explain. He just laid another soundproof ritual array around the soldiers and ignored them. What kind of ritual array is this? Venerable Lunyan asked out of curiosity. A strengthened version of the 28-line pair world ritual array. It contains some elements of the 29-line pair world ritual array, Gu Hai explained. Does this count as setting up the fishing rod and sharpening the hook? Venerable Lunyan smiled. Indeed. Now we just lack the bait, Gu Hai said with a smile. Are they here? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen, who was not far away. Your Majesty, I have been paying attention to the sky. They have been here for some time. They are just behind that cloud, Shanghai Hen said with a smile. Oh! Everyone looked up at the sky. It's young Masterin? Long Wanqing said, slightly stunned. That's right. I chatted so much with City Lord He earlier. That should be enough to incite his killing intent, right? Gu Hai smiled. You are not only preparing to bait the dragon, but also bait young Masterin? Venerable Lunyan smiled. Hence, I will have to trouble Venerable Lunyan now. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lunyan. However, you are shedding all pretense of cordiality with the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence for a snake head. Is it worth it? Venerable Lunyan frowned. Who said that I shed all pretense of cordiality with the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? I don't know the situation, Gu Hai said with a smile. Venerable Lunyan felt slightly stunned. Then, he nodded bitterly. A Buddhist prayer bead turned into a meteor and shot into the clouds. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The Buddhist prayer bead seemed to run into something, crashing back. Who is it? Venerable Lunyan snorted coldly as he soared into the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flying boat shot out from the clouds into the distance. Wait here. I'll be right back. Venerable Lunyan shouted. With a flip of his hand, Venerable Lunyan took out a flying ship and quickly gave chase. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the two flying ships arrived at the horizon. After Venerable Lunyan left, two figures slowly emerged from the white clouds. They were young Master and Fong Mingho. Venerable Lunyan is wearing a wig? Do you think that I don't recognize him? Young Masterin smiled coldly as he watched the distant flying ship. Young Masterin, I keep feeling that everything went too smoothly. We were still preparing to lure Venerable Lunyan away, but he left on his own, Fong Mingho said with a frown. Don't worry. That flying ship is filled with the men of sacrifice that I raised. Nothing will go wrong. Furthermore, there is a path to heaven, but he did not take it. Instead, he barged in. Come, let's go and capture Gu Hai, young Masterin said coldly. What about Long Wanqing? Young Master An's eyes turned cold. She's courting her own death. She won't have a good ending for going against me. It just so happens that I'm missing a member of the Great Qian dynasty's royal family among my female slaves. A female slave. Fong Mingho's expression changed. Clearly, Fong Mingho knew the miserable fates of young Master An's female slave. There seems to be a new ritual array laid down below, Fong Mingho said worriedly. Break the ritual array with all your might. Today we have to capture Gu Hai. Didn't you say that you could break the ritual array outside the best zither pavilion on this street? You just need time. Furthermore, what kind of powerful ritual array can they lay in one day? Quickly, capture Gu Hai before Venerable Lunyan returns. Young Master and said seriously. Yes. Fong Mingho nodded. Then, he grabbed his golden saber and charged at the ritual array with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! After Fong Mingho charged into the ritual array only surged a little before it stopped moving. Young Master and felt slightly stunned. Fong Mingho charged into the ritual array with a ferocious aura. Shouldn't it be chaotic? Why is there no movement after going in? After waiting for 15 minutes, there was no movement. After 15 minutes, there was still no movement. After 15 minutes, young Master and grew somewhat impatient. He shouted, Fong Mingho, what are you doing? At this moment, in the ritual array, Fong Mingho was covered in blood. An extremely rough cloud beast general grabbed Fong Mingho's body with both hands. Hegemon raises the cauldron. Roar. That cloud beast general roared loudly. Boundless energy surged out of its palms, crazily squeezing Fong Mingho. Fong Mingho could no longer struggle. His bones creaked. Ah! Young master and run! Run! Fong Mingho screamed in pain. Can't the people outside hear you? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Don't worry. My ritual array is between the 28th and 29th formations. It isolates the inside from the outside. Everything looks normal from the outside. However, this Fong Mingho has some tricks up his sleeve. He nearly got away. Gu Hai said coldly. Long Wanqing nodded. Shangguan Hen, you have been listening for so long. How is it? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I can already imitate his voice. Shanghai Hen said with a smile. When Shanghai Hen spoke, he directly used Fong Mingho's voice. Shangguan Hen can imitate other people's voices? Long Wanqing looked at Shanghai Hen in surprise. Outside, young master and was anxious as he looked at the peaceful ritual array. Fong Mingho, what are you doing? Young master and shouted anxiously. Young master and I caught Gu Hai. You can come down now. It's fine. Fong Mingho's voice spread out. Oh? So fast? Ha 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 ha. Young master and laughed and flew towards the ritual array. Whoosh! Young master and rushed into the ritual array. 30 minutes later, young master and was also held in the hand of a cloud beast general, unable to move. Chapter 209. In the Silvermoon Ocean, 68 lazy giant dragons were circling around a large trench under the Three Shapes Islands. The largest black dragon among them was Grimace, who had appeared not long ago. Leader, look. There seems to be a layer of fog between the three islands above, a red dragon said in a low voice. All the dragons looked up at the same time. Is that some kind of formation? He Shirkong is really troublesome. What's the use of getting these useless soldiers to stand guard outside? Can't we do it? A white dragon said disdainfully. Grimace did not mind and climbed down again. Leader, you've been curled up here all this time. Is it uncomfortable? The white dragon looked at Grimace and asked carefully. Uncomfortable? What do you want? Grimace said calmly. I want to eat human flesh. Last time, young master and brought you to North Sea to hunt Xuanwu. We stayed behind to watch. It was so uncomfortable. The white dragon said, aggrieved. Eat humans? Haha, don't you remember how you were branded with the sin mark? Grimace said coldly. Of course I remember. Didn't I just eat some humans? I did it very secretly. I ate the people of a small town in the Deqian Celestial Empire. I ate them very cleanly. There were definitely no survivors. Humans are the essence of all beasts. They are the best food for the dragon tribe. However, the insidious little dragon reported me and demoted me to a sinful dragon by the dragon prince. I was also demoted to a sinful dragon because I ate humans. Back then, when the dragon tribe did not ally with the Deqian Celestial Empire, didn't we eat humans as we pleased? We are the dragon tribe. It's their good fortune to eat humans. Why can't we eat humans after we allied with the Deqian Celestial Empire? The Dragon Prince is trying to curry favor with the Dacian Celestial Empire. When did the dragon tribe fall to such a state? The red dragon said with a frown. Yes, but we still eat what we should eat. Are you saying we're sinful dragons? Then we might as well be thoroughly sinful. Last time, I went to a small village near Silvermoon City and ate 800 people. Did no one know? A blue dragon said with a smile. You guys went out to eat people again? Ghostface's expression darkened. When Leader went to the North Sea to eat Xuanwu, I was bored, so? Blue Dragon looked at Ghastly carefully. He Shirkong sends you 1,000 prisoners every month. Isn't that enough? I told you not to act on your own accord. Did you take my words for granted? Grimace said coldly. I also saw you go to eat Xuanwu. The leader also said that he would bring back some Xuanwu for us to try, but... Blue Dragon said in a low voice. Roar! Grimace roared and stomped on the Blue Dragon with his claws. The Blue Dragon struggled a few times to no avail under the powerful force. The other dragons did not dare to step forward. Ghostface looked at Blue Dragon with a ferocious expression and said, Do you know how I obtained the sin patterns? In the past, there were 3 black dragons who dared to disobey me. In the end, I ate them all. Do you want me to eat you too? Blue Dragon shuddered. No, I wouldn't dare, leader. Listen up. We've been in the limelight recently. Don't make things difficult for me. If anyone dares to act rashly, I'll eat them. Grimace said coldly. Yes, the dragons answered. After this storm passes, I'll bring you to a place to eat people. Grimace said coldly. Where? The dragons were pleasantly surprised. When Mr. M.O. sent someone to pass on the order, I asked a few more questions. The one who crushed Blue Dragon with the royal seal last time is called Gu-Hai. He seems to be from the Thousand Islands Sea. I've already asked him to help me find out. No matter which island Gu-Hai is from in the Thousand Islands Sea, we'll eat everyone on his island. If we can't finish them, I'll destroy the island he's on. Grimace said coldly. Eat them all? Good, leader is wise. You must bring me along this time. I want to eat people too. Leader, bring me along when you eat Gu-Hai's family. The dragons were impatient. Someone's here? Grimace's expression suddenly changed. The dragons fell silent and looked coldly at a man who was sinking into the sea. Fong Mingho? Grimace was surprised. Seeing that it was Fong Mingho, the dragon's guard dropped. Grimace, young master and is here. He wants you to go up. Fong Mingho said coldly. Young master and is here? Didn't Mr. M.O. say that no one will come looking for us during this time? He wants us to stay in the sea? Grimace frowned. Young master and is up there. He has something to discuss. Come up quickly, Fong Mingho said in a low voice. With that, Fong Mingho rushed to the sea. He left. Grimace frowned slightly. Leader, Fong Mingho's attitude seems strange today? A red dragon asked in confusion. Wait here. I'll go take a look, Grimace said in a low voice. Yes, the dragons answered. Grimace rushed out of the sea. There was a large, cloudy ritual array above the sea. The moment Grimace entered the ritual array, 18 Buddhist prayer beads suddenly fell like meteors, crashing into Grimace. Roar! Grimace roared, showing a ferocious expression as he crashed into the beads. Rumble! Grimace immediately knocked back the 18 Buddhist prayer bead. Grimace suddenly lost his sense of direction. He did not know where was up or down. After knocking back the 18 Buddhist prayer beads, Grimace's expression changed as he looked at Venerable Lun Yen and Fong Mingho, who were not far away. Fong Mingho, what are you doing? Are you colluding with this monk to harm me? Grimace roared. Fong Mingho smiled bitterly. Grimace, it's not that I want to harm you. If I hadn't tricked you into coming up, young Master and would have suffered. Grimace turned his head to look. Not far away, a giant cloud beast general was holding young Masterin, whose eyes were about to burst open. Gu-Hai's group stood at the side, looking coldly at Grimace. You again? Grimace stared coldly at Gu-Hai. Grimace was huge. The moment he entered the ritual array, he occupied a large area. Sin Dragon Grimace? Gu-Hai smiled faintly. You captured young Master and to threaten me? What are you trying to do? Grimace demanded coldly. Captured young Masterin? Sin Dragon, you got it wrong, right? Young Masterin wanted to kill me. I captured him out of self-defense. Furthermore, I did not hurt him. Gu-Hai smiled. Gu-Hai, what are you trying to do? Young Master and glared at Gu-Hai. Nothing much. Just don't move. I'm going to take something. I won't hurt you, Gu-Hai said with a faint smile. Won't hurt us? Ha 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 ha. You want to hurt me with just you? Gu-Hai, earlier, I was still thinking about when I should go to the Thousand Islands Sea and eat everyone on your island. Now I've decided. After I eat you, I'll go immediately. I want to eat your entire clan, Grimace said with a ferocious expression. Eat everyone on my island? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. I also want to eat you. Roar. Grimace opened his mouth and roared. Then, he instantly charged at Gu Hai. Evil beast. Venerable Lun Yen threw a palm strike. Boom. The manifested palm collided with the huge dragon. The huge dragon swayed, and dark clouds suddenly appeared, filling the ritual array. Roar. As the black dragon roared, it instantly knocked Venerable Lun Yen back. However, the two sides remained in a stalemate. Fang Mingho, why are you still not attacking? Grimace roared. Fang Mingho turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Fang Mingho, I have no intention of killing you or young masterin. If you dare to attack, I will kill your young master and immediately. Furthermore, you are not a match for me in the ritual array, Gu Hai said coldly. Fang Mingho's expression froze. Earlier, young masterin said that if he dies, you will not be able to live, either. Young masterin tried to kill me several times. I have already endured until now. This is my limit. Are you trying to challenge my limit again? Gu Hai glared at Fang Mingho. Gu Hai, if you dare to kill young masterin, you will not be able to live, either. His Highness left a strand of zither intent in young Master An's body. Even from billions of kilometers away, as long as young Masterin dies, His Highness will know. Furthermore, he will know who killed young Masterin, Fang Mingho said coldly. Strand of zither intent? Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Even from billions of kilometers away, he can know the other party's situation? Can he control the other party? Strand of zither intent? When Li Haoran, the leader of the Shinji battalion, was controlled and killed Long Xiaoya, could it be? Gu Hai's face fell. Gu Hai, if you dare to touch me, my grandfather will definitely know. You are dead, you are dead! Young Master An also roared. Slap! The ferocious cloud beast general holding young Master An moved its thumb and blocked young Master An's mouth, preventing him from saying anything. Woo 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 woo! Young Master An whimpered angrily. Buzz! Suddenly, another cloud beast general appeared beside Fang Mingho in an instant. All right. I promise you and young Master An will not die, but do not resist, Gu Hai said coldly. Fang Mingho looked at the cloud beast general in front of him. His face fell, but he still nodded. Crack! The cloud beast general suddenly grabbed Fang Mingho and held him in its palm, making him unable to move. Fang Mingho, you coward! Ghostface roared. You are the coward. Earlier, you were the one who said that you wanted to destroy my island, right? Gu Hai said coldly. As Xiao Chun spoke, he pushed off the ground, and another huge cloud beast suddenly appeared. The cloud beast Xiang Yu held the halberd and charged into the battle between Venerable Lun Yen and Ghostface. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might, the cloud beast Xiang Yu roared. The Fangtian halberd slashed down fiercely, and a gust of cold wind rushed out. Roar! Ghostface roared. Boom! The dragon horn and the halberd clashed, blocking the halberd. However, Venerable Lun Yen landed a palm strike on Ghostface's abdomen. Boom! Ghostface was sent flying backward by the attack. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand. Whoosh! Surging fog instantly covered the entire ritual array. Fang Mingho, young Master An, Long Wanqing, and Shangguan Hen could no longer see the battle clearly. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. 9-star alignment. Dragon roar shatters the heavens. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the fog. A rebound knocked Venerable Lun Yen back. Oh no! Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed as he tried to charge forward. However, Ghostface's miserable shriek suddenly came from the fog. What is this? What is this? What evil technique is this? Ghostface exclaimed. Rumble! Ghostface triggered the dark clouds in the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down at him. Boom! 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 As the lightning bolt struck him, Ghostface's shrieks intensified. Die, you monster! Ghostface roared. Venerable Lunyan quickly charged in. However, he saw the cloud beast Xiang Yu pressing down on Ghostface's head, preventing him from moving. At this moment, wounds covered Ghostface's body. Black energy spread out from the wounds. Many skulls quickly gnawed at Ghostface's body in the black energy. Ghostface drove the lightning bolts to strike the black energy. However, the skulls in the black energy had already entered his body. More and more places gave off black energy. On the cloud beast Xiang Yu's head, Gu Hai held a bone saber, showing a cold and ferocious expression. Roar! No. Cram! Ghostface roared. Originally, I did not want to kill you. However, if you do not die today, you will be my calamity in the future. Gu Hai said coldly. Rumble! Countless lightning bolts struck down. Venerable Lunyan hovered in midair, not knowing whether he should go forward or not. Roar! 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 The black dragon's miserable shriek rang out. Although the captured young master and could not see inside, he felt frightened when he heard the miserable shriek. Fang Mingho also showed an extremely unsightly expression. After a while, the fog disappeared. After a while, the surrounding lightning bolts disappeared. Then, the fog slowly scattered. The cloud beast Xiang Yu returned with Gu Hai. Venerable Lunyan also returned. What Venerable Lunyan brought back was the skeleton of a huge dragon. Ghostface disappeared, leaving only piles of dragon bones. You, what did you do to Ghostface? Fang Mingho exclaimed in shock. Venerable Lunyan, you stay here and watch over Fang Mingho. Leave the rest to me, Gu Hai said seriously. That's fine. Venerable Lunyan nodded. Now that the strongest dragon, Ghostface, was captured, there was no need to worry about the other Sin Dragons. Gu Hai, you really want to kill all the Sin Dragons? Long Wanqing asked somewhat worriedly. After all, the dragon race was the Deqian's national beast. As the Deqian elite hall master, could she just watch as Gu Hai killed the Sin Dragons? Yes. Determination flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. These Sin Dragons had already crossed Gu Hai's bottom line. Slaughter 9-5 Island? In that case, he needed to guard against accident. In the end, Long Wanqing sighed softly and nodded. Never mind. They only have themselves to blame. Shangguan Hen, you shout. Gu Hai waved his hand and the ritual array moved slightly, creating a soundproof barrier. Yes. Shangguan Hen answered. Young Masterin, bring the humans to reward us. Come in batches. Red dragons, come up first. Shangguan Hen shouted. Although young Masterin covered his mouth, he immediately goggled. Is this Ghostface's voice? This person learned it? Roar! Roar! Suddenly, excited roars came from the bottom of the sea. Following that, 4 red dragons excitedly charged out of the sea and were instantly encased by the ritual array. Chapter 210. Silver Moon Sea on an Island. Ding 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 ding. A series of beautiful zither sounds rang out. It was Fairy Wanner sitting on the grass, playing a tune attentively. As she played, countless flowers bloomed on the grass. The fish on the sea were also attracted and swam towards the island, as if intoxicated by the beautiful music. There were even hundreds of little green fairies flying around the island. When the little fairies heard Fairy Wanner's zither, they suddenly danced and were affected by the music. It was obvious how moving the Fairy Wanner was. Why isn't it here yet? Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with a trace of urgency. There were more and more little green fairies around. When there were almost 1,000 of them. Buzz! Suddenly, a sound wave rushed over. Wherever the sound wave passed, all the little green fairies around retreated. It was a yellow fairy that suddenly appeared. Gauchen's soul. Fairy Wanner's eyes lit up. Following the zither sound, she found the direction and chased here. However, this yellow fairy was very cunning. It ran away as soon as it got close. Fairy Wanner couldn't catch it several times. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with excitement. Humph, you bunch of zither masters are all trash. You dare to laugh at me? So far, only I have found Gauchen's soul. What right do you have to laugh at me? Because of Gu Hai? Wait until I catch Gauchen's soul. See how I slap your faces, Humph. Fairy Wanner's eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The yellow fairy flew around Fairy Wanner. After all, fairies were also very fond of music. The zither masters had a very wide range of hearing, and the fairies were naturally not bad. The zither masters were looking for them, and the fairies were also looking for the music. So far, among the 600 zither masters, only the sound of Fairy Wanner's zither attracted them. They all flew around Fairy Wanner together. A little closer, then I'll be able to catch you. A little closer, then you won't be able to escape. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with excitement. Fairies were souls, so ordinary formations and magic treasures couldn't capture them at all. They could only be caught by hand. Although Gauchen's soul was attracted by the sound of the zither, he was still very wary of Fairy Wanner and kept a certain distance from her. Ding, 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 ding. The Fairy Wanner continued to play her zither. The Fairy Wanner believed that this little yellow fairy would soon be within her reach. Once she got her hands on Gauchen, she would definitely teach Gu Hai a lesson. Gu Hai's formation. Young Master and saw that Gu Hai was no longer as contemptuous as before. Instead, he was emitting cold air from head to toe. 68 giant dragons had all been dealt with by him? Not leaving a single one behind? Turning into a pile of bones? Fong Mingho looked at Gu Hai, who had returned with the last dragon bone, and his eyelids twitched violently. It wasn't difficult to see that Gu Hai was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. However, that group of giant dragons, such powerful giant dragons, had all died at his hands? The fog was so thick that he couldn't see clearly. However, Fong Mingho still vaguely saw 2 magic treasures of Gu Hai. A bone knife and a black royal seal? Then there was a formation. All the dragons were killed? Although they were killed one by one, he was still the one who killed them all, right? Young Masterin, the trouble you've caused this time is much more than we expected. Fong Mingho smiled bitterly. Gu Hai flew back and didn't say much. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. 68 giant dragons had been swallowed by the bone knife. The feedback of 1,000th of the power was extremely large. Gu Hai's face was flushed with blood and looked extremely ferocious. Boom! Xiao Chen gathered the energy in his body and attacked his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The strong energy immediately caused pain in Gu Hai's body. However, he still did not open any of his orifices. Is it because it is exceptionally difficult to open the 5 orifices when cultivating external techniques? Gu Hai opened his eyes with a bitter expression. Gu Hai, are you alright? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Gu Hai shook his head and stood up. I'm fine. Indeed, he was fine. It was just that too much energy had accumulated in his body. Gu Hai was suppressing the urge to vomit blood. Just scatter slowly. Come, let's go down and take a look. Gu Hai said seriously. Venerable Lunyan looked worriedly at Gu Hai and nodded. Gu Hai waved his hand, and a hole opened in the ritual array. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Shangguan Hen, and Venerable Lunyan entered the hole together. Plop! The group entered the sea. The hole in the ritual array instantly closed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The energy in Xiao Chen's body gave off surging heat, boiling the seawater around him and causing countless bubbles to appear. Gu Hai, why are you so hot? Long Wanqing looked worriedly at Gu Hai. It's fine. I can deal with it. It will be fine after some time, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Long Wanqing nodded with a frown. Since Gu Hai was not willing to say, there was nothing she could do. The group continued diving into the deep sea. Inside the ritual array, Fong Mingho let out a long breath and said, "All right, they finally left." Young Master An's mouth was covered by the ferocious cloud beast general. However, He still looked at Fong Mingho in confusion. Young Masterin, I will use my full power to struggle free of this monster. Be careful, Fong Mingho said seriously. Young Masterin looked at Fong Mingho in surprise. This ritual array is too strange. Its power is almost at my limit. Previously I was able to break free with all my strength. However, Gu Hai was able to do it with ease. If I break free, I will be even more miserable. Now that they are gone, I can break the ritual array. Be careful, Fong Mingho said seriously. Yes, 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 yes. Young Masterin nodded excitedly. Gu Hai and the group slowly sank to the bottom of the sea and soon arrived at a huge trench. Your Majesty, it's here. I feel the head of the snake. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. The four of them stepped toward the trench. The four of them walked around a long, narrow, and curved aisle and immediately arrived at a huge underwater square. They all stared at the square with wide eyes. On the square, there was a huge emerald-green snake head floating. The snake head was 100 feet long. The snake head had long been cut off, but its eyes were filled with a ferocious look. A pair of dark green poisonous fangs stretched out, pressing down on a super-huge piece of ice below. A square piece of super-hard ice covered the entire square. The snake head was incomparably small when placed on top of it. The snake head's poisonous fangs pressed on the hard ice. The poisonous fangs seemed to be eating the hard ice. The hard ice had already melted by 1/10 and was still melting little by little. And inside the ice, there were 1,000,000 bronze soldier dolls standing straight. Terracotta warriors? Gu Hai was slightly startled. What terracotta warriors? Long Wanqing was puzzled. It's not terracotta warriors. It just looks a little like them. The terracotta warriors are clay pottery. It looks a little like bronze. Bronze men wearing armor? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, what's the use of these bronze men? Millions, there are millions of them? Are they exactly the same? Shangguan Hen was puzzled. Look, the bronze man at the front is holding a big flag in his hand. Silvermoon? The two words Silvermoon are written on the flag. Was it made by Mr. Silvermoon and then sealed in this hard ice? These Sin Dragons are waiting here just to use the snake head to melt the hard ice? Long Wanqing revealed a confused expression. However, this hard ice does not seem that cold, Venerable Lunyan said, feeling puzzled. Roar! Suddenly, Shangguan Hen roared and opened his mouth to suck in a deep breath. Rumble! The huge snake head seemed to be pulled, trembling as it slowly floated up. Your Majesty, I'm going to eat. I can't wait. Shangguan Hen said excitedly. Eat. Gu Hai smiled. Don't touch this ice. I'll tell you how to deal with it later. Shangguan Hen looked excitedly at the snake head. Whoosh! A strong force surrounded the 300-meter-long snake head, instantly shrinking it. Then, Shangguan Hen swallowed the snake head into his stomach. Huh! Venerable Lunyan revealed a shocked expression. Venerable Lunyan had been helping Shangguan Hen find food for the past few days. However, he did not know what the food was for. Now, this 300-meter-long snake head opened its mouth and ate. Shouldn't this snake head be highly poisonous? How can he eat it? Venerable Lunyan asked worriedly. Boom! Suddenly, veritable essence energy images appeared on the surface of Shangguan Hen's body. They were a tortoise and a snake in the shape of Xuanwu. Xuanwu and the mysterious snake showed ferocious expressions. Buzz! 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 Shangguan Hen sat down cross-legged and regulated his breathing. Green light shone from his body. It seemed like this snake head contained boundless nourishment, helping Shangguan Hen's body undergo a qualitative change. Boom! Suddenly, Shangguan Hen's body shook, and intense ripples spread out from his body. The Yuanying state? He broke through to the Yuanying state just like that? Venerable Lunyan looked at Shangguan Hen in shock. The water ripples on Shangguan Hen's body looked like his cultivation was still rising. This scene shocked Venerable Lunyan. However, Gu Hai let out a long sigh as satisfaction flashed in his eyes. At the very least, Everything he did earlier was worth it. Gu Hai stood guard for Shangguan Hen. However, Venerable Lun Yen walked over to the hard ice. He looked at the hard ice that sealed the 1,000,000 bronze sculptures in confusion. Hard ice? But there is no cold chi? If the Sin Dragon wants the bronze sculptures inside, why does it not just break through the hard ice? Venerable Lun Yen looked at the hard ice in confusion. Long Wanqing walked over as well. Indeed. There is no cold chi at all. That banner has the words Silver Moon on it. Did Mr. Silver Moon leave it back then? The Bronze Moon Army? Venerable Lun Yen extended his hand and took out a sword. Then, he tested the ice. The moment the sword touched the hard ice, ka, 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 ka. Suddenly, a cold chi surged out from the sword. Oh no! Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. That cold chi flowed through the sword and into his body. Ice instantly formed on his right arm. Then, it spread to his entire body. Venerable! Long Wanqing's expression changed. She extended her hand and threw a palm strike, wanting to shatter the hard ice. Ka, 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 ka. Long Wanqing's manifested palm suddenly froze. This cold chi followed Long Wanqing's veritable essence energy and instantly rushed into Long Wanqing's body. In just an instant, the two turned into ice sculptures. The Yuanying state cultivators could not resist this cold chi at all. What? Gu Hai's expression changed when he turned his head around. Chapter 211. Crack, 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 crack. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen instantly froze into ice sculptures. Gu Hai's expression changed. It was too late for him to save them. Ice sculptures? They will shatter at the slightest touch, right? Gu Hai did not dare to touch them. Furthermore, even with Venerable Lun Yen's cultivation, he could not block this cold chi. He instantly froze into an ice sculpture? No wonder the group of dragons could not do anything even though they had been guarding this place. It turns out that this huge ice has such strong cold chi. Ha! I just told them not to touch them and to wait for me. Shangguan Hen's bitter laughter suddenly rang out. Shangguan Hen, are you all right? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Many thanks, Your Majesty. I have already reached the Yuanying state. Furthermore, I can already use some divine power. Shangguan Hen said excitedly. However, Gu Hai could not feel happy. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen were sealed in ice. Do you know what happened? Your Majesty, rest assured. They are fine. They will be fine for 2 or 3 days. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. To think that he could still smile at this moment. Your Majesty, this ice is not ordinary ice. It is a dead water deity. Shangguan Hen explained. A dead water deity? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Yes, a divine runic spirit, a deity. This is the deity of a water-type spirit beast race. However, this race went extinct, but their deity remained, waiting for time to wear it down before finally turning to dust. The extinction of this spirit beast race also means that this deity no longer has any consciousness and has turned into a treasure, Shangguan Hen explained. Treasure? Yes, ordinary people can't touch it. That's because even though this god is dead, it contains the boundless resentment of the entire race. The water god even expressed this resentment with ice. That's why even though it looks like a block of ice, it doesn't have much cold air. The surrounding seawater is also not sealed in ice, Shangguan Hen explained. God? Is it useful to you? Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Yes, I also have the god of race. Only the supreme beings of each race can understand what this is. However, this item is even more useful to the Emperor. I have already obtained the head of the snake, so Your Majesty can take it, Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Gu Hai was puzzled. Solemnly, Shangguan Hen said, use this spirit to refine the kidney acupoint and form the water deity palace. In the future, the nascent soul formed by the Emperor's water acupoint will be much stronger than the nascent souls of others. The water element spells will definitely be much better than others. The kidney belongs to the water attribute. Using this to break through the kidney aperture? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Previously, he had swallowed a group of giant dragons. At this moment, his body felt extremely uncomfortable. He was unable to open his 5 orifices. Moreover, how big was this piece of ice? Millions of bronze people were enveloped in it? Solemnly, Shangguan Hen said, "Your Majesty, this is not the way to accept a god. Moreover, this kind of dead god, even if it is dead, instinctively wants to have a place to live. A person's kidney is the best place. Let me help you. Your Majesty, swallow it into your kidney. It can help you open your kidney aperture and open up the water deity palace." Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Shangguan Hen closed his eyes. Suddenly, a green light appeared between his eyebrows. He pointed his finger. 1. A light circle appeared between his eyebrows and rushed towards the huge ice. Walala! As soon as the light circle touched the ice, ripples suddenly appeared on the ice like water ripples. Slowly, the ripples moved, revealing a dark blue energy ball inside. Your Majesty, this is the essence of a god. It will not freeze people. Absorb it into your body and drive it into your kidney with your mind. It will open up your kidney aperture by itself. Shangguan Hen shouted. Gu Hai sat cross-legged and opened his mouth to suck. Hualong! Suddenly, the dark blue thread-like energy was sucked into Gu Hai's mouth. Ka. Gu Hai's body was instantly covered in frost. Not daring to hesitate, Gu Hai directed the energy to his kidney with his mind. 1. Boom! Suddenly, a super loud sound was heard. The dark blue energy suddenly rushed out of the kidney aperture. A huge space similar to the Dantian was instantly revealed in front of Gu Hai. Walala! Suddenly, the dark blue energy rushed into the space and a large amount of cold air instantly wrapped Gu Hai's kidney aperture. Gu Hai's kidney turned into a water blue color. Hue! All the cold air in the body was poured into Gu Hai's body. The cold air in Gu Hai's body suddenly disappeared. Gu Hai opened his mouth to suck, and the huge ice quickly disappeared. Shangguan Hen had already retreated to the side to protect Gu Hai. Waves of water god power poured into the kidney aperture, strengthening Gu Hai's kidney and creating a water god palace. Rumble! The ice strangely turned into energy and poured into Gu Hai's body. On the sea, Gu Hai set up a large array. Fong Mingho shouted. Boom! The cloud beast that was squeezing Fong Mingho suddenly exploded. Young Master and be careful! Fong Mingho hit the cloud beast that was holding Young Master and boom! The ferocious cloud beast exploded into pieces as well. Hugh, finally out, Fong Mingho, quick, break the array and take me out of here! Young Master and said with a hint of horror. After all, the scene of Gu Hai slaying the dragon was still fresh in his mind. Boom! Fong Mingho stretched out his hand and hit the clouds not far away. Kaboom! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the array. Young Master and come out with me. I saw Gu Hai activating the array here. I opened a crack, I don't know how long it can hold. Fong Mingho shouted. As he said, he pulled Young Master and out of the crack. Phew! The moment they flew out of the crack suddenly closed again. The two escaped from the array and stood on the sea, looking at the array in front of them in horror. The sea was calm, and an inconspicuous cloud array shrouded it. Who would have thought that there was such a terrifying killing intent hidden under this array? Let's go, Fong Mingho, let's get out of here immediately. Young Master and said in shock. No, Young Master and wait, I'll go down and take a look. Fong Mingho narrowed his eyes and shook his head. After that, Fong Mingho's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, and he dived into the sea. On an island in the distance, hundreds of gray-robed men gathered here, led by Sima Chongkong. Sir, look, it's that cloud array. Someone shouted. Those two people? Sima Chongkong frowned slightly. Fong Mingho and young Masterin? They're out of the array? Something happened inside? The gray-robed man who was monitoring here said in surprise. Fong Mingho bypassed the array and entered the sea again? Fong Mingho's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He went straight to the bottom of the sea, and soon reached the trench. He took out a long knife and carefully approached it. Boom! There were bursts of roaring sounds coming from the depths of the trench. Soon, Fong Mingho reached the depths and saw the scene inside. Fong Mingho had seen the ice inside more than once, but now, half of the ice had disappeared. Moreover, the ice seemed to have turned into energy and was pouring into Gu Hai's mouth. How is this possible? Isn't this ice certain death? Fong Mingho said in surprise. Venerable Lun Yen and Long Wanqing were frozen, and only that Shangguan Hen was left? That golden core cultivator? A ferocious look flashed in Fong Mingho's eyes. This is a good opportunity. Who is it? Shangguan Hen suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned around. Fong Mingho did not hesitate. He grabbed his long knife and charged over. He slashed with his long knife, and a golden knife aura shot at Shangguan Hen. Boom! The knife aura was ferocious, and ordinary golden core cultivators could not block it. Fong Mingho firmly believed that this knife aura would kill Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen glared at Fong Mingho and shouted coldly, "The mystic snake's 100 changes, press forward with indomitable will." Buzz! An emerald light ring suddenly appeared on Fong Mingho's forehead. The moment the light ring appeared, it turned into a transparent green snake that was 100 feet long. The moment the green snake appeared, the surrounding sea was instantly dyed green. Then, it collided with the golden knife aura. TSS, 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 TSS. The golden knife aura sizzled as it corroded at a strange speed. The green snake shrunk slightly, but it instantly arrived before Fong Mingho. What? Fong Mingho's expression changed as he struck with his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the green snake exploded. Fong Mingho retreated in horror. Bang! The terrified Fong Mingho instantly retreated from the sea. Fong Mingho, what's wrong with you? Why is your entire body green? Young Masterin said in shock. Young Masterin, let's go. Pustules quickly grew on Fong Mingho's face as he cried out in horror. Whoosh! He pulled young Masterin and shot toward the horizon. Puff! Puff! Fong Mingho spat out blood as he flew. His face was filled with horror. You're poisoned? What kind of poison is that? It's so strong that you can't even withstand it with your cultivation base? Young Masterin said in horror. Let's go, let's go. Fong Mingho fainted in horror. Young Masterin shuddered and quickly fled into the distance with Fong Mingho. In the distance, Sima Chongkong and the others looked at the two fleeing people in shock. My lord, should we chase after them? Sima Chongkong narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, it's useless even if we chase after them. What's at the bottom of the sea? Fong Mingho is in the 5 nascent soul realm. He just went down for a while, and he escaped in such a tragic manner? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea, Shangguan Hen watched Fong Mingho leave and said coldly, Run. It's useless. I can already use a trace of my divine power. I'm the only one in the world who can cure you of my divine snake poison. Shangguan Hen turned his head and looked at Gu Hai again. To protect Gu Hai. At this moment, the rolling ice turned into energy and poured into Gu Hai's body. There was only 1/10 of the endless ice left. Gu Hai sank his consciousness into the kidney aperture space. It was a small space like the Dantian, except that the Dantian contained the chi of spiritual progenitor, which was purple. As for this quasi-Dantian, it was blue, ice blue, and water blue. The kidney aperture has been opened. The second level of the Khanate realm? Gu Hai was excited. Kaboom! The rolling ice completely merged with the kidney aperture. At this moment, Gu Hai could see that his kidney was emitting a faint blue light, if it wasn't wrapped in flesh and blood. His kidney essence was overflowing, as if it contained endless vitality. Gu Hai's lower body was also very firm at this moment. There seemed to be an inexhaustible energy in his body. Boom! After the kidney aperture opened, the energy that Xiao Chen consumed earlier seemed to have found a place to flow, gushing into the kidney aperture like a long river. The moment the energy entered the kidney aperture, it seemed to be modified by the ice energy in the kidney aperture, turning into clumps of aqua-blue veritable essence energy. The veritable essence energy gathered in the center, looking like a ball of liquid. The cold qi in Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan's bodies also entered Gu Hai's body. The two froze for a moment before jolting to their senses. What happened earlier? Long Wanqing asked in confusion, seeming to shiver from the cold. The ice broke? How did you do it? Venerable Lun Yan exclaimed in shock. Shangguan Hen looked at the two and smiled faintly. He did not explain, continuing to protect Gu Hai. At this moment, the two noticed Gu Hai. Gu Hai's entire body gave off a faint blue light. The earlier flush on his face slowly faded. Gu Hai is breaking through? Venerable Lun Yan exclaimed. Everyone waited patiently. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at the bottom of the sea. Without the ice, 1,000,000 bronze men were exposed to the sea. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The banner with the word Silver Moon in front of the bronze men suddenly fluttered. Buzz! Suddenly, the bronze man holding the banner trembled slightly and gave off a buzzing sound. OM! 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 These buzzing sounds seemed to be contagious, quickly spreading to the other bronze men. Soon, 1,000,000 bronze men trembled together. This is? Everyone exclaimed in shock. 1,000,000 spirits flew around the vast silver moon sea. They flew extremely fast. However, just as the bronze man holding Gu Hai trembled, the 1,000,000 spirits suddenly paused at the same time. It seemed like they heard something. Ding, 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 ding. The 1,000,000 spirits suddenly went crazy. They flapped their wings and quickly flew towards the silver moon sea, towards the bronze men where Gu Hai was. On an island, the fairy Wanner kept playing music to attract the spirit. The yellow spirit was getting closer and closer to the fairy Wanner. Furthermore, it slowly closed its eyes and started dancing. The fairy Wanner felt her heart beating strongly. She reached out with her left hand. Her left hand reached for the yellow spirit while her right hand continued playing the zither. Just a little more. She touched it. Her fingertips touched it. Success. I'm going to grab Gao Chen's soul. Buzz. Just as they were about to grab the Gao Chen's soul, a buzzing sound rang out. Almost all of the little spirits were slightly stunned. What's that sound? The yellow spirit suddenly opened its eyes. Let me go first. Let me go first. The yellow spirit suddenly revealed an expression of ecstasy. It flapped its wings and quickly flew in the direction of the South Sea. What? Don't run. The fairy Wanner staggered and did not grab it. Gao Chen's soul flew away when it was in her hands? Not only the yellow spirit, but all the green spirits around also flew away quickly. All of them were ecstatic and flew towards the silver moon sea. No, who ruined my good deed? Ah, bastard! The fairy Wanner jumped up in exasperation. Whoosh! Hugging the zither, the fairy Wanner chased after it. Seeing Gao Chen's soul fly further and further away, the fairy Wanner felt her heart bleeding. Who was it? Who? The fairy Wanner wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 212. Stop! Don't run! Fairy Wanner shouted anxiously. Fairy Wanner took out the flying boat and started to chase after the little yellow fairy. However, the little fairy was too fast. There was no wind resistance in her soul form. She was getting faster and faster. Fairy Wanner's face was filled with worry. There were about 2,000,000 fairies. Now that they were moving crazily, they attracted the attention of some people. Many Qin masters also heard this strange buzzing sound and quickly followed the little fairy in flying. Silver Moon Island. The old manor lord suddenly smiled. You found it? That's good. The Silver Moon Army? The Silver Moon Army that Mr. Silver Moon left behind. I can't believe I still have the chance to see it when I'm dying. I have no regrets in this life. Yunemo kept the old manor lord company while directing the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa with his hand gestures. Manor lord, what's the Silver Moon Army? Yunemo asked curiously. The old manor lord's face was getting paler and paler. He was at the end of his lifespan, and his body was emitting a foul smell. However, Yunemo did not mind at all. In the past, before the Deqian Celestial Empire, Mr. Silver Moon also made a batch of Guqin figurines. They were used to protect the Silver Moon Villa. The old manor lord said softly. Guqin figurines? Yunemo asked in surprise. The old manor lord nodded. What level are the Guqin figurines? Yunemo asked seriously. Peak nascent soul stage. There were 1,000,000 of them. The old manor lord said proudly. What? 1,000,000 Guqin figurines? All of them were at the peak of the nascent soul stage? This? Yunemo said in surprise. Just like Gauchin, if the Silver Moon Villa was strong, it would be a great treasure. However, the Silver Moon Villa is weak, and it can only be a disaster. A disaster? The old manor lord said with a bitter smile. Manor lord, is that why my great-grandfather decided to move the Silver Moon Villa away from this sea? Yunemo asked in surprise. The old manor lord nodded. You can say that. They are powerful. Let them take it. Just don't involve you. Let Luyang of Gojoseon take it? If something goes wrong, my Silver Moon Villa will still be implicated. That's why I held the Guqin recital conference here. In addition to the people of the Luyang of Gojoseon, there will also be officials from the imperial capital. I've already done this. Even if the officials from the imperial capital can't find them, they can't blame my Silver Moon Villa. Now I don't have to worry anymore. They found it. Ha ha, they found it. Yunemo fell silent. Yunemo, did you see that? If you can't strengthen yourself, the things in your home will be taken away by these tyrants one by one. If you are still weak, you will lose even more. In the future, you won't even be able to protect your lover. You have Mr. Silvermoon's bloodline, and you have great comprehension when it comes to zither. You have to put your heart into it. I won't be by your side in the future, so you have to work hard. The old manor lord held Yunmo's hand and said in a hoarse voice. Manor lord, you will be fine. You will be fine. Yunmo's eyes reddened. When Yunemo was young, after his parents mysteriously died, the old manor lord single-handedly raised him. The old manor lord was the person closest to him. Now, the old manor lord was on the verge of death. Could Yunemo let him die? Yunemo had a way. He had a way. At the bottom of the sea where Gu Hai was, the bronze men were currently vibrating, forming a sound Tao boundary that slowly expanded outwards. Crack, 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 crack. This high-frequency sound wave crushed the huge rocks at the bottom of the sea into powder. Quick, quick, retreat. Venerable Lunyan's expression changed. But what about Gu Hai? Long Wanqing said anxiously. At the kidney orifice in Gu Hai's body, rumble. Soon, nearly all the energy from the dragon's feedback flowed into the kidney orifice, turning into aqua-blue energy that condensed into a blue sphere of veritable essence energy. A blue ice dragon image swam slowly within the veritable essence energy sphere. Golden True Dragon Core Cultivation Technique. Buzz! The blue dragon led the water-type veritable essence energy as it circulated through Yunmo's meridians. The purple dragon led the mother spiritual veritable essence energy in Yunmo's dantian as it circulated through Yunmo's meridians as well. The two forces were clearly separated and were incompatible. It was like water and oil mixed together, but they were still separated. As the two energies circulated in Yun Mo's body, Yun Mo's strength seemed to increase exponentially in an instant. The third layer of the golden core realm? Gu Hai's eyes lit up as he opened them. Your Majesty, quickly leave this place. Gu Hai, quick. You finally woke up. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai and retreated. Buzz. The sound waves surged towards Gu Hai, quickly crushing the rocks under Gu Hai's feet. Gu Hai's expression changed as he immediately moved back. What's going on? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Qin terracotta soldiers. It's Qin terracotta soldiers. Venerable Lunyan said with a sullen expression. Qin terracotta soldiers? What are the zither figurines? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock as he moved back. Zither figurines are war puppets, killing machines. Controlling the zither figurines to fight using zither music? These zither figurines are impervious to weapons and are made of bronze? I wonder how strong they are. Venerable Lunyan said worriedly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bronze figurines trembled. Suddenly, an azure-colored light shot over from the distance. Is that a spirit? An azure-colored spirit? Long Wanqing said while goggling. Whoosh. However, that spirit suddenly shot into one of the bronze figurines, entering the interior in a flash. Buzz! Suddenly, that bronze figurine's eyes glowed red. Then, it twisted its neck. It moved. It moved? It came back to life? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Yes, it came back to life. This is a shell. The spirit found a shell and can live for a longer time, Venerable Lunyan said. Swish! 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 Beams of azure-colored light shot down from the distance and entered the many zither figurines. However, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. These zither figurines attracted the spirit here? Whoosh! Gu Hai turned his head and charged into his ritual array at his fastest speed. At the same time, some of the cultivators surrounding Gu Hai on the sea immediately goggled. They saw many spirits shooting over from the distance, looking like a meteor shower as they fell into Gu Hai's ritual array and into the sea below. What? This is? Sima Chongkong flew into the air, looking at this mysterious phenomenon in shock. My lord, it must be that ritual array. The buzzing sounds coming from the ritual array attracted the spirits. There are so many spirits, more and more spirits. Could it be that all the spirits in the Silver Moon Sea are here? What is happening under that ritual array? Everyone exclaimed. Whoosh! Stop, stop! You are mine! Fairy Wan Er's anxious shout came from afar. Fairy Wan Er? Many people looked over curiously. They saw Fairy Wan Er chasing after a yellow stream of light. That is? Gauchen's spirit? Sima Chongkong's expression changed. However, the yellow stream of light was too fast, so fast that Sima Chongkong couldn't stop it in time. It instantly rushed into Gu Hai's ritual array and headed for the deep sea. Spirits could pass through physical bodies, so naturally they could pass through ritual arrays. The yellow spirit heard the bronze man's voice and saw Gu Hai's ritual array. However, it didn't take it seriously and wanted to pass through it in an instant. Just as it rushed into the ritual array. Slap! All of a sudden, the little yellow fairy's figure paused and stopped. The little spirit's eyes widened. What was going on? However, it saw that it was being held in someone's hand. It was Gu Hai. Gu Hai was holding the yellow spirit with one hand. When he saw the spirits coming, he knew that his chance had come. He quickly rushed into the ritual array and waited. As expected, he saw a yellow light shoot over. Without hesitation, he used the ritual array to appear at the spot where the yellow light passed through. Gu Hai grabbed the yellow spirit. Gauchen's spirit? It's so easy to get? Gu Hai stared blankly. Speaking of which, Gu Hai really didn't expect to catch it. His Guqin Dao was a lie, and there was no chance for him to find the yellow spirit. Hence, he didn't have any hopes from the start. That was why he came to help Shangguan Hen find the snake head. However, everything was so strange. Gauchen's spirit suddenly flew into his hands? Let me go, you bad guy, let me go! Gauchen's spirit shouted anxiously. If I don't accept a gift from heaven, I will be punished. Do you think I will let you go? Ha 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 ha! Gu Hai laughed excitedly. The yellow spirit stared at Gu Hai with its eyes wide open. Suddenly, it spit, let me go, or I will curse your whole family. Gu Hai was speechless. How could Gu Hai expect that this little spirit could spit and curse? Did he catch the wrong spirit? Was this really Gauchen's spirit? Little brat, do you know who I am? Let me go, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. Spit. The yellow spirit spat again. Spit, 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 spit. Gu Hai's face darkened. This little spirit wasn't so shameless when he was at Silver Moon Island. Why did it suddenly become like this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of green light shot into the bronze figures. The little spirits from all over Silver Moon Island rushed into the bronze figures. The bronze figures slowly came to life. You idiot, let go of me quickly. It's gone, it's almost gone. The yellow spirit showed a desperate expression. It's over, it's over. My life is in the hands of a scourge like you. Son of AB*, tch, let me go. Woo woo, I curse you, curse your son to not have AD*, ck. The yellow spirit cursed at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face turned pale. Was this guy Gauchen's spirit? Chapter 213. Damn. Big brother, master, I beg you, let me go. There aren't many Guqin figurines left, and they'll all be snatched away soon. You're my master, okay? The yellow little fairy finally gave in. After nagging for a long time, Gu Hai was completely at a loss. This guy was definitely not Gauchen's soul. This was clearly a hooligan, scoundrel, spineless, and thick-skinned. Could this guy be Gauchen's soul? In the outside world, at this moment, more and more little fairies rushed over from all directions, rushing towards the bronze men. Along with the bronze men, countless cultivators chased over, and a large number of Guqin masters rushed over. Fairy Wanner felt that her previous good temper was about to be wiped clean. Impossible, whose Guqin Dao is this? Whose Guqin Dao is so powerful that I almost caught Gauchen's soul, but they were all attracted by him. This Guqin sound? Can the buzzing sound attract the little fairies? I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I'm unwilling. Who is it, who is it? The flying boat carried Wan and flew rapidly. Fairy Wan saw the yellow little fairy suddenly drilling into Gu Hai's formation from afar. Although she could see that it was a formation, she was burning with anxiety at this moment and didn't care about it at all. Whoosh! Fairy Wan drove the flying boat and quickly flew into it. As soon as they entered, they immediately entered a huge area of clouds and mist. Huh! Fairy Wan-er's expression changed. Only then did she realize that she was impulsive. She turned her head and looked around, and happened to see Gu Hai in the distance. At this moment, Gu Hai was looking at the thing in his right hand with a look of disdain. In Gu Hai's right hand, he was holding Gauchen's soul that he almost caught. You again? Fairy Wan glared and shouted angrily. Huh! Gu Hai turned his head and looked, and happened to see Fairy Wan. Gauchen's soul? Why is it in your hands? Why is it in your hands? Fairy Wan was about to go crazy. If it had been any other Guqin master, no matter who it was, he would have been able to tolerate the fact that they had Gauchen's soul. But why was it this swindler? He didn't even have the concept of the Guqin Dao, so how could he possibly grasp it? If I'm so powerful, why haven't I been caught yet? It's not fair. Oh? So it's the Fairy Wanner? Gu Hai said calmly. I'm asking you, why is Gauchen's soul in your hands? How did it end up in your hands? Fairy Wanner shouted with wide eyes. I caught him, Gu Hai said blankly. Was there a need to be so angry? Impossible. Impossible. How did you manage to catch him? How did you catch it? Fairy Wan was in despair. You grabbed it with your hands. Gu Hai was puzzled. Fairy Wanner. My Guqin Dao is so powerful, but I failed to catch it. You, who do not have the Guqin Dao, managed to catch it? Are you kidding me? However, that was the truth. Gu Hai caught it, really caught it. Depression surged into Fairy Wanner's head. She felt like vomiting blood again. However, this time, it was because she was angered by Gu Hai. Rumble. Another large wave of small spirits rushed to the bottom of the sea. Fairy Wanner forced herself to calm down and take a look. That's not right. That's not right. What in the sea attracted Gauchen's soul? Did you take advantage of it? Fairy Wanner shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lunyan, and Shangguan Hen charged into the ritual array from below. Your Majesty, it's not good. Quick, those bronze men are rioting. Shangguan Hen said anxiously. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. With a wave of his sleeve, he was able to see the situation at the bottom of the sea through the formation. It was a bronze man with a ferocious expression, charging straight at the formation. Boom! Suddenly, the bronze man barged into the formation and looked in Gu Hai's direction with a ferocious expression. And at the bottom of the sea, another 10 bronze men were about to rush up. Not good. Gu Hai's expression changed as he waved his hand. Walala! Immediately, the great formation surged slightly. Another 10 bronze men appeared, but this time, they didn't charge in, instead being stopped with a loud bang. Boom! 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 The 10 bronze men slammed into the array, and all of them revealed anxious expressions as they began to attack the array with all their might. Boom! 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 The 10 bronze men quickly attacked the array, but the bronze men that entered the array instantly pounced at Gu Hai. Huh! Fairy Wanner was slightly startled. Qin figurines? I'll do it! Venerable Lunyan shouted. 9-star pearl alignment. The 9 Buddhist prayer beads suddenly turned into stars again as they charged at that bronze man. Roar! The bronze man let out a loud roar. He extended his fist and brazenly struck out. Boom! 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 The bronze man only moved back slightly before knocking away the 9 Buddhist prayer bead. Venerable Lunyan's expression changed. What? A peak nascent soul figurine? Roar! The bronze man charged again. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. Suddenly, a cloud beast charged out of the great formation. The Xiang Yu cloud beast swung its halberd at the bronze man. Roar! The bronze man roared and punched with its right fist. Boom! Crack! The huge clash created a large number of sparks. A white mark appeared on the bronze man's arm. However, it managed to block the halberd. The two forces reached a stalemate. Another one! Gu Hai shouted. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. Suddenly, another Xiang Yu cloud beast appeared and swung its halberd again. Boom! The bronze man swung its left arm up. Again, the two forces reached a stalemate. However, the two Xiang Yu cloud beasts finally suppressed the bronze man. The bronze man bent over under the pressure but could not be undone. Roar! Roar! That bronze man roared as it stared at Gu Hai. More accurately, it stared at Gauchen's soul in Gu Hai's hand. This bronze man is so strong that it is impervious to weapons? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Although the bronze man was suppressed, Gu Hai understood that the great formation was draining spirit stones to suppress him. Boom! 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 More bronze men gathered outside. In the blink of an eye, there were already several hundred of them, crazily attacking the great formation. The great formation trembled, causing the expressions of Gu Hai's group to change. At this moment, Sima Chongkong and the others no longer saw this sea region as calm as before. Loud sounds rang out as towering waves surged in the surrounding sea. Rumble! Tsunamis soared into the sky and the sea waves were huge. Countless cultivators who wanted to rush forward stopped with a change in expression. What's going on? What happened here? Why are there so many spirits rushing here? I saw the demoness, Fairy Wan. She chased Gauchen's soul into that great formation. The demoness got Gauchen's soul? The cultivators were also anxious. In the great formation, Gu Hai's surroundings were also shaking violently. Hundreds of bronze men had turned into tens of thousands of bronze men. The power of the great formation made Gu Hai and the others feel a chill in their hearts. What's going on? These bronze men seem to be targeting you? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Suddenly, Long Wanqing saw Gauchen's soul in Gu Hai's hand. They are targeting this little thing, right? Gauchen's soul? Long Wanqing said in surprise. Gu Hai stared at Gauchen's soul. At this moment, the yellow little fairy's face was also ashen. It's over, it's over. These little things, they are going to eat me, the yellow little fairy said in horror. Slap. Gu Hai swung his right hand and slapped its head with his finger. Who are you? Speak properly, what's going on? Gu Hai said coldly. After understanding the yellow little fairy's character, Gu Hai was no longer polite to it. This thick-skinned little fairy had to be tougher with him. It's all the fault of the Qin figurines here. It's all the fault of these Qin figurines. In the past, I was the biggest among all the elves. That group of idiots didn't have any intelligence. Damn it, wherever I went, they would all avoid me, and I would hit whoever I wanted. Now it's all over. They got the body, they are the boss now. Woo, if I also got a body just now, I wouldn't be afraid anymore. They want to catch you, Gu Hai said with a frown. They want to eat me. Because if they eat me, they will have everything and can live for a very long time. In their current state, they can only last for 2 months at most. If they eat me, they can live. It's over, it's over. How many zither figurines are there? The yellow little fairy looked at Gu Hai. 1,000,000, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. 1,000,000? But there are 2,000,000 green fairies. It's not enough to share. It's over. 1,000,000 zither figurines are chasing me? Just let me die. Oh my God! Which bastard created so many zither figurines? The yellow little fairy said in despair. That bastard created you too. Gu Hai was speechless. Forget I said it before. The yellow little fairy's face stiffened. Boom. About 400,000 bronze figurines began to attack the formation. The formation shook violently as if it couldn't hold on for much longer. What to do, what to do? The yellow little fairy said in despair. Aren't you a spiritual body? They already have a physical body. They can't catch you, right? Long Wanqing asked in confusion. They can catch us because they are zither figurines. The zither figurines can catch us, the yellow little fairy said anxiously. Long Wanqing and the others looked at Gu Hai. Boom, boom, boom. As more and more bronze figurines appeared, the formation became more and more difficult to resist. Gu Hai was anxious. In the distance, Sima Changkong and the rest were shocked as they looked at the 300-meter-tall tsunami around them. There's a bronze figurine's heavy strike formation at the bottom of the sea. Someone reported to Sima Changkong. Formation? What a powerful formation! Even at this level, it was still able to block the attack? A city defense formation is nothing more than this, right? Are you sure Gu Hai only used 1 day to set it up? Sima Changkong exclaimed. Yes. What a talent! How many more tricks does this Gu Hai have? Sima Changkong's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Inside the ritual array, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lunyan each took out a flying ship. Gu Hai, are you really going to do this? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. That's right. Heaven sent Gauchen's spirit to me. Why should I not try? I'll pilot your flying ship and escape. You all follow Venerable Lunyan. Those bronze figurines will not care about you, Gu Hai said. We're fine. It's just, don't worry. When I have no other choice, I know how to make a choice. Gu Hai said with a nod. Make a choice? Don't, my lord. Big brother, you are my biological big brother. Don't give up on me. If you give up on me, I'll be finished. I'll sing for you in the future. Gauchen's spirit looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. In return, Gu Hai showed a look of disdain. Boom! The ritual array shook wildly. It looked like it would break soon. Remember, look for City Lord he again. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better this time, Gu Hai instructed. Right, everyone answered. Venerable Lun Yen led Shangguan Hen and Long Wanqing onto the flying ship and instantly charged out of the ritual array. Not far away, Fairy Wan charged out of the ritual array with a dissatisfied gaze, leaving only Gu Hai on Long Wanqing's white cloud flying ship. Roar! Suddenly, the bronze figurines roared in unison. Boom! The ritual array that Gu Hai laid shattered. The huge impact kicked up 600-meter-tall waves in the surrounding sea. Countless cultivators tried to protect themselves in horror. Whoosh! The instant the ritual array exploded, Gu Hai drove his flying ship out of the sea and into the sky. Chapter 214. Boom! When the bronze men attacked, the shock waves caused the entire sea region to surge with towering wave. The cultivators rushing over all revealed horrified expressions as they watched from afar, not daring to get close. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 flying ships charged out of the ritual array in the center of the wave. These were the flying ships of Venerable Lun Yen and Fairy Wan. Whoosh! The 2 flying ships quickly left the ritual array and headed for the distant crowd. Is that Fairy Wan? Is it that witch? Wasn't she the one who chased after Gauchen's soul earlier? Is her zither Dao not very impressive anymore? Did she capture Gauchen's soul? Countless cultivators looked at Wanner, anticipating a conversation. The surroundings were too noisy, and the cultivators spoke extremely loudly. Naturally, these voices reached Fairy Wanner's ears, which had excellent hearing. Humph! Fairy Wanner snorted coldly, feeling depressed. Boom! Just at this moment, the ritual array in the distance exploded. The boundless seawater exploded again, shooting into the sky. Whoosh! Another flying boat rushed out in an instant. It was Gu Hai. Gu Hai controlled the flying ship with one hand and grabbed the wide-eyed yellow spirit with the other. Look! It's Gu Hai. Great Master Gu. It really is Great Master Gu. Look at Great Master Gu's hand. Is that Gauchen's soul? So, Great Master Gu obtained it? Great Master Gu's zither Dao is indeed incredible. That which wants to compete with Great Master Gu? She must be dreaming. Indeed. Great Master Gu's zither Dao is not something that which can compare to. To think that she wants to use underhanded means to stop him. How laughable. Before absolute strength, all schemes and schemes are joke. No matter how much that which spouts nonsense, it is useless. Great Master Gu is more incredible than her. He is simply incredible. Countless cultivators showed confident expressions as they criticized Gu Hai. The anger that Fairy Wanner just suppressed erupted again. Gu Hai, you liar, I'm not done with you. Fairy Wanner yelled even more pitifully. However, Gu Hai had already flown far away. He held the yellow little fairy in his hand. Flying at high speed, the yellow little fairy stared into the distance. My goodness, fly, fly. My life is very valuable. Hurry up, hurry up. Shut up, Gu Hai said coldly with a dark face. Boom. However, from the bottom of the sea, many bronze figures suddenly flew into the sky and shot toward Gu Hai's flying boat like cannonballs. Swish. 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 A million cannonballs to bombard Gu Hai's flying boat? That scene instantly made all the cultivators who were talking just now widen their eyes. What is that? Qin figurines? Bronze zither figurines. So fast? Are you kidding me? Is this the most powerful Guqin figurine in the Yuanying state? This is in the hundreds of thousands, right? No, a million, right? Countless Guqin masters suddenly cried out in surprise. They were all Guqin cultivators, so naturally, they had heard of the Guqin figurines. Such a huge number naturally caused everyone to reveal a look of shock. Boom! A million of them, covering the sky and covering the earth, chased after Gu Hai. In the past, they were only the size of a thumb. Now, they were all in human form. Each of the Guqin figurines had a ferocious look on their faces. They held bronze swords in their hands and were extremely fast. Swish! Swish! Even though Gu Hai was driving the flying boat, his speed was only slightly faster. However, there were more than 1,000,000 bronze figures. If he flew in a straight line, Gu Hai could slowly increase the distance between them. However, the Silver Moon Sea was sealed by the sea-sealing enchantment. Before long, Gu Hai arrived at the edge of the sea-sealing enchantment. Break for me! The heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly pressed down. Boom! The array shook violently, but it did not break. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. The heaven-suppressing divine seal was his strongest power now. How could it not break free from the sea-sealing enchantment? Although the sea-sealing enchantment was shaking, it did not break free. Perhaps it could be broken with a few more hits. However, the nearest bronze figure was already in front of him. Go! Gu Hai's expression changed. He put away the heaven-suppressing divine seal and controlled the flying boat to turn and leave. Whoosh! After the flying boat left, hundreds of bronze figures arrived. Boom, boom, boom! Hundreds of bronze figures crashed into the sea-sealing enchantment, causing it to shake slightly. Turning around, the bronze figures chased after Gu Hai again. Silver Moon Sea. Gu Hai flew in the air and looked around. There were bronze figures everywhere. They were invulnerable and extremely fast. They charged at him ferociously. The flying boat shuttled through the gaps between the flying bronze figures. Gauchen's soul looked at the densely packed bronze figures in front of him and was dumbfounded. Don't go over there. It's all bronze figures, all of them. I'm going to die because of you. Father, mother, save me, huh? I don't seem to have parents? I learned it from them and got used to shouting. God, why don't I even have parents? Who's going to save me? There's not even a person to shout for. I'm so miserable. Gauchen's soul shouted in horror. Shut up! Gu Hai roared with a headache. The yellow little elf was still shouting. Gu Hai's face was ferocious. He controlled the flying boat to crash into the large group of bronze figures. He had no choice but to do so. He was surrounded in all directions. Boom! Suddenly, the flying boat crashed into 15 bronze figures and flew out through the gaps between the large group of bronze figures. Motherf *, good, we escaped. The yellow little elf suddenly shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Gu Hai's flying boat was once again in the midst of the Silver Moon Sea. Swish! 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 The group of bronze men chased after him relentlessly, continuously following behind him. Gu Hai smiled bitterly as he dodged the bronze figures. Why did this scene feel like a large wave of fighter jets was chasing after him? It was not just a large wave, but 1,000,000 fighter jets chasing after him. How long could he last? When the flying boat arrived at Silver Moon Island, close to 1,000 bronze figures were already guarding Silver Moon Island. When they saw the flying boat, they immediately charged over. Whoosh! Gu Hai's flying boat quickly flew over. A large-scale and ferocious chase played out above the Silver Moon Sea. Nearly all the cultivators looked up at the sky. This included the group of musicians. Is that Master Gu? He is too ferocious. If it were me, my legs would have turned to jelly long ago. The bronze figures are very powerful. Earlier, I saw Master Gu fly to the side of a small island. That bronze figure destroyed the island with one punch. The countless cultivators did not know whether they were worried for Gu Hai or envious of Gu Hai capturing Gauchen's soul. Perhaps they did not know what they were thinking. They only knew that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On Venerable Lun Yan's flying boat, Long Wanqing bit her lip, showing a worried expression. Venerable, is there any way to help Gu Hai? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Venerable Lun Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no way. If Gu Hai wants to save himself, he just needs to release Gauchen's soul. Long Wanqing still showed extreme worry in her eyes. Hall Master, I feel that what Gu Hai said earlier makes sense. Now that the bronze figures are exposed, City Lord, he might not be able to hide it anymore. Let's quickly go and find City Lord he. Venerable Lun Yen called out. Right. Long Wanqing nodded. On an island in the Silver Moon Sea. He Shirkong looked at the bronze figures filling the sky and stumbled. Ha 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 ha. Bronze figures? Gu Hai released them? It looks like I can't hide it anymore. I can't hide it anymore. Ha 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 ha. He Shirkong's eyes flashed with bitter despair. The water surged for a while at the ritual array where the bronze figures exploded. Now it had calmed down significantly, and the 3 islands were exposed once again. Milord, there is still a small ritual array that Gu Hai laid here. There are 6,000 soldiers with their cultivations sealed? Someone suddenly shouted. Sima Chongkong quickly led a large group of gray-clad men over. Seal off this sea region. Don't let anyone in. If necessary, show your identity medallion. Sima Chongkong shouted. Yes. As for the 6,000 soldiers on the island, they were let out. Interrogate them. Sima Chongkong looked coldly at the 6,000 soldiers. We said, don't interrogate them. It was the City Lord who wanted us to do it. It was he Shirkong, City Lord he. A soldier immediately shouted. Clearly, they still thought that Gu Hai was he Shirkong's subordinate. They thought that he Shirkong sent Gu Hai to silence them. I'll speak. I'll speak. There is a huge dragon at the bottom of the sea, a sinful dragon. I'll speak. I'll speak. I'm innocent. He Shirkong tricked me. The group of soldiers fought to be the first to tell Sima Chongkong everything they knew. Sima Chongkong looked at the crowd blankly. It was extremely difficult to investigate the case previously. Why was it so smooth now? Continue the interrogation. Give me a statement, summarize it, and give me the results. A few of you, follow me to the bottom of the sea. Sima Chongkong said in a deep voice. Yes. On Silver Moon Island. The old village master looked at the bronze figures in the sky and smiled. Good Guqin figurines. Good, Mr. Silver Moon, your Guqin figurines are very powerful. I'm incompetent. I didn't manage the Silver Moon Villa well. I've embarrassed you. As he spoke, the old village master's body was filled with lethargy. His eyelids drooped as if he was about to die. Yun Mo's expression changed. Are you all ready? Hurry up! Yun Mo shouted to the people around the island. All around, the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa were excited and said, Young village master, we are all ready. We await your orders. Yun Mo's expression turned solemn and he became silent. All the disciples looked at Yun Mo. Everyone, today, I will do something that violates the rules of the villa. After today, the Silver Moon Villa may be despised by the world, but I must do it. If I do it today, I may be despised by the world, but I will not regret it. If I don't do it today, I will regret it for the rest of my life. If you don't want to do it with me, leave immediately. I won't blame you. Yun Mo took a deep breath and said, In order to save the old village master, I am not afraid of any scolding. My life was saved by the old village master. If he can live, what is a little scolding? Young village master, don't hesitate. Hurry, the old village master has reached his limit. We won't leave. The disciples of the villa shouted. Yun Mo looked at the support of the disciples of the villa, and his eyes flashed with determination. Turning his head, Yun Mo looked around the Silver Moon Island and revealed a ferocious expression. Guqin Dao Masters, please excuse me. Chapter 215. Silver Moon Sea. 1,000,000 bronze men chased after Gu Hai's flying boat with all their might. They didn't stop for a moment and surrounded Gu Hai many times. He only managed to escape from danger a few times. This won't do. If this goes on, the flying boat's energy will be depleted. I will also collapse from exhaustion. The flying boat can't withstand too many violent collisions like this. Gu Hai frowned as he fled. 1,000,000 fighter jets were chasing after him. If this continued, He would be courting death. Enter the sea? Don't joke. If he entered the sea, his speed wouldn't be as fast as the bronze men. Moreover, Gu Hai realized that this group of bronze men didn't use their eyes to chase after him. They used their senses. They could sense where Gauchen's soul was. Therefore, it was useless even if he wanted to hide. Set up a defensive array? The array on the island was so strong previously, but it was broken by the bronze men. What kind of defensive array should he use? He couldn't escape. He might be able to break the sea ceiling barrier, but would this group of bronze men give him the time? Sea ceiling barrier? I have an idea. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. What? What idea? You really have an idea? Gauchen's soul stared at Gu Hai with a look of surprise. Gu Hai replied with a look of disdain. Don't look down on me. I sing quite well. You have an idea? You really have an idea? What can I do to help? Gauchen's soul asked agitatedly. If you shut up, you will be helping, Gu Hai said coldly. With an idea, Gu Hai no longer avoided the group of bronze men. Similarly, the scene of the countless cultivators on the surrounding islands looking at Gu Hai's fleeing changed. Why is Gu Hai running to a place with many bronze men? Yeah, there aren't any bronze men there. Why isn't he going there? No, look, there are more bronze men around Gu Hai. Yeah, is he courting death? He seems to be gathering bronze men? The scene before them confused countless cultivators. Previously, Gu Hai was fleeing everywhere. Now, he was in one spot, as though he was waiting for the bronze men to gather. More and more bronze men appeared. In the blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of thousands of them. Go! Gu Hai suddenly controlled the flying boat and rushed in the direction with the most bronze men. That scene caused countless cultivators to widen their eyes. Are you crazy? Heavens! You're crazy! Gauchen's soul cried out in alarm. Was he courting death? Who would rush in like that? More and more bronze men appeared. How were they going to escape? Rumble! As expected, the number of bronze men crashing this time was unprecedented. Previously, he had only bumped into a dozen of them before escaping. However, this time they had collided with 800 of them. A large amount of damage had suddenly appeared on the flying boat's grand formation. Boom! They finally made it out, but more than half of the flying ship's array had been destroyed. The flying boat's speed immediately dropped by a large margin. It's over. What should I do? I'm still very young. I'm only 1 year old. I don't want to die. Gauchen's soul cried. Shut up! Gu Hai said angrily with a black face. Swoosh! The flying boat fled again. However, after the collision just now, all the bronze men had been circled behind Gu Hai. Previously, there were bronze men all over the sky. Now, all the bronze men were following behind Gu Hai, covering the sky and earth. They were as dense as an army formation and chased over in an orderly manner. This is? Countless cultivators were confused. They saw the flying boat charging straight for the sea ceiling barrier. I know. Gu Hai wants to use the bronze men to break the barrier? All the bronze men are crashing into the barrier together. 1,000 bronze men crashing into the barrier, but the barrier only trembled slightly. This time, 1,000,000 bronze men are crashing into the barrier in an orderly manner? Countless cultivators looked at the sky in surprise. As expected, Gu Hai's flying boat was not flying fast. The bronze men had caught up. In front of them was the sea ceiling barrier. Down! Gu Hai roared. The flying boat suddenly turned around and shot toward the sea below. However, the strong inertia still caused the flying boat to brush against the sea ceiling barrier. As for the bronze men, they were too close and did not expect the flying boat to fly down. Instead, they crashed into the sea ceiling barrier. 1,000,000 bronze men crashed into it rapidly. It was like 1,000,000 meteor showers bombarding one point in an instant. Rumble! Kaboom! A super loud sound resounded throughout the entire Silver Moon Sea. The surrounding seawater immediately churned up monstrous waves again. At the point of impact, A hole with a diameter of 3,000 feet appeared. It's broken, it's broken. Look, Gu Hai's flying boat is leaping out. He really broke the sea-ceiling barrier? Countless cultivators exclaimed. Gu Hai's flying boat took the lead and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it flew to the horizon. Roar! 1,000,000 bronze men were still chasing relentlessly. As they roared, they chased after Gu Hai's flying boat. F***CK, big brother, you're too fierce. I guessed it long ago. You have unlimited wisdom and will definitely think of a good idea. Fortunately, I'm wise. Gao Chen's soul said excitedly. Phew. Gu Hai also let out a long sigh. What do we do now? It seems like your flying boat's speed is not fast enough? They will catch up soon? Gao Chen's soul said with a stare. Enter Silver Moon City. Silver Moon City has a defensive array. Hopefully, it can protect this group of bronze men. Also, the driving spirit stones in the flying boat are almost used up. We need to replenish them quickly. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, You thought of the same thing as me. I thought so too. You are as smart as me. Gao Chen's soul said excitedly. Gu Hai gave him a look of disdain again. In the Silver Moon Sea. On an island, Fairy Wan-Er looked at the big hole in the sea-ceiling barrier with an ugly expression. What's so great about being a little smart? Big liar. However, just as she finished speaking, Fairy Wan-Er's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Whoosh! An extremely thin thread suddenly appeared around Fairy Wan-Er's body and tied her up. Ka. Suddenly, Wan-Er was tied up by the thin thread and couldn't move. Her body curled up. This is Gao Chen's thread? Old Manor Master? She tricked us? Fairy Wan-Er's expression changed. Not only Fairy Wan-Er, but Sima Changkong's expression also changed. A thin thread appeared on the surface of his body and tied him up. Sir, what's wrong with you? A subordinate exclaimed. Sima Changkong's expression changed. Not good, is it, Yunemo? At the beginning, he used Gao Chen's intent to condense the strings to bind our 600 Guqin masters, saying that it was convenient for us to capture Gao Chen's soul. Did he premeditated this? Why would he do this? Sima Changkong's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, is Yunemo going to do something against fate? Elsewhere, on an island, young Master and Fong Mingho fled to the island in a panic and hid there. During this period, the tsunami in the distance, followed by the millions of bronze people in the sky, made young Master and feel inexplicably frightened. He cursed Gu Hai in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Fong Mingho, wake up! Young Master and looked at Fong Mingho. At this moment, Fong Mingho's body had countless blood blisters. After a while, he was already dead. Hiss, dead? Young Master An's scalp went numb. Just as young Master An was afraid, suddenly, a string appeared on the surface of his body and tied him up. What's going on? What's going on? Grandpa, save me! Young Master An suddenly screamed in horror. In an instant, all the Guqin masters invited to the Guqin teaching conference, except for Gu Hai who escaped from the sealed sea enchantment, were tied up in an instant. There seemed to be hundreds of transparent strings connecting all the Guqin masters from Silver Moon Island. Bang! The transparent strings suddenly tightened. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, all the Guqin masters from Silver Moon Island were pulled by the strings and flew toward Silver Moon Island. It was like a fishing line. All the Guqin masters became big fish, pulled by the fishing line and flew toward Silver Moon Island. Many Guqin masters screamed in horror. Silver Moon Island activated the Great Array. Thick fog filled the air, making it impossible to see inside. One by one, the Guqin masters were pulled back to the square where Gao Chen's body was. No, Yunemo, what are you doing? I can't move. Silver Moon Villa, what are you doing? I fell to my death. The Xiozha that were being pulled back all looked angrily at Yunemo. At this moment, Yunemo pressed one hand on Gauchen's body. Gauchen stretched out his hand and played the guqin. Guqin sounds rang out, and a group of guqin masters were tied up. Cough, cough, cough. Bastard, what are you doing? The old villa master looked at Yunemo in shock and anger as he coughed. At this moment, the old villa master was also tied up by a golden string. A group of Silver Moon Villa disciples stood around him. They all looked determined. Villa master, I can't watch you die, Yunemo said with red eyes. In the guqin book my ancestor made, there's a heaven-level guqin soul-changing technique. All the best guqin masters are here. Use their bodies to change your soul. Once you change your body, you can live. Bastard, that's a forbidden technique. Only Master Sho would do that. It's an evil thing. Don't do it. Yunemo, just let me go. Don't make a big mistake. The old villa master cried bitterly. Chapter 216. Silver Moon City. East City Tower. Look. What's that over there? A bronze army? A 1,000,000-strong army? Are they here to attack the city? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Sounds of panic could be heard in the east of Silver Moon City. Close the city gates! Close the city gates! Activate the city defense array! The soldiers in the east of the city shouted. Boom! The city gates immediately closed. The entire Silver Moon City, be it the city walls or the sky, was suddenly enveloped by the array. Let us in. We haven't entered the city yet. The people outside the city shouted. However, the ferocious army in the distance was charging over, leaving streaks of rainbows in their wake. The soldiers guarding the city were horrified. No matter what the situation was, protecting the city was their top priority. They had to close the city gates first, and see what was going on later. That is? Hall Master's white cloud flying ship? Mu Chenfeng, who was on the city tower, said in surprise. Gu Hai was driving the flying ship at the front, while 1,000,000 bronze men chased after him. It looked like Gu Hai was leading an army to attack the city. Is that Master Gu? Someone suddenly recognized him. Quick, open the door. Gu Hai's roar rang out. Gu Hai shouted, and the flying ship suddenly turned to one side. The 1,000,000 bronze men immediately changed their direction and chased after Gu Hai. Not attacking the city? That scared me to death. Are those bronze monsters chasing after Master Gu? How did Master Gu provoke those monsters? The people in the surroundings heaved a sigh of relief. Quick, open the city gates and let Gu Hai in. Mu Chenfeng shouted. That's right. Let Master Gu in. There is an array in the city to stop the bronze monsters. Many people nodded. No. If those bronze monsters enter the city and destroy the city, what should we do? The general guarding the city shouted. Those monsters didn't attack the city just now, but that doesn't mean they won't attack the city later. If I open the city gates, I'll be disregarding the civilians in the city. Another general shook his head. But Gu Hai is very dangerous. Mu Chenfeng glared and shouted. Judging from the speed of that group of monsters, it's obvious that the Yuanying state is powerful. There are millions of them. Once they enter the city, they can raise the entire Silver Moon City to the ground. The surrounding people frowned, but no longer spoke up for Gu Hai. Bastard! That's Elite Hall's Water Division Master. Open the city gates. Mu Chenfeng led a group of Elite Hall disciples and rushed to the city gates. Stop them. Stop me? Have you forgotten who helped you regain your 5 senses in the past? If it wasn't for Division Leader Gu, all of you would be blind and deaf. Mu Chenfeng roared. The soldiers who stepped forward to stop them frowned. If anything happens, Class 1 Hall will shoulder it. Open the gates. Mu Chenfeng rushed through the gates. Stop them! Stop them! The general who shouted. Boom! Mu Chenfeng stretched out her hand and swung it. Suddenly, hundreds of vines rushed out of her sleeve and struck the soldiers guarding the gates. A large number of soldiers were sent flying. Open the gates! Mu Chenfeng shouted. Yes. The Elite Hall disciples answered. Rumble. Immediately, the eastern city gates slowly opened. In the distance, Gu Hai was circling the city gates with the bronze men when he suddenly saw the gates open. Enter. Boom. Gu Hai drove the flying ship and rushed into the city gate. Close the gates. Quickly close the gates. Close the gates. The general on the city gate tower shouted in alarm. The bronze men rushed over like a meteor shower. Clang. With a loud sound, the crowd hurriedly closed the gates. 1. The array enveloped the surroundings once again. Boom. 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 The densely packed bronze men charged over, causing the eastern city gate tower to shake intensely. The meteor shower was extremely dangerous. Division Master Gu, what's going on? Are the Hall Master and the others fine? Mu Chunfeng asked worriedly. Gu Hai looked at Mu Chunfeng. Earlier, he saw Mu Chunfeng arguing with the general on the city gate tower. Furthermore, the ones who opened and closed the gates were elite Hall disciples. Naturally, Gu Hai guessed that it was Mu Chunfeng who opened the gates. Division Master Mu, many thanks, Gu Hai said gratefully. Although Gu Hai had some opinions about Mu Chunfeng in the past, he was truly grateful for her earlier actions. After all, the flying ship could not last much longer. Where are the Hall Master and the others? Mu Chunfeng asked worriedly. They are fine, Gu Hai said with a smile. Boom. 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 At this moment, 1,000,000 bronze men had gathered around the eastern city gate tower and were attacking it fiercely. The Yuanying state could not break the city gate. However, this was not just one Yuanying state but 1,000,000 peak stage nascent soul cultivators. Boom. The bronze men worked together and struck the east city tower and the city walls. There were densely packed bronze men in all directions. Under the repeated attacks, the entire Silver Moon City's array shook intensely. Boom. 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 All of Silver Moon City felt as if there was an earthquake. Nearly 100 million residents walked out of their houses in shock and looked towards the east of the city. A massive explosion sounded out, and the formation in the sky trembled intensely as if it would shatter at any moment. What's going on? What happened? Countless citizens asked in horror. This is bad. There are cracks in the eastern city gate tower's array. The city guarding array is about to break. The cracks are getting bigger. What should we do? What are these monsters? Countless soldiers screamed in horror. Gu Hai did not waste time talking nonsense with Mu Chunfeng. Instead, he took out a large number of spirit stones and gave them to Mu Chunfeng. Quick, help me refill the flying ship with spirit stones. Repair the array. Okay. Mu Chunfeng led the crowd to refill the flying ship's array and engine with high-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai brought Gaochun's soul into a large hall on the flying ship. He forced a drop of blood from his fingertip and infused it into Gaochun's soul. What are you doing? No, this is a blood contract. I'm doomed. Why did the person who created me plant a blood contract in me? Sir, please don't infuse the blood contract, okay? Gaochun's soul looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. Do you want me to let you go now? Or do you want me to refine you? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Don't. If you let me go, I'll be doomed. But if you want to refine me, I'll be doomed too. Gaochun's soul looked at Gu Hai and said pitifully. Gu Hai looked at it coldly. Why don't you infuse the blood with me and follow the contract? Don't erase my thoughts, okay? I like my current self very much. I don't want to become someone else. Gaochun's soul smiled bitterly. Erase your thoughts and reshape you? If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gaochun's soul almost vomited blood. He glared at Gu Hai and said, You didn't know? He said too much. Slap. He slapped himself in the face. Why am I so unlucky? Gaochun's soul said in despair. Alright. Gu Hai smiled faintly. What did you say? Gaochun's soul suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in surprise. You are you, Gaochun. Although you are somewhat detestable, you should keep yourself to yourself. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Really? That's great, Gauchen's soul said excitedly. This time, Gauchen's soul didn't reject Gu Hai's blood and allowed it to fuse into his glabella. Boom! Outside, the city guarding array roared. Gu Hai grabbed Gauchen's soul and quickly walked out of the hall. Gu Hai, the East Gate Tower is about to fall, Mu Chunfeng said worriedly. How's the replenishment of the spirit stones? I've replenished them before. It's very easy. It's already done, Mu Chunfeng said. You guys leave quickly. I'll take this group of bronze men and leave this place, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Hong! There was a loud sound and the East Gate Tower exploded. The combat strength of 1,000,000 bronze men was too ferocious. They were indeed war machines. On the battlefield, they were invincible when attacking cities. Rumble! 1,000,000 bronze men chased after Gu Hai's flying ship. However, Gu Hai's flying ship suddenly shot toward the south of the city. As it flew high into the sky, the 1,000,000 bronze men chased closely. Along the way, countless people in the city saw these bronze men, and they were all shocked. Is that Master Gu? Did they chase from the Silver Moon Ocean? What happened at the Silver Moon Ocean? Under countless horrified gazes, the flying ship arrived at the south gate. Open the gate! Gu Hai shouted. Quang! The gate suddenly opened. Whoosh! Gu Hai's flying ship instantly shot out. Rumble! 1,000,000 bronze men also quickly flew out. Gu Hai left with this group of scourges. He left behind a pile of ruins on the east side of the city and the mournful faces of the city guards. The city tower was gone? Mu Chunfeng stood in the ruins and revealed a rare smile. On a floating island in the city, when Mo Yike received the news, he had been paying attention to the east side of the city. Gu Hai steered the flying ship and left quickly with the 1,000,000 bronze men. Mo Yike also kept an eye on him. Gu Hai! Mo Yike frowned. Manager Jiang Tianyi stood behind him. Mr. Mo, isn't this the zither figurine that was sealed in ice? Jiang Tianyi said in shock. We thought of many methods but could not break the ice. Gu Hai actually broke it? Ha, this Gu Hai is more mysterious than I thought. I asked you to send people to the Thousand Islands Sea to investigate. When will they return? Mo Yike said in a low voice. I've already sent people. They should be back soon. There should be news from Gu Hai soon. However, Mr. Mo, shouldn't you be angry that Gu Hai released 1,000,000 bronze men? Jiang Tianyi said in shock. Angry? Why would I be angry? I'm more than happy. 1,000,000 zither figurines? What a powerful Silver Moon army. They were invincible when they attacked the city. How long did it take to break into the city? Mo Yike asked with a smile. Half an incense. Yes, half an incense. If your highness used it on the battlefield, it would be a peerless killing machine. Mo Yike said with a smile. But these bronze men are no longer in our hands. Once exposed, won't we? Jiang Tianyi frowned. As long as it's in Yingzhou, it belongs to your highness. Mo Yike said with a smile. Chapter 217. Outside Silver Moon Island. Boom! 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 A series of booms rang out. A cloud array enveloped Silver Moon Island. Outside Silver Moon Island, a large number of cultivators were charging at the array. Bastard! Yunmo, you are crazy! Let go of my young master! Disciples of Silver Moon Mountain Villa, listen up! How dare you hurt my master? Just wait and see. Open the array! Open the array! Let go of my martial uncle! The cultivators charging at the array all looked ferocious and anxious. Many of the 600 people who received the invitation to the Zither Conference were not nobodies. They came to the Zither Conference alone, but some of the servants and disciples had been guarding outside Silver Moon Island. Originally, everything was normal. Everyone had to rely on their own abilities. However, who would have thought that Silver Moon Mountain Villa would plot against them? Silver Moon Mountain Villa's reputation had been passed down for many years. They had never done such a thing before. Who could defend against it? The cultivators tried their best to break the array, but how could it be so easy to break? Everyone cursed anxiously. Inside Silver Moon Island, on the lawn square, a group of Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples stood outside the square. Determination flashed in their eyes. More than 500 zither masters were tied up on the lawn by Gauchen's intent realm strings. They stared at Unmo, who was controlling Gauchen's body. Unmo, don't do it. Don't do it. I beg you. The old Manor Master said bitterly. Manor Master, you taught me before. As long as one is alive, one can face all kinds of difficulties. If one dies, there is nothing left. Manor Lord, most of the disciples in our manor were picked up by you. Unmo was also brought up by you. We can't just watch you die. Even if we have to bear the wrath of the world, we have to work hard for you. Manor Lord, you're already at the end of your life. Please allow Unmo to be presumptuous. Unmo said firmly. Clink. Gauchen flicked the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a series of trembling sounds, the old Manor Master's body suddenly trembled and fell to the ground. A cluster of white light suddenly appeared around the old Manor Master's body. Within the cluster of white light, one could faintly see 3 light figures. 3 souls? Not far away, Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Stripping the 3 souls? Unmo extracted the old Manor Lord's 3 spiritual souls. Is he trying to switch bodies? Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Unmo looked at everyone on the lawn. Manor Master, there are more than 500 bodies here. One of them will be suitable for you. Unmo said with determination. When he saw young Master and immediately shouted in horror, You dare, you dare, you dare, my grandfather will destroy your Silver Moon Villa. If you dare to touch me, none of you will have a good end. Unmo looked coldly at young Master and sneered. In order to let the old village leader live, we can give up the Silver Moon Village. After today, there will be no more Silver Moon Village in the world. He doesn't know where we are. Young Master An's expression changed. But don't worry, young Master your Guqin skills are too weak. I won't choose you unless I have no other choice. Unmo's eyes were filled with disdain. Young Master Looking at Unmo's disgusted expression, young Master didn't know whether to be angry or happy. He looked at the Guqin masters one by one. Suddenly, Unmo's eyes fell on Sima Chongkong. Sima Chongkong raised his eyebrows. Mr. Sima, the village leader told me before that there are 3 strongest Guqin masters here. They are Gu Hai, Mr. Sima, and Fairy Wanner. Gu Hai left the Silver Moon Sea, and Gauchen's realm is limited, so he ran away. Fairy Wanner is a woman, so you have to go first. Unmo said solemnly. How dare you? Do you know who Master Sima is? Bastard, Unmo, how dare you hurt an official of the imperial court? Master is... Suddenly, among the Guqin masters, a group of Sima Chongkong's subordinates shouted. I know who Sima Chongkong is. Unmo suddenly shouted coldly. Everyone was stunned. Sima Chongkong, the new leader of the Sima family? He came to Silver Moon City with an imperial edict to investigate a case? I know everything. Unmo sneered. You know, and you still want to take over my body? Sima Chongkong looked at Unmo coldly. Master Sima, you can think of me as a lunatic, but I'm already crazy. I don't care so much. Excuse me. Unmo said coldly. Ding 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 ding. The sound of the Guqin rushed towards Sima Chongkong. Sima Chongkong suddenly trembled and his head buzzed. The village leader's 3 souls were suddenly pulled over and rushed into Sima Chongkong's body, as if they wanted to possess Sima Chongkong. Sima Chongkong twitched violently. The convulsing scene caused all the zither players to reveal looks of horror and despair. My lord! The group of subordinate Guqin masters exclaimed. However, at this moment, they were all tied up, and were unable to move at all. It was all because they were greedy. If they had been tied up at the beginning, they would have been able to struggle free. However, after a few days, the Gauchan intent had already entered their soul marrow. They could not struggle free. Sima Chongkong vomited white foam. His eyes rolled back. Whoosh! Sima Chongkong's 3 souls trembled slightly as if they were about to be squeezed out of his body. The village leader's 3 souls had been placed inside several times but had not succeeded. If this continues, even if Sima Chongkong can endure, Sima Chongkong's 3 souls will suffer some damage, Venerable Lunyan said with an unsightly expression not far away. However, no one could do anything about it. As such, the Guqin sound battered Sima Chongkong's 3 souls for a long time. By then, Sima Chongkong's 3 souls had already turned muddle-headed. However, there seemed to be a force that prevented the 3 souls from leaving the body. Huh? You have a treasure that can protect the souls? Yun Mo's expression changed. Young Manor Master, you can't continue with the possession. Otherwise, the Manor Master's 3 souls will suffer damage as well. A Mountain Manor disciple shouted. Yun Mo nodded. Dang! Whoosh! The village leader's 3 souls immediately flew out. Sima Chongkong's 3 souls quickly returned to their original positions. Thud! Sima Chongkong fell to the ground and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yun Mo. At this moment, he seemed drained, without any energy left. His body twitched as if his mind was damaged. Gasp! The surrounding Guqin masters inhaled sharply. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor is going against the natural order. This is unacceptable. The group of Guqin masters exclaimed in horror. However, Yun Mo did not care. Instead, he suddenly turned his head to look at Fairy Wan. Why are you looking at me? I am a girl. Fairy Wan exclaimed. Sima Chongkong had a treasure that could protect the souls, but Fairy Wan did not. So be it. When the Manor Master accepts the possession, he can find a new body. Yun Mo said in a low voice. No, don't you know who my teacher is? The village leader lost to my teacher in the Guqin Dao back then. My teacher told me to go up north and find the village leader to practice with. The village leader knows my teacher. How dare you? How dare you? My teacher will not let you go. Fairy Wan exclaimed. Dang, 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 dang. The sound of the Guqin had already started. A wave of intent rushed toward Fairy Wan. Boom! It felt like a sledgehammer had hit her head. Teacher, save me, teacher. Fairy Wan suddenly started crying. Her past pride had long been shattered. At this moment she was like a little girl crying out pitifully. But now Silver Moon Island was like hell. Countless cultivators outside tried to break through the array but could not enter. The disciples of Silver Moon Villa inside were like demons. They were torturing them. Teacher, who can save me? Ah! Fairy Wan cried and shouted. The village leader's 3 souls had been moved in front of Fairy Wan. It seemed that Fairy Wan was about to be possessed. Just at this moment. Boom! Suddenly there was an earth-shattering sound. The array of Silver Moon Island suddenly shattered. Silver Moon Island also shook violently. What? Yun Mo's expression changed. He looked up at the sky. The array of Silver Moon Island was not inferior to the sea-ceiling barrier. Even the peak cultivators of the Yuanying state could not break it. How did it break? Rumble! In an instant, countless bronze men fell from the sky and hit the island in all directions. All the mountains on the island collapsed in an instant. 1,000,000 bronze men crashed into the ground, leaving huge craters. It's Gu Hai. Long Wanqing suddenly looked happy. But she saw Gu Hai approach in an instant. He arrived in front of Gauchan, who was in front of Yun Mo. What? Stop him! Yun Mo suddenly shouted in alarm. Whoosh! Slap! Gu Hai's right hand slapped on the head of Gauchan's body. Gauchan's soul instantly went into the body's head. Master Gu? Countless Guqin masters exclaimed in surprise. Thank you, Master Gu. Thank you, Master Gu. Outside the island, countless cultivators who were trying to break the array were grateful. At that moment, all the cultivators were in despair. This array could not be broken at all. Just as they were in despair, Gu Hai arrived. Gu Hai shot over from the horizon. Seeing the array of Silver Moon Island, he paused for a moment and waited for the bronze men behind him. Then, he adjusted his speed again, causing the million bronze men to crash over. Boom! Without a doubt, even Silver Moon City's city tower was destroyed, let alone this small island's array. Under the huge crash, more than half of the flying ship was damaged. It could not fly anymore. However, Gu Hai did not care about this at all. He just wanted to merge Gauchen's body and soul. He rushed to the center of the square in an instant, erupting with unprecedented power. No one could stop him in time. He finally succeeded. Buzz! Gauchen trembled slightly. He stopped all his movements. What? Bastard! Hurry up! Just a little more. Just a little more. Yunemo shouted as he controlled Gauchen. However, now that Gauchen's soul had returned, how could he still be controlled by Yunemo? Keeping everything the same was already the limit. The Guqin music that was attacking Fairy Wan Er's head suddenly stopped. The old manor lord's 3 souls stopped in front of Fairy Wan Er. It was so close. Just a little more and he would have entered my body and taken over my body. Fairy Wan Er's tear-stained face suddenly stopped crying. She felt a huge impact on her heart. She turned her head and looked over gratefully. However, she saw that it was Gu Hai who stopped everything. Gu Hai. Fairy Wan Er froze. Why is it this big liar? Chapter 218. Just a little bit more? Just a little bit more? Yunemo looked at the uncontrollable Gauchen with a look of despair. Boom! 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 The bronze men that were smashed into the ground suddenly crawled out of the huge pit and rushed to the grassland square again. However, the bronze man at the front suddenly stopped. He stood in the air, motionless. His ferocious face suddenly turned to one of horror. Huff! Huff! More and more bronze men gathered around, wanting to grab the Gauchen's soul. Similarly, they were flying in midair when they suddenly stopped and looked at the Gauchen, who was not far away in horror. The North Star's body, which was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened its eyes. Purple lightning flashed in its eyes. Gauchen suddenly revealed a sinister smile and looked at the bronze men in the sky. Just a little bit more. Wait for me to finish before you merge. Wait for me to finish. Yunemo shouted anxiously. Get lost. Gauchen snorted. Buzz! Boom! Yunemo was instantly sent flying. Young master! The Silver Moon Villa disciples shouted and rushed forward. Gauchen ignored Yunemo and looked at the bronze men in the sky. Just now you were chasing me. Did you have fun? Gauchen revealed a sinister smile. The bronze men seemed to have guessed something. They turned around in horror and scattered. They fled to the 4 seas. You want to escape? Now you want to escape? Ha 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 ha, you are all spirits created by me. Damn it, you have guts? Is it? You want to eat me? Run. Let's see how you can escape. I created all of you. Your soul threads are in my hands. Let's see how you can escape. Gauchen said coldly. He waved his hand. Boom. A large number of transparent threads seemed to appear in his hand and connected all the bronze men in an instant. The bronze men who were still escaping were suddenly pulled and fixed in the air. I want you to chase me. I want you to chase me. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you're courting death, Gauchen said furiously. With a flick of his finger, the bronze men in the air suddenly collided with each other. Dang. The 2 bronze men collided head to head. Clang, 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 clang. A series of head-butting sounds filled the air. A loud buzzing sound reverberated throughout the entire Silver Moon Sea like the ringing of a bell. F***ck, I remember now. You won't hurt like this. Come out. Gauchen shouted. He suddenly pulled. Who? The bronze men that filled the sky instantly fell down. Above the transparent thin lines, suddenly, Each of them pulled a finger-sized green fairy. OM! 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 All the little elves looked at Gauchen pitifully. F*CKU. Why didn't you have this expression when you wanted to eat me? You want to eat me? Damn it, all of you come into my mouth. Roar. Gauchen roared furiously. With a strong suction, the 1,000,000 little elves immediately flew towards Gauchen's mouth. In just a short while, all the little elves were sucked into Gauchen's mouth. Plop, plop, plop. Without the little elves, the bronze men and the surroundings immediately fell into the sea. The countless surrounding cultivators looked at Gauchen in shock. He's alive? This is a heaven-ranked zither. Gauchen? Is he still alive? The countless cultivators exclaimed in shock. Gauchen! Gu-hai shouted coldly from behind. Gauchen's back was facing Gu-hai. Suddenly, his expression froze. Suddenly, Gauchen held his head. Ah! My head hurts. My head hurts. It's over. It's over. My soul and body merged and mutated. I can't remember the past. I can't remember the past. Gauchen held his head and fell to the ground in pain. The bound zither masters in the surroundings looked at Gauchen in confusion. Wasn't he very impressive earlier? Why did he suddenly hold his head? Gu-hai felt slightly stunned. Then, he walked over worriedly. Gauchen, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Gu-hai helped Gauchen up. Gauchen held his head and slowly woke up. He looked weakly at Gu-hai. Who are you? I don't remember you. Who are you? Gauchen said in confusion as he looked at Gu-hai. You don't remember me? Gu-hai's face sank. Oh, I remember now. You give me a very close feeling. I can feel your blood in my body. Gauchen looked at Gu-hai and seemed to recall something. That's right. It's good that you can feel it, Gu-hai said sullenly. You are so close, so close. You must be someone who treats me very well, right? Gauchen suddenly looked at Gu-hai expectantly. I guess so. Gu-hai frowned, feeling that something was wrong. You treat me so well, and I have your blood in my body. Then you are my father, right? Father. Gauchen suddenly called out happily, wanting to jump into Gu-hai's embrace. Slap. Gu-hai slapped Gauchen. Father, why did you hit me? Gauchen covered his mouth, looking like he was about to cry. Gu-hai said with a sullen expression, Did you really forget? Do you want me to help you restructure your thoughts? Gauchen's expression changed, turning extremely solemn. Master, if there's anything you need, just tell me. Gauchen will do it for you. Long Wanxin. Venerable Lunyan. Shangguan Hen was speechless. This fellow is Gauchen? Is he thick-skinned? Earlier, he actually pretended to lose his memory and wanted to claim kinship with Gu-hai. This is too shameless, right? Where is your integrity? Gu-hai's expression also darkened. All right, release the zither Tao state on them, Gu-hai instructed after a moment of silence. Yes, master. The North Star Polaris replied with a serious expression. Then, he waved his hand. Rip, rip. The zither Tao state on the group of zither masters instantly loosened, and the bound zither masters regained their freedom. Whoosh. All the zither masters released protective barriers around their bodies and took out their sabers and swords at the same time. Unmo, Silver Moon Mountain Manor, this is what you did. My sect and your Silver Moon Mountain Manor are no longer friends. Silver Moon Mountain Villa, my master will seek justice for you. Silver Moon Mountain Manor, my ass. All the zither masters cursed angrily. Fairy Wan also escaped and quickly retreated to the side. She glared at Unmo, who was not far away, with a fierce expression. It's over. It's over. Ah. Unmo said bitterly. My lord. A group of zither masters suddenly hugged Sima Chongkong, who seemed to be suffering from epilepsy. Unmo, how dare you attack an official of the imperial court? Your Silver Moon Mountain Manor is rebelling. A zither master shouted angrily. Unmo was still arguing. Kneel. Suddenly, a voice sounded. It was the old Manor Lord's 3 souls. After the restrictions were lifted, they could suddenly speak. At this moment, the 3 souls were not transparent. Instead, they glowed with green light. Manor Lord? Yunemo looked at the old Manor Lord in surprise. The 3 souls overlapped, and the old Manor Lord's soul glared at Yunemo. Yunmo's expression stiffened, and he slowly knelt down. All around, the Zither masters and cultivators who came from the outside all looked at the old Manor Lord coldly. In the past, the old Manor Lord was highly respected. Now, they no longer respected the old Manor Lord and the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. However, they did not make a fuss. They just stared at the old Manor Lord. The old Manor Lord turned his head and looked at everyone. Suddenly, the old Manor Lord's soul knelt down in front of everyone. Manor Lord! The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples exclaimed. However, the old Manor Lord still knelt down in front of the Zither masters. Fellow Taoists, the juniors that I taught were immature. I beg for forgiveness from all of you. The old Manor Lord kowtowed to the crowd. Ah, Manor Lord, don't! The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples exclaimed. Manor Lord, you can't do this! Yunemo suddenly cried. The old Manor Lord had been upright all his life. He had never bowed to anyone in his life. Even when Daikianshin came forward, the old Manor Lord did not humiliate himself by kneeling and kowtowing. The old Manor Lord walked and stood upright. He had never bowed to anyone. When Luyang of Gojoseon came, he treated him with respect. In the Silver Moon Mountain Manor, when outsiders saw the old Manor Lord, they all bowed to him. When had the old Manor Lord ever bowed to them? Furthermore, the old Manor Lord was kneeling and kowtowing. The surrounding Zither masters frowned. Their earlier cold gazes immediately turned somewhat uneasy. Old Manor Lord, there is no need for you to do this. It is not your fault, Venerable Lunyen said bitterly. Although the others did not say anything, some people could not bear to see this in their eyes. The person that they looked up to in the past was now kneeling before them, asking them for forgiveness? My Silver Moon Mountain Manor did such a heinous thing. This humble one was incompetent and could not stop it. I have caused trouble for everyone. You can accept this bow. Earlier, everyone nearly died because of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. What is a bow from the Silver Moon Mountain Manor? The old Manor Lord's soul said bitterly. Manor Lord! The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples immediately knelt down and cried. Villa Master, this has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault, all my fault. Stand up, no one can make you bow, no one can. When the great Qian Emperor came to my villa, you didn't even greet him. Yunemo knows he's wrong, Yunemo is wrong. No matter what, it's all my fault. It is the fault of the master for not teaching his son. Your mistake is my mistake. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor's mistake is my mistake. The old Manor Lord shook his head. Fellow Taoists, please forgive me. This humble one apologizes to everyone on behalf of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. I did not teach them well and caused trouble for you, the old Manor Lord said as he kowtowed again. The group of Zither masters frowned bitterly. Old Manor Lord, never mind. In the past, this humble one was indebted to Old Manor Lord for your guidance. I will treat today's matter as if it never happened. Old Manor Lord, please get up. My master once received a zither from you. You don't have to do this. I will treat it as if it never happened. Old Manor Lord, I will not pursue the Silver Moon Mountain Manor anymore. Just manage them properly in the future. The good karma that the old Manor Lord had formed in the past played a big role in the end. The Zither masters sighed and forgave them in the end. The old Manor Lord's status in front of them was very high in the hearts of all the Zither cultivators. Such a person, on his deathbed, kowtowed to you and asked for your forgiveness. No matter how much resentment they had in their hearts, they were relieved. Thank you, the old Manor Lord said as he kowtowed. Manor Lord, I was wrong. I was wrong. Yunemo cried as he knelt in front of the old Manor Lord. He did not dare to raise his head. Yunemo knew the old manor lord's character. The old manor lord had always cherished his own reputation. He had been kind to others all his life. He would rather die than eat the longevity fruit. He had a strong character because he had righteousness as his backbone. Now, his foolish actions had caused the old manor lord's previous efforts to be in vain. He had even kowtowed to some of the people in this group that even he looked down on. There were some people that even he looked down on. With the old manor lord's character, it was even more impossible for him to look up to them. However, the old manor lord kowtowed to them and asked for forgiveness just to atone for his sins. Yunemo cried sadly. Not only did he not help the manor lord, but he also made the manor lord do such an embarrassing thing. The surrounding disciples also cried sadly. They knelt on the ground and did not move. The old manor lord stood up and patted Yunmo's head. He showed a kind smile. "It's okay, Yunemo. As long as you can survive today and grow up, my kowtow is worth it. You have to remember Mr. Silvermoon's words. If you want to build a zither, you have to be a man first. You have to learn how to be a man first." Sob, 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 sob. I understand now. I made you kneel to others. Yunemo cried miserably. Kneel? Ha, so be it. I kneeled to the portrait of the ancestor, Mr. Silvermoon. I kneeled to Master, but I never kneeled to an outsider. It's not a big deal, right? Don't be sad. Take good care of yourself in the future. Don't ruin the reputation of Silvermoon Villa, the old manor lord said with a kind smile. Yes. Yunemo swore that he would not do anything immoral in the future. Never. Woo-woo-woo. Yunemo cried. The old manor lord nodded with a smile. He turned his head and looked at Sima Chongkong. The zither players looked at the old manor lord with complicated expressions. They did not know if they should forgive him. Sima Chongkong was still suffering from epilepsy. Would an apology be enough? The old manor lord's soul slowly walked closer. Mr. Sima, the Silver Moon Mountain Villa has let you down. This old man is useless and can't do anything now. You have injured 3 of your spiritual souls. I will use my heavenly soul and human soul as supplements to help you heal them. The old manor master sighed slightly. Ah? What? Everyone around him was shocked. Manor lord, no. Yunemo suddenly raised his head and shouted in horror. The old manor lord's soul suddenly split into 3. 2 of them were in a daze. There seemed to be whirlpools in their heads. Only the 3rd one was still conscious. Heavenly soul and mortal soul, I have already dispersed my own imprint. It is just the most ordinary soul power. There is still my Guqin Dao essence in it. I hope I can compensate you. The 3rd soul said. The heavenly soul and mortal soul suddenly went into Sima Chongkong's body. The zither players did not stop them. They looked at the old manor lord with complicated expressions. Sima Chongkong, this is a blessing in disguise. How high is the old manor lord's Guqin Dao essence? Even if you absorb 1/10 of it, you will benefit a lot. The old manor lord is someone who can play the little elf. The zither players were envious. Sima Chongkong's body trembled slightly as he regained his calm. The old manor lord's heavenly soul and mortal soul were like a great supplement, instantly healing all the injuries of Sima Chongkong's 3 souls. Furthermore, after a period of nourishment, Sima Chongkong's complexion turned rosy. Sima Chongkong slowly opened his eyes and looked at the old manor lord blankly. However, he soon remembered everything. He smiled bitterly and said, "Old manor lord, you don't need to do this. Chongkong thanks the old manor lord for the gift." The old manor lord nodded. He looked at Gu Hai weakly with the last bit of his earth soul. "Mr. Gu, this old man did not misjudge you. Of all the zither masters, you are the one who won in the end." The old manor lord smiled faintly at Gu Hai. "I was just lucky," Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. "First place is first place. Mr. Good, you are too polite. Thank you for just now. Otherwise, I would have made a big mistake, the old manor lord said bitterly. Not far away, Fairy Warner pouted. Gu Hai smiled bitterly, not knowing how to explain. After looking at everyone, the old manor lord looked at Yunemo and the disciples again. I have to go. In the future, you have to listen to Yunemo, the old manor lord said reluctantly. Manor lord sob. The disciples knelt and cried. Yunemo, take care. I will look after you from the sky. Haha, the sky? I can't go to the sky. I don't have my heavenly soul anymore. However, I still have my earth soul left. I can still reincarnate. Maybe one day, I will reincarnate as a Guqin master. At that time, I might find my own Guqin. I really hope that I can see the Silver Moon Villa again. I really hope that I can get the Guqin that you made for me. Yunemo, I will leave the villa to you. Can you let me ask for the Silver Moon Villa's Guqin in my next life? Yes, definitely. Manor Lord, I will make the best Guqin for you. I will make the best Guqin for you. I will make a heaven-grade Guqin for you. Manor Lord, Yunemo is sorry. Sob. Yunemo knelt on the ground and cried. Silly child. The old manor lord smiled. Slowly, the old manor lord's soul disappeared in front of everyone. Manor Lord. Sob. The Silver Moon Villa disciples knelt on the ground and cried. Chapter 219. Everything that happened in Silver Moon Island quickly spread to Silver Moon City. Master Gu got Gauchin. Millions of Guqin figurines were seized by the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. Yunemo framed all the Guqin masters. The old village master atoned for Silver Moon Villa's sins. Before he died, he kowtowed to all the Guqin masters and begged for forgiveness for what Yunemo had done. Mayor, he was investigated and imprisoned in the mayor's mansion. Silver Moon City was temporarily taken over by Sima Chongkong. As the news spread, the people of Silver Moon City were in an uproar. Why would the young village master do such a thing? It's not surprising. The old village master raised Yun-Mo single-handedly. The old village master didn't ask for favors and was kind to others. Of course, he wouldn't do such a heinous thing. Yun-Mo is also anxious. Sigh, now that the old village master is gone, can the remaining disciples still maintain the Silver Moon Villa? Although the old village master is dead, he's still strong. That kowtow wasn't shameful, but noble. It's just a pity for the Silver Moon Villa. The Silver Moon Villa's reputation is ruined. Countless people sighed for the Silver Moon Villa. As for Gu Hai, the people naturally respected him more. He was indeed a Guqin master. He saved the people of the city in the past, and now he got Gauchin. He deserved it. Countless Guqin masters came to congratulate the number 1 Guqin pavilion on the street. Of course, they also wanted to see what the heaven-grade Guqin looked like. The business of the number 1 Guqin pavilion on the street naturally became more and more popular. In a small manor in the city, Mo Yike listened to young master and describe what happened in Silver Moon Ocean. Young master, and didn't you listen to me? Mo Yike looked at young master and coldly. Young master An's expression stiffened as he said, Mr. Mo, you can't blame me. It was Gu Hai who bullied me. He framed me. Framed you? Are you that gullible? How did the teachers in the prince's mansion teach you? Can't you see through this little bit of provocation? Mo Yike said in a low voice. I. Young master An's face turned ugly. Jiang Tianyi immediately tried to smooth things over and said, Mr. Mo, young master An should be able to see through it. However, the person involved can't see clearly. Gu Hai is too sinister. He's taking advantage of young master An's weakness. It was also Mr. Mo who said earlier that he wanted to pave the way for Gu Hai and take over the position of young master An's legitimate grandson. That's why young master An lost his mind. That's right, Mr. Mo. I'm too closely involved to see the game clearly. It's all because Gu Hai is too insidious. Young master An said at once. Mr. Emo looked at young Masterin and said coldly, Gu Hai is sinister? This is called wisdom. He was able to manipulate you with just a few words, and you actually said that he was sinister? Young Master An's face stiffened. This Gu Hai is indeed not simple. He is able to manipulate his opponent and manipulate people's hearts to such a degree. He was not a simple person. He must have been an extraordinary person in the past, right? He appeared out of nowhere? I don't believe it. Emo Yike said in a low voice. Our people have already gone to the Thousand Islands Sea to investigate. We will have news soon. Solemnly Jiang Tianyi said. Emo Yike nodded and turned to look at young Masterin. Young Masterin, I can tolerate you once, but I hope you won't do it a second time. You are not allowed to interfere in the matters of the Thousand Islands Sea. Young Master An's face stiffened. He nodded and said, Yes. Haha, you're still not convinced? Emo Yike suddenly laughed in surprise. From young Master An's expression, it was obvious that he had wanted to cause trouble for Gu Hai's lair. Fortunately, he had reminded him. Young Masterin, you can't win against Gu Hai. Think about it. When you first met Gu Hai, what did you have? What did he have? In a short time, Gu Hai had already wiped out everything you had. Can't you see? Emo Yike sneered. Young Masterin was slightly stunned. A group of Sin Dragons, Fong Mingho, and Gu Hai were all wiped out. The world's #1 Zither Pavilion, Silver Moon's #1 Chess Pavilion, and other properties were all won by Gu Hai. Look, after Gu Hai's actions, did you lose everything? Did you lose everything that you had in Silver Moon City? Gambling? That day, when you gambled outside the #1 Zither Pavilion, did you think you lost your head? Gambling again and again? Can't you change to something else to gamble on? Must you gamble on? Can't you see? In a short time, Gu Hai had you fall into his trap and manipulated you into gambling with him? Emo Yike sneered. No, that's impossible, right? Back then, I was stronger than he was. Young Master An's expression stiffened. You were stronger? What a joke. Did you think that he Shirkong was the stronger side with the City Lord's Residence's army? Didn't you see that all the people in the periphery were on Gu Hai's side? That day, if I hadn't stopped you in time, did you really think that you could wipe out Gu Hai? Did you really think that you could wipe out the #1 Zither Pavilion? That day, if I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have died there. Emo Yike said coldly. No, that's impossible. Young Master An said in shock. When Fong Mingho attacked the #1 Zither Pavilion, he encountered the same formation as Gu Hai's formation in Silver Moon Sea. Do you still think that you can do anything to the #1 Zither Pavilion? Secondly, the people are boiling with resentment. Is he Shirkong trying to incite the people to revolt or something? Emo Yike said coldly. Young Master An's expression stiffened. After hearing Emo Yike's words and thinking about it again, he felt that he was really like a clown who was at the mercy of Gu Hai. You can't beat Gu Hai. Stay away from him. He's a tough guy. This time, Gu Hai should have let you go for the sake of the Lord. Next time, I can't guarantee that Gu Hai will let you go. Emo Yike said coldly. But he's only in the Gold Core Realm. Young Masterin whispered. Gold Core Realm? Haha, young Masterin, have you been humorous recently? Are cultivation and strength the same? Who killed the ghost-faced Yuanying state? What was the result of millions of bronze men at the peak of the nascent Soul Realm chasing after Gu Hai? Emo Yike said coldly. Do you think that I put in so much effort to treat the wise with respect? Do you think that I value his cultivation? What I value is his brain. That brain of his can defeat thousands of soldiers and horses, 1 million Zither figurines. Emo Yike said seriously. Oh yes. Also, do you know about the century lifespan immortality Peachtree? Not long ago, the Lord led the army there and received news that a Gu Hai appeared in the innate puzzle world. His Go skills are astonishing, suppressing 100,000 cultivators by himself. At first, I thought that it was someone else with the same name. Now I am certain that it is Gu Hai. Suppressing 100,000 cultivators by himself? Furthermore, he fought the great Myojin alone and remained undefeated. Did you know that? You even played Go with him? How laughable! Mo Yike sneered. Young Master An's expression froze. All right, make your preparations. In a few days, you will represent the Lord at the memorial service for the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's old manor lord, Mo Yike said indifferently. What? Go to the Silver Moon Mountain Manor? They nearly got me killed. Furthermore, they even. Young Master An immediately cried out. They still despise you? Mo Yike said coldly. Me. Young Master An smiled bitterly. Remember this. No matter what others say about the Silver Moon Mountain Manor, you are not allowed to show any strange emotions. Do what you did in the past. Mo Yike said coldly. Yes. Young Master An nodded. Then, Mo Yike turned his head to look at Jiang Tianyi and asked, How is He Shikong's side? He Shikong stationed people on the 3 islands in the Silver Moon Sea to guard the zither figurines. The evidence is conclusive. Right now, he is being investigated. Sima Chongkong sealed off the city lord's residence. He Shikong cannot come out. He cannot get any news to us, Jiang Tianyi said solemnly. Mo Yike nodded with narrowed eyes. City lord's residence. Sima Chongkong and He Shikong sat in a pavilion. City Lord He Chongkong has been rude. However, this matter is too big and has offended City Lord He. Sima Chongkong poured a glass of wine for City Lord He and said with a smile, Lord Sima, you don't have to do this. This time, I was too greedy and did not report to the imperial court. This is the truth. He Shikong shook his head. Just your greed? What about the dragons? Sima Chongkong frowned. Dragons? I discovered it together with them. We agreed to share the zither figurines equally, so we guarded that place together. They are the sinful dragons who escaped from the front line. He Shikong shook his head and said with a smile. Only discovered it together? Does Luyang of Gojoseon know about this? Sima Chongkong asked in a deep voice. Luyang of Gojoseon is at the front line. How would he know about what happened here? You worry too much. He Shikong shook his head and said with a smile. Luyang of Gojoseon doesn't know? Then why are Mo Yike and Luan here? Sima Chongkong asked in a deep voice. They participated in the Zither imparting conference. Although Mo Yike did not participate in the end, I am not sure about the rest. He Shikong shook his head. No matter what Sima Chongkong asked, He Shikong would repeat the same words over and over again. It was all his own greed. This caused Sima Chongkong's question to be stuck here for a moment. Alright, City Lord He, think about it carefully. Remember, Yingzhou is also the world of the Deqian Celestial Empire. The only ruler of the Deqian Celestial Empire is His Holiness, Sima Chongkong said in a deep voice. He Shikong smiled and nodded. Sima Chongkong slowly left. He Shikong sat alone in the pavilion. He held a glass of wine and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Long Xiaoye, I don't think I have wronged anyone in my life. The only one I feel guilty about is you. I can't do anything about your wrong death. I will be able to see you soon, right? I hope that when I see you again, you are still so beautiful and dazzling. You are the most extraordinary woman in the world in my heart. The only one who feels wronged for you is Long Wanqing's father. Who is he? That coward. You gave birth to 2 daughters for him, but he doesn't dare to show up? You died, but he didn't come out to avenge you. Coward, he doesn't deserve you. He Shikong looked at the moon and sighed slightly. Sima Chongkong left the place where He Shikong was under house arrest and went to an office hall. How is it? Sima Chongkong looked at a subordinate. My lord, the 1,000,000 bronze men have been transported away. They are directly transported to the imperial capital through the official resting point. Everything is up to His Holiness to decide. The subordinate said respectfully. Official resting point? This is a group of soldiers specially set up by His Holiness. All the checkpoints along the way are open. I hope these bronze men can reach the imperial capital as soon as possible. Sima Chongkong nodded. Report, my lord, bad news, bad news. Another official ran into the hall in a panic. What's wrong? Aren't you accompanying the bronze men to the imperial capital? Sima Chongkong frowned. I'm sorry, my lord. I drank too much and passed out at the resting point. When I woke up, most of the troops had already left. I chased after them in a panic. Because I knew the route, I caught up quickly. However, when I reached a valley, all the escorting officials and soldiers, all. What happened to all of them? Sima Chongkong stared. All dead, all dead. The 1,000,000 bronze men also disappeared. They were taken away. The official knelt on the ground and said in horror. The route of the official resting point is different every time. Even I don't know the exact route. You actually... Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. No one leaked it, no one leaked it. Those who knew the route are all dead. Maybe it was an accident and they met some bandits. The official knelt on the ground and said in horror. Accident? Bandits? Sima Chongkong stared. Naturally, he didn't believe that it was bandits. Bandits were similar to the bandits in the secular world. Robbing a few caravans was already the limit. How dare they challenge the authorities and rob them? Report, my lord, bad news, He Shirkong, city lord, he committed suicide. Another official ran in panic. He Shirkong committed suicide? Sima Chongkong's face darkened. Yes, the official said nervously. Chapter 220. Silver Moon City. Xiaoye Mountain Manor. Gu Hai looked at the slip of paper that Long Wanqing gave him. This is... Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen. When you fled with 1,000,000 copper men, we went to look for He Shirkong. He Shirkong refused to say anything. However, when Yunemo used Gauchen's state to bind him, he gave me a slip of paper in his panic, Long Wanqing explained. Huang Fu Chaoga? Gu Hai looked at the name on the slip of paper. It should be the Mr. Huang Fu we are looking for. In the past, he and He Shirkong often attended my mother's zither recitals. After my mother died, they did not come to mourn. Previously, you guessed that Mr. Huang Fu and He Shirkong knew something, Long Wanqing said seriously. Huang Fu Chaoga? You know each other? Gu Hai looked at the two in confusion. Venerable Lun Yen took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed. I did not expect this Mr. Huang Fu to be him. To think that he came to Xiaoye's zither recitals. Ha! He must have taken a lot of risks by coming to the zither recitals. Do you know who Luyang of Gojoseon is fighting at the front lines? Long Wanqing smiled bitterly. You mentioned it before. I think it's called the God Foothill Dynasty. Originally, this God Foothill Dynasty was a vassal of the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, it now broke its alliance with the Deqian Celestial Empire, betraying the Deqian Celestial Empire and forming an alliance with a rival dynasty of the Deqian Celestial Empire. The front lines are where the Luyang of Gojoseon is attacking the God Foothill Dynasty? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Long Wanqing nodded and said, indeed. Huang Fu Chaoga is the master of the God Foothill Dynasty. 20 years ago, even though he allied with the Deqian Dynasty, he was not allowed to enter the Deqian Celestial Empire. Back then, he should have hidden his identity to attend my mother's zither recitals. Huang Fu Chaoga, he knows how your mother died? Gu Hai frowned. Are you declaring war with the Deqian? Yes. Long Wanqing nodded. Then what are you worried about? Wasn't that a good thing? With a clue, can't we just go find him? Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly. But he is now the enemy of the Deqian. It's not good for us to go. There's nothing wrong with that. Only the three of us know about this matter. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. The two nodded. Gu Hai, Hall Master, Grandmaster. Mu Chunfeng rushed in from outside the hall. Everyone looked at Mu Chunfeng. Ever since Mu Chunfeng went all out to help Gu Hai break open the city gate, Gu Hai's attitude towards her improved a lot. He Shirkong is dead. I heard that he committed suicide at the city lord's residence. Mu Chunfeng explained. He's dead? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Gu Hai and Venerable Lun Yen exchanged glances, and a sinister look flashed in their eyes. Also, I heard that bandits robbed the 1,000,000 bronze men that Sima Chongkong sent to escort, Mu Chunfeng said with a frown. Bandits? Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. How bold! To be so unbridled and unrestrained? To think that they dared to openly rob the imperial court's escort? Venerable Lun Yen said with an unsightly expression. Who knows? Mu Chunfeng frowned. Alright, this is not something that we should worry about. The old manor lord's memorial service is about to start, right? Gu Hai asked. It should be about time. Mu Chunfeng nodded. Let's go and say our farewells to the old manor lord's corpse. We are indebted to him for taking care of us on this trip to Silver Moon City, Gu Hai said solemnly. Right. Everyone nodded. Outside Xiaoya Mountain Villa, Fairy Wan sat on an immortal crane. When she passed by Xiaoya Mountain Villa, she looked at the fog-shrouded floating island with a complicated expression. Gu Hai is there. Liar? Scoundrel? Benefactor? At this moment, Fairy Wan heart was in chaos. The insignificant person that she looked down on in the past made her feel helpless again and again, angering her to the point of vomiting blood several times. Furthermore, he made her the target of public condemnation. That feeling was unbearable. This was a person that she should have fought to the death. In the end, he was the one who saved her at the most crucial moment. At that time, no one could save him. Not even his own master could save him. But in that moment of despair, this swindler appeared. How could he not? How could this swindler appear? That was a kind of redemption that appeared in despair. Originally, it was a huge shock to her soul, but it was that liar? Humph, liar, I'm not done with you. Fairy Wan cursed with a complicated tone. Riding the immortal crane, they quickly flew towards the city gate. Not long after, they arrived at the city gate. Once out of the city gate, Fairy Wan took out a flying boat and sat in the driver's seat. She controlled the flying boat and flew towards the south. Silver Moon Mountain Villa. In the past, it was crowded with people and everyone wanted to visit the mountain gate but couldn't. Now, Silver Moon Mountain Villa was exceptionally desolate. Inside and outside the villa, it was cold and cheerless. Most of the disciples of the villa were in the main hall of the villa. The surroundings were covered with white cloth. In the main hall of the villa, Silver Moon Palace was the morning hall of the old manor lord. The old manor lord's corpse was placed in a coffin in the center of the morning hall. Yunemo wore mourning clothes and knelt in the center of the morning hall, holding the items left behind by the old manor lord. He took one and reminisced for a while, then put it in a brazier and burned it, hoping to pass it to the old manor lord who had entered the netherworld. Yunmo's eyes were red. The disciples of the old manor lord knelt around him. In the main hall there was a sense of sadness, but outside the main hall there was a lot of noise. It's all Yunmo's fault. Otherwise, the old manor lord wouldn't have died without dignity. What's the use of Silver Moon Mountain Villa without the old manor lord? No one wants the Guqin of Silver Moon Mountain Villa now. I don't want to stay in Silver Moon Mountain Villa anymore. What's the point of staying? Bastard, the old manor lord just left and you're rebelling? The old manor lord said to listen to the young manor lord in the future. You're the bastard. What future do you have by following him? Now in Silver Moon City, no, in the entire Guqin circle, Yunemo is hated by everyone. The disciples of the villa outside the door were divided into two factions, arguing. Yunemo burned the remains of the old manor lord and sighed slightly. Stop arguing. The manor lord just passed away. Let him rest in peace. His voice spread outside the main hall. The two factions that were arguing suddenly stopped. Humph, what's the use of pretending to burn the remains of the manor lord? The manor lord's human soul has become Sima Changkong's tonic. Without the human soul, you can't see the morning hall at all. Do you really think you can burn it to the netherworld? A disciple of the villa said sarcastically. Yunemo took a deep breath and said, The manor lord just passed away. If anyone dares to gossip, don't blame me for being rude. The faces of the disciples of the villa darkened. When the manor lord is buried, it's up to you whether you want to leave or stay. When you first joined Silver Moon Mountain Villa, you signed a contract. Once you joined, you could never betray the villa. Otherwise, Silver Moon Mountain Villa would hunt you down for thousands of miles. That's because the forging method of Silver Moon Mountain Villa is a secret that can't be leaked. Do you think I don't know why you're arguing? I've tarnished the reputation of the villa. Do you want to take the Silver Moon forging method and start a new business? Haha, go. I'll return the slave contract to you. Those who want to leave can leave. Those who want to stay can stay. There's only one thing. Before the manor lord is buried, behave yourself. Yunemo said in a low voice. Ah, young manor lord, you can't do that. If you do that, the forging method of Silver Moon Mountain Villa. A few disciples of the villa who were loyal to Yunemo said anxiously. However, the eyes of some of the disciples who had their own thoughts lit up. The argument from before suddenly stopped. They had the method of Silver Moon Mountain Villa to forge their guqin. Once they left Silver Moon Mountain Villa, they could start a new business wherever they went. Would Yunemo give them the slave contract? The morning hall finally looked like a morning hall. Yunemo felt slightly bitter. Young manor lord, elite hall master Long Wanqing, Master Lunyan, and Gu Hai have come to mourn the old manor lord. A disciple of the villa said respectfully. Oh! Yunemo was slightly surprised. He nodded and said, Invite them in. Yes. Soon, Gu Hai's group entered the hall. Although Long Wanqing was the elite hall master, she purposely let Gu Hai stand in the center. Master Lunyan watched from the side but did not say anything. When Gu Hai's group entered the hall, they did not greet the crowd. Instead, they walked to the side and took out some incense sticks. Then, they walked to the old manor lord's coffin and offered him one. Master Lunyan and Long Wanqing also offered incense sticks to the old manor lord. After offering incense, the three bowed 3 times to the old manor lord. Many thanks, Mr. Good, Hall Master Long and Master Lunyan. Yunemo stood up and bowed to the 3. These 3 were the first to come to pay respects to the old manor lord. Yunemo had to be grateful for this respect for the old manor lord. Young manor lord, please restrain your grief. Gu Hai sighed softly. Yunmo's eyes were still red as he nodded. I am indebted to the old manor lord for taking care of me in the past. Gu Hai has nothing to repay you with. Can I speak with young manor lord for a while outside the room? Gu Hai asked Gu Hai solemnly. Yunemo felt slightly suspicious but still nodded. The group walked out of the morning hall and sat down in a pavilion outside. Mr. Good, what can I do for you? Yunemo asked, feeling puzzled. Gu Hai still remembers young manor lord's promise to the old manor lord on Silver Moon Island. It is still fresh in his mind. Back then, when Gu Hai first entered Silver Moon City, he was interested in the first pavilion's piano. The piano I'm selling is just a perverted technique. If you want to shake the world's #1 piano pavilion, it's not something that can be done overnight. It was the old manor head who helped me. He added a new meaning to my canon. I can't do anything about the old manor lord's resignation. The only thing I can do now is to hope that young manor lord will not abandon the first pavilion on this street. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yunemo looked at Gu Hai, puzzled. The first pavilion on this street will open branches soon. With Silver Moon City as the center, we will spread to all the big cities in the world. Perhaps our expansion speed is slow, but our model makes it easy to set up chain stores. Please believe that the first pavilion on this street will spread to all the big cities in the world one day, Gu Hai said solemnly. So what? Yunemo looked at Gu Hai, puzzled. Most of the zither in the first pavilion on this street are foreign zither. There is no zither that belongs to us. Although foreign zither are good, my principles will never be controlled by others. Therefore, I hope that young Manor Lord can condescend and lead Silver Moon Villa to become the first pavilion on this street, specializing in zither, Gu Hai said solemnly. Specializing in zither? Haha, you want to swallow my Silver Moon Villa? Yunemo looked at Gu Hai coldly. No, your Silver Moon Villa will always be your Silver Moon Villa. I will not interfere. Don't worry. If there comes a day when you feel that the cooperation with me, Gu Hai, is not good, you can lead Silver Moon Villa away at any time. I will not stop you, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yunemo frowned and looked at Gu Hai. I only need to provide you with zither. During the cooperation period, your Silver Moon Villa will only provide my zither. Your reputation is not important. I will find a way to slowly build momentum for you to return it. Everything will be fine. I need Silver Moon Villa to help me. I will try my best to fulfill your wish, Gu Hai said solemnly. My wish? Yunemo frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Yes, don't you want to make a zither for the old village master? The old village master may reincarnate, but you don't know who will be his reincarnation. But he may enter the first zither building on this street. Maybe he will see the zither from Silver Moon Villa in the special section of the zither building. Maybe he will inadvertently buy a zither made by you? Gu Hai persuaded. Yunmo's eyes suddenly turned red. As they looked at Gu Hai, they no longer showed that much hostility. Do you see the vitality of my zither building? I, Gu Hai, started out as a businessman. Please believe that I can open the biggest zither building in the world. I can let the chain stores spread to every corner of the world, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yunemo suddenly calmed down and said, You only have one zither building, but you have painted a big picture for me? Yes, but we at least have a goal, don't we? Now that you are making zither, you have not reached the peak. You need to grow, and so does my zither building, right? In the future, all the first zither buildings on this street will set up a special section for you. A special section for Silver Moon Villa. What do you think, young master? Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha ha, Gu Hai, do you really think you can open such a huge chain store? Yunemo looked at Gu Hai with uncertainty in his eyes. In the beginning, when no one believed that my zither building would become popular, the old village master believed in me, didn't he? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yunmo's face stiffened. Indeed, in the beginning, very few people thought highly of Gu Hai, but the old village master asked him to personally send a qualification card to Gu Hai as an encouragement. Young master, how about we set a limit of 50 years? Let's make a contract. My zither building will do its best to promote your zither, and you will do your best to make zither for my zither building. The zither building and Silver Moon Villa will take half of the sales. The zither building will take half of the sales. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye. After 50 years, if you don't like my zither building, we can terminate the contract at any time. What do you think? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yunemo was silent. Previously, the disciples of the villa were arguing because the outside world despised Silver Moon Villa. Many zither merchants didn't even want Silver Moon Villa's zither anymore. Only Gu Hai valued it so much. Now, Silver Moon Villa was even more unstable internally. It was in a state of disunity. 50 years? Okay, I hope that Mr. Good won't disappoint me, Yunemo said with certainty. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. Village Master Yun, don't worry. I, Gu Hai, am a man of my word. But what? Yunemo frowned. But I hope that village master Yun will strive for perfection in the future. I hope that every zither you make will be better than the previous one, Gu Hai said solemnly. How is that possible? Do you know how to make zither? Who can guarantee this? Yun Mo frowned. Village Master Yun, we will do our best to promote your zither. So, the zither you make will be known to the greatest extent to everyone. Every zither you make may be seen by the reincarnation of the old village master. No, even if one zither is seen by the reincarnation of the old village master, it will be enough. Maybe one of your zither will be bought by the old village master. I hope that you will do your best to make a zither for the old village master, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yun Mo's expression turned serious. He clenched his fists and nodded. I will. From now on, every zither I make will be the result of my heart and soul. Then, it's settled. Gu Hai cupped his fists and bowed. Didn't you say to sign a 50-year contract? Yun Mo was slightly stunned. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. No need. Village Master Yun has already promised me. Why do I need to sign a paper contract? It's settled. You're not afraid that I will go back on my word? Yun Mo frowned. I believe in my judgment. If it was the old village master, would he go back on his word? Gu Hai smiled. Of course not, but even if the person taught by the old village master is bad, it won't be too bad. I believe in the old village master's reputation, I believe in the Silver Moon Villa's reputation, and I believe in village master Yun's reputation. Everything is enough, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yun Mo looked at Gu Hai, stood up, and bowed to Gu Hai again. Chapter 221. Gu Hai was the first to go to Silver Moon Villa to mourn for the old village master. Mo Yike brought young master and to burn a stick of incense for the old village master's body. After that, Mo Yike brought young master and to chat with Yun Mo for a while. Soon, the two left Silver Moon Villa. Who does he think he is? Mr. Mo, this time, you and I are representing my grandfather to invite him, but he actually rejected it? No one wants the Guqin of Silver Moon Villa anymore. I heard that Silver Moon Villa is in a mess, and many disciples are leaving. Young master and complained. Too slow? Exclusive? This Gu Hai is really good. Mr. Mo smiled. Mr. Mo, why do you care about Silver Moon Villa? Without the old village master, Silver Moon Villa is just an ordinary Guqin-making family, young master and frowned. Ordinary? Stupid. Mr. Mo shook his head. Oh! When the old village master took over Silver Moon Villa, he was not as good as he is now. But in the end, didn't Silver Moon Villa gain the respect of the world? Even your grandfather and Daqiansheng were very polite when they met the old village master. Before the old manor lord died, he said more than once that Yun Mo's talent in zither crafting was even higher than his own. More importantly, he's Mr. Silvermoon's descendant. Mr. Mo shook his head. But Yun Mo is still not very impressive now. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe the old village master was flattering him on purpose? Flattering him on purpose? Why do you think your grandfather and Daqiansheng respected the old village master so much? Why do you think the old village master kowtowed to you and begged for forgiveness before he died? Mr. Mo sneered. Because of the old village master's integrity. Sigh. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You've gone astray. Mr. Mo sighed. Young master and felt uncomfortable. Xiaoye Villa. After Gu Hai returned from the old manor lord's memorial service, he started making arrangements. Shangguanhen, Mu Chenfeng has already agreed to leave 2,000 Wood Branch disciples under your command to guard the first zither pavilion on this street. You don't have to worry about business. I've already informed the officials that you'll be in charge of Silver Moon City's properties for the time being. Gu Hai said to Shangguanhen. I just swallowed the snake head, so I need some time to fuse with it. Your Majesty, take care. Shangguan Hen nodded. I'm guessing that Guqin should have received the first batch of news from 9-5 Island. Here are the 3 imperial decrees that I wrote. When the time comes, pass them to the people who come and bring them back to Guqin. Gu Hai said as he handed over the 3 imperial decrees. Yes. Shangguan Hen nodded. Give this imperial edict to the messenger. Gu Hai took out another imperial edict. The messenger? Shangguan Hen paused for a moment. That's right. You'll know when the time comes. Some people can't stand loneliness. It's good to give them a warning from time to time. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Shangguan Hen nodded in confusion. In that case, we'll be leaving immediately. Time waits for no one. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. You'll know soon enough. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. After some more instructions, Gu Hai, Gaochen, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lunyan, and Mu Chenfeng led 1,000 wood-branch disciples and left Xiaoya Villa in a hurry. The second day after Gu Hai left, someone came to visit again. I am Mr. Mo Yike's servant. My master has already set up a banquet and invites Mr. Good to the banquet. I am Sima Chongkong's servant. My master has already set up a banquet and invites Mr. Good to the banquet. The 2 messengers respectfully handed over an invitation card. They came almost at the same time. When they handed over the invitation card, they looked at each other coldly as if they were competing with each other. Then, they were extremely polite to Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen looked at the 2 of them with a bitter smile and said, I might have made the 2 of you come in vain. Mr. Good left Silvermoon City yesterday. What? The 2 of them were slightly stunned. That's the case. I dare not hide it from you. Thank you for your kindness. Please send a gift to Mr. Mo and Mr. Sima on my behalf. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. On the vast sea, a flying boat was flying at high speed. On the flying boat stood a group of officials in embroidered robes. The one in the lead was the commander of the embroidered uniform guards of the Han Dynasty, Montez. Sir, we will reach Silvermoon City soon, right? It took me a few years to get to Silvermoon City. I didn't expect the flying boat to be so fast. We will be there in less than a month. A subordinate said respectfully. Don't worry about the boat. Don't disturb me without my orders. Montez said in a deep voice. Yes. The subordinate immediately retreated. With a flip of his hand, Montez took out a letter sealed with wax. Looking at the letter, Montez was silent for a while. Finally, he reached out his hand to warm the wax slightly and opened the letter. Sir, this is from the Crown Prince to the Emperor, right? The subordinate who had retreated earlier asked in surprise. Montez glanced at him coldly. The subordinate immediately shut up. Montez gently opened the letter and read it. Father, these are the memorials that I am unable to approve. I asked Montez to send them to the Emperor for approval. Secondly, I recently discovered that Montez has been in contact with the leaders of the outer island. He may have the intention to leave the Dahan and start a new life. I am afraid that my analysis may be wrong, so I asked Montez to send the letter to you for you to decide. Reading the letter, Montez's eyelids twitched wildly. Gu, the Emperor is smart, but isn't the Crown Prince too smart? I am investigating the officials, but the Crown Prince actually sent someone to spy on me? Montez's expression was gloomy. He carefully put the letter back into the envelope, and once again warmed it with wax before putting it away. Sir, Silvermoon City is in front. A subordinate shouted. Montez nodded, but his expression was still gloomy. A few months ago, the Emperor brought a group of people here. I don't know what kind of shop they set up. I don't know how long it will take to find them. Montez frowned slightly. Yes, I heard that there are 100 million people in Silvermoon City. If we want to find the Emperor, it will be like finding a needle in a haystack. A subordinate said worriedly. We'll take our time to find him. Montez said in a deep voice. The airship stopped outside Silvermoon City. The group of embroidered uniform guards widened their eyes at the towering city walls. Among the embroidered uniform guards, some were innate realm cultivators recruited by the Thousand Islands Sea, while others were just ordinary people. Even the cultivators of the Thousand Islands Sea rarely saw such a huge city wall. What a magnificent city wall! Is that a city tower? It seems to have collapsed. Those cultivators are rebuilding the city tower? Are those all array masters? Do they have to set up an array for every cornerstone of the city? How much money will it cost? Yes, my royal casino might not be able to repair this city tower after a few months of business, right? The group of embroidered uniform guards was shocked. Beside them, a man named the owner of the crane carriage laughed and said, "You are all outsiders, right? The construction of the city walls was personally funded by Master Gu. The citizens of the city did not have to spend a single cent." Master Gu? Is he very rich? A embroidered uniform guard asked curiously. Of course Master Gu is rich. I heard that it costs 3 million upper-grade spiritual stones to rebuild the city. When Master Gu paid for it, he didn't even bat an eyelid. The owner of the crane carriage laughed. 3 million upper-grade spiritual stones? Montez was shocked. The Royal Casino seemed to have earned that much in a few months. No, it didn't seem to be enough. Master Gu was too rich, wasn't he? Why did Master Gu want to rebuild the city tower? Master Gu destroyed it himself. Naturally, Master Gu repaired it himself. I heard that even the peak cultivators of the Yuanying state couldn't break this city tower. Master Gu should be very strong, right? Of course he is. Master Gu's Guqin Dao is unparalleled. Master Gu who cultivates Guqin Dao? Montez was puzzled. By the way, who are you looking for? The owner of the crane carriage was puzzled. We are looking for, I don't know how to say it. Montez frowned. Just say it. There should be a name, right? The owner of the crane carriage was puzzled. It's called Gu Hai. Oh, that's right. I'm talking about people. You definitely don't know. There are 100 million people in this city. I think there's also a place called Xiaoye Mountain Villa. Have you heard of it? Even if Xiaoye Mountain Villa was famous, there were 100 million people in this city. It shouldn't be obvious. Forget it. If you can't find him, introduce us to an inn first. We will look for him slowly. Montez frowned. The owner of the crane carriage looked at the crowd in puzzlement. You are looking for Gu Hai, the water division leader of the elite hall, Gu Hai? The embroidered uniform guards' faces stiffened. How did you know? Yes. Montez said blankly. Are you really looking for Master Gu? How are you related to Master Gu? The owner of the crane carriage raised his eyebrows. Master Gu? The Master Gu that was mentioned earlier? 3 million upper-rank spirit stones, just like that? It can't be. I remember that the Emperor didn't bring so much money to Silver Moon City. Furthermore, even if he did, he wouldn't have so much money. How are you related to Gu Hai? The owner of the crane carriage asked in a deep voice. The embroidered uniform guards were slightly worried. Why is the owner of the crane carriage so gloomy? Also, the gazes of the people around them turned hostile. We are the servants of Gu Hai's family. We just came from outside to look for the master, Montez said with a frown. Master Gu's family? The owner's gloomy face immediately smiled. Master Gu's family. Come, come, come. Sit on my crane carriage. I will send you there for free. Sit on mine, free. Scram. I invited them first. Everyone, please sit. Please get on the carriage. The owners of the crane carriage immediately invited them politely. The embroidered uniform guards were dumbfounded by this scene. Is my master very famous? Montez asked blankly. What a joke. Who in Silver Moon City doesn't know Master Gu? If Master Gu wants to be the city lord, we will all raise both hands in agreement. The owner of the crane carriage said excitedly. City lord? Montez said blankly. Yes. If Master Gu wants to be the city lord, everyone in the city can join hands and plead with His Holiness, the owner of the crane carriage said excitedly. A group of crane carriages drove the confused embroidered uniform guards into the city. At the city gate, the guards were about to register and check. However, when they heard that Gu Hai's family had come to visit, they immediately smiled and sent the embroidered uniform guards into the city. The last time I came to Silver Moon City, those guards checked for half a day and spent a lot of spirit stones to enter the city. A embroidered uniform guard said with a frown. Are you kidding? You dare to extort Master Gu's family? Send the portrait to me later. I will send it to the city's security system and find that guard. The owner of the crane carriage said angrily. You have such great authority? Montez said in surprise. Great authority, my ass. Master Gu has such great authority. The owner of the crane carriage shook his head. Montez. Along the way, the embroidered uniform guards kept asking the owner of the crane carriage about Gu Hai. The owner talked about Gu Hai with great enthusiasm. It was like a legend, causing the embroidered uniform guards to cry out in surprise and excitement. That's the Emperor, our Emperor! Montez's expression became more and more complicated as he listened. He reached out and took out another letter. Montez opened it gently,